All right. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Hope everybody is doing well. If it does not say live at the bottom of your screen, this stream is not live, so make sure that it is a live stream. You are up to date with the time of the stream, so you guys don't miss anything. Like Ray said it there in the chat, pit -6, -5.5. We told you guys yesterday that was a really nice free money. Bet it and forget it. Yesterday, for anybody that was there, I'm gonna go make a cup of coffee. I'm gonna give you guys 5 minutes to go grab your pen and paper and grab a coffee as well if you don't already have one. And we're gonna go through some of the early morning movers. Where's the market? How are we going to execute today to perform better than we did yesterday? That's my goal today. All right, execution. Hit that like button, subscribe, donation, contribution link is in the description. Help continue to make the stream free. We do a lot of work here so you guys can benefit from the things that we have around us to create either a better net worth for ourselves, make life easier, whatever it is. Whatever your reason for doing, whatever your reason is for doing, that's why we're here. All right, hit the like button, subscribe again. I'm going to get a donation today. I know we can do it. I'll be right back in 5 minutes. Let's go grab our coffee, pen and papers, and let's get ready. Let's have a great day today.
Listen, I have a lot of left who are totally aligned with the Department of Government Efficiency idea.
Right.
And the reason is because basically the left has special interests, the right does too. The left's special interest, one of the biggest ones, is the government unions. And so they all know there's like tons of empty buildings in D.C., there's people not working, there's tens of billions of dollars in Medicare, Medicaid fraud, there's tens of billions of dollars wasted on like these crazy unaccountable NGOs. They're giving money to NGOs in the Middle East to stop hate speech and stop misinformation. And it turns out the NGOs are giving money to are doing misinformation against Israel. So I mean, there's just waste everywhere you look. So of course it's a good
Can I ask you a question, which is that Elon Musk clearly is an amazing entrepreneur, an amazing innovator, and when you look at Tesla and you look at SpaceX as an engineer, as just a physical exercise, it's like a remarkable, crazy situation. It does get more complicated, I think you'd agree, with Twitter, for example, because Twitter, yes, he's been able to cut the staff, and the site's not only continuing, but you could argue there's more people on it than before, and I would argue technically it's a better site, right? I mean, just the technical piece of it. But there's a lot of complicated issues around free speech and protections and things like that. And the truth is, as a business, arguably, actually, Twitter is not a better business today. In fact, it's a worse business, right? And so the question is, when it comes to dealing with very human issues, right, how he's going to deal with that and whether he's the best person to do that or not. And I say that as somebody who's a fan of his.
Well, listen, there's obviously a lot of brands that went after him, a lot of people that went after him with Twitter. I think the analogy with the government that's really positive, Andrew, is that if you just look at it from the perspective of any of us on the left or the right in the innovation world, like we're constantly reinventing how things should work, how processes should work. And that hasn't happened not only in the last 10 years in the government, but it hasn't even happened. We're not even upgraded to the 1990s in the government. It just works in a way that's just like generations and generations old. And if you ask people in D.C. that, oh, you naive outsiders, we've just put in things that don't allow that kind of change here. So it's like this very, very broken part of our society that if you take the smartest people and you focus on it, I think all of us know it can be made
I agree, but the reason I'm asking is somebody I know was mentioning, if you're really going to cut the government, which, by the way, there's lots of efficiency things we should all be doing, but there are probably places where there'll be disagreement. Would you keep the civil rights lawyers that work for ICE? Well, it's a real question.
So,
but there are some people who would say you have to keep the civil rights lawyers for ICE because there's going to be immigrants that are going to be mistreated and you need to do that. And then other people who would say that that's crazy, right? And so then there's going to be a real debate about
that's why elections matter.
100%. And listen, I think this commission, if it's done right, and I'd love to be a part of it if they still decide to have me, I think it should have people with different backgrounds, different views on it. And I think that's healthy, right? I think there's been various rumors I've been hearing of names of people we respect on the moderate left as well. I think that'd be great because there's just so much obvious stuff to get done, and you should get it done in a way It doesn't break things, but just makes the government work
Joe, I
better.
didn't realize that you'd be potentially involved in.
I would love to be
efficiency.
involved with the commission. Nothing's finalized, but I'm close to all these people, and I'm very passionate about these issues. And there's just hundreds of billions of dollars.
What do you think the lowest hanging fruit is?
I mean, the lowest hanging fruit is you have like too many people who aren't actually working, who aren't in the office, who aren't accountable. I mean, basically what happened, Andrew, is that about a generation ago, we stopped testing people before we hired them. So it used to be like when America went to the moon, right? The people running those departments, they had to pass hard tests. And then thanks to disparate impact, we got rid of the tests. Then we got rid of the ability to fire people.
Do you think it's going to be a staffing story that's going to be it? Or do you think it's going to be contracts that are going to be, you're going to reevaluate?
There's 7 million people who work for DC. If you combine the civil service plus the contractors right around DC, right? It's a couple million more.
So you would
otherwise.
short Washington, D.C. real estate right now?
I hope so. I hope so, if it's successful.
Hey, Joe, Netanyahu's numbers are rising because he's consistently done more than people thought. So what's going to happen? What do you think is on the table, and when is it going to happen? After the election?
In Israeli politics?
Nope, in Israel and Iran.
Oh, well, listen, Israel has handled Hezbollah and Hamas really well. Iran's really weakened. The mullahs are not liked by their people. You know, I'm generally not a fan of war, but I think the way you stop war is that you figure out how to make sure the mullahs don't have any more power to project terrorism around the Middle East. This is me speaking. It's not.
How about nuclear Iran? How's that? Is that going to be stopped?
I don't know if you noticed. There's somehow there's a nuclear plant on fire the last few days in Iran. Kind of like not mentioned this slide. Like, it doesn't usually happen. I don't know how these things get on fire.
They get some pagers or something.
It's like,
shipment of pagers.
It's like, but it's. I mean, listen, Iran needs to be stopped from having nuclear.
After the election, you figure? You don't know anything.
I'm not gonna call it out ahead of time, but I think this administration is holding Israel back.
Will it be no oil facilities and no nuclear? That's what we heard, that they decided with the Bidens, no, we won't do it. We'll just do military.
That's what I'm hearing, but
really?
I think I'm hearing that they're holding them back, but I'm hearing that Israel would like there not to be nuclear facilities anymore there.
And he's done more than people thought, and it's worked for him. So I'm just wondering if that's going to continue.
You got to cut the head off this snake, Joe.
Preaching to the choir there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. When we come back, a commodities price surge and the impact on inflation. Let's take a look at the futures this morning. On this Friday morning, you're going to see right now there are green arrows across the board. Dow's up by about 100. The S&P's up by 17. The NASDAQ indicated up by 70. And we'll be right back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to it. I know you guys hit that like button, right? Subscribed. You guys sent that donation. Done a lot of stuff. Going through a lot of lessons. Gave out some free picks that I don't normally do. So again, my goal today, the usual 10, 12 likes, at least 1 to 2 to 3 donations. That link's in the description. Again, let's get right into it. So we're going to start with the morning movers, any gappers that we have. Again, share the stream. Sorry, I'm just getting some of my stuff together here, guys. All right, that link in the description, PayPal, Cash App, all that fun stuff. Please send a donation contribution to let me know that you guys continue to appreciate and enjoy what it is that we do here. All right. So, QQQ, 494. We have officially broken above prior day's high. Officially broken above prior day's high. It's official. All right, it's official. Let's go here. Let's do this. Oh, that's why. It's because it's on a 5-minute chart. Okay. All right, so we officially... Wait, oh, that's... I didn't push enter, did I? Or I did. What was I looking at over here then? Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second. I do apologize. Hold on, let me make sure. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Wednesday's high. That's Wednesday's. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't have something different in the chart below. All right, so we officially just broke above Wednesday's high. All right, we're going to use Wednesday's high as our base, you know, as long as we can hold it. We also, you know, we can also go ahead and use 492 if we get it. All right, but I'm going to take it for what it is. We are above it, so I'm going to turn that level green. Let's go to the daily chart. I have no idea why this is not saving, but it's frustrating. It is so frustrating. All right, so as you guys can see here, we hit Wednesday's open. Wednesday. My morning is going rough. You guys just send a prayer for me. Send a prayer for me. My morning's going rough. I just spilled coffee all over my watch list, where I write my levels and my game plan down on in my book. But anyway, so we held the 20-day twice. I'm going to look for a move back to the top end of the range up there at 496. We're already at 494. I mean, this is that gap fill. We got to bust through 496, though. We got to get up there, and we want to start turning this zone right here into support. That's our resistance, resistance, resistance. This is a nice move, by the way, this reversal. Especially today coming in with a gap up. So right there, that number 2 line right there. Give me 1 second. Get a napkin here and set this up. All right, cool. I got one next to me. God damn it. It's so frustrating. That's just how this morning has been. I guess because it's a Friday. It's the end of the week. Fuck, man. All right, so we're going to look for that move up to 496 and to see whether or not, you know, we can bust through it. I think we're going to need a catalyst to break out up through here, you know, to get one of these pullback days. All right, to get a pullback day on to 496 to extend higher. All right, if we're going to want to look for something like this to put in a new high, you know what we're also going to need? We're also going to need, which that candle right there would be green, guys, by the way. All right, so a pullback, hold 496 if we can get up there. Maybe Monday come in with a gap up. We are oversold, so I am going to be, I'm going to be bullish. Okay, my mindset is going to be to the bull side. what was I going to say? See, I don't want to get off track, but I'm just going to say this. You guys need to look at European, Germany, Japan, and look at other markets. They actually popped and are right now, as we speak, they were pulling back red. Where am I at here? Here we go. Right here. So you guys can see Europe had made a pop, a little bit of a double top here, and then it pulled back. Okay, so I don't know if this is the US up here, and we're getting ready to pull back, but keep your eyes out for that. Gold is red. All right, Europe, the 100, 40, 600. They went green and then turned around. So what I'm going to do is after we go through the markets. Hold on. See, I can't remember these. I can't remember. I can't remember their tickers. STO. You have the stocks 50. See, you can see here on a one-day chart, you know, you're back down at the 50-day and you double topped up there. So we were trying to print new highs here. Here we go. Here we go. Here it is, FXXP. So we tried to extend to a new high, and we're just hanging out back here, putting in a base. So I gotta look. I gotta look to see what these I gotta look to see what like the German. I don't know. I'm not gonna go there because I don't know the names of them. So it is what it is. But keep an eye on that. I do apologize. I know that was a bit of a waste of time. Look at Bitcoin turning right back around, ready to go green. So as far as the Qs, well, let's look for 494 to hold. I wonder if we're gonna have another inside out day. I'm not too sure. The volume is still just kind of early, so what time we have here? 7 o'clock. And at 7 o'clock, and you can see we're, you know, the volume difference from yesterday to today. So 494. We're going to look for that move to 496, okay? And anything above 496, once you get up there, you know, you want to look to be able to break it and hold it. That's what I'm looking for if we're going to extend higher. Hold on. I'm going to hurry up. All right, so what I'm doing right now is to look to see intraday. Oh, no, guys. Once you get up to like 498, 496, this is going to be a bit overdone up here. I'm going to take a short up there if we get it, guys. I will try for the reversal up there. All right. So let's look for a pullback. You know, I don't know if this breaks. It very well may break, and you see this move back down to 493. So 493, yesterday's high, is what I'm going to look for anything below 494 to hold. But I don't want to see 494 break. All right, that's the QQQ. All right, 494, that's your level. Above it, 496. Below it, 492. Pretty easy. All right, 496, 492. Off of 494. It's a 2-point range to each side. The S&Ps, that's a mean wedge, guys. Look at that. You know what wedges are? They are reversal patterns. All right, they are trend reversals. Here's your wedge. Bang. That is a mean wedge, guys, and we could start to pull back, and you're seeing European markets. And right now, it's holding as support. All right, it's holding as support. So, top side of that range, I would look for a pullback. But again, that would be for the upper end of that trend line. Okay. All right. So that's that. Let's get into some of the names here. So we are still holding this 20-day. any pops, I'm gonna probably, and it matches up with the daily chart. Let's see here. And listen, if you guys have questions, again, hit the like button, subscribe. Donations, I want at least one donation today. I know we can do it. I know we can get a few donations, but I know we can get at least one or two. We've done a lot this week. Free money. We've been pulling money out the markets. We pulled money off of Pittsburgh yesterday. Pittsburgh versus Syracuse. It's one of my top plays yesterday that I gave you guys for free. Top end of the range that I'm going to look for on the SPY is going to be up there at 582.50. 582.50, which we're already there. I mean, we're not there right as we speak, but we're at 581. So what I want to look for here is to see I want to look for my game plan. I'm going to tell you guys right now, my game plan is going to be to look for a pullback somewhere up here. I'm going to take that pullback and I'm going to attempt to buy the dip. Whether that, I don't know what type of day it's going to be, guys. It could get ugly. It could get very ugly. I don't know. European markets kind of showing us that that could be in our cards. All right. So support. Look for support down here at 570. I'm sorry, 580 flat. All right, 580 flat. And that is also your previous support level from earlier this week and last week. From Tuesday, Monday, we're working our way back up there. And again, think about Friday as this is the last day for our weekly closing channel or candle, okay? We're working our way right back to the top. This candle is going to have a nice tail on it. Okay, that candle's going to have a nice tail. So maybe we're going to start trying to work our way to the top end of that wedge on that weekly chart here. Okay. So as of right now, we are above. Okay, right now we are above last week's open. Ty, what's up, Brody? Yes, we can. Yeah, we're getting there. So that's going to be my game plan for the overall markets. The next thing we need to do is to look and see what are we going to get. What part of the market do we want to be in? The Dow is still very weak, guys. If the Dow ends up giving it up and cannot get back above 425, then I think we need to look at, you know, Goldman Sachs. I mean, they've been doing okay. JP Morgan is still at high, so it's not one that I really want to mess with. But that's a nice consolidation. This thing might break out higher, guys. So if we get the pullback and this thing holds like 224, you are back below this 226 high, 225 high. Either this thing is about to go and just go on a run now, or we have some nice downside, which would be, you know what I mean? Rissuer, look at that. Look at all that downside. That's meaty. That is a meaty move, okay? And it's getting a bit overextended. So this is just one name out of the Dow where, again, this is technically a bit of divergence because the Dow is fairly weak right now, and this has just been consolidating at highs. That's a sign of strength. So I probably won't go after that. Yeah, see, this has room to run higher, at least to 226. Sorry. I know I keep going through the screens, but I gotta look to see where my MACD, I just have to see where things are on different time frames because it paints the picture. Alright, so let's go look at the IWM. We just looked at the Dow. The Dow here is at the 425 zone. Again, it's important. Why is it important? Because we know if we're going to be long, we know that the Qs are back at Tuesday's highs, Wednesday's highs. The Dow is just barely broke through yesterday's highs. All right. So if we want to be long, we want to look for names in the Nasdaq. That's important to recognize. That sets the basis for your day. And then you can understand when that rotation happens, you're going to be able to see it and feel it. I never used to know what that was. So no, what's up, my friend? It's good to see you. Good morning. Again, good morning to everybody here that's just tuning in. It's good to see everybody. I hope everybody is doing well. I do. I hope everybody is well. Hope everybody's in good health. Everybody's feeling well, doing well. IWM, not even above your yesterday's high. There's a little bit of a different pattern here. You are technically back at that Wednesday's high, so it's kind of putting in a floor here. So this, I wouldn't say it's not where I would be because you have overhead resistance up here, but you know, I would say the Dow would be my short, and the long would be in the Nasdaq. It's a nice little cup and handle there. You guys see that? Let's look to see if it's setting up actually correctly. Again, I have two things in my mind here. This could be a bear flag rejecting the 20-day, along with my thesis that once we get up here, the markets could give it up. You know, I don't know if that's off of a Harris wave. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the catalyst is for it. We talked about it yesterday. All right. I think it's also not just going to be a straight shot because 50, 100, 200, they're going to be right there to hold you up. So, and the volume hasn't gotten too crazy either. So let's see if 220, let's see if we can recapture this level, which it looks like it did do. Yes, it did recapture the 20-day. All right. So cup and handle, and look at this. Yeah, so look, guys, so here's the cup and handle I was talking about. The only thing that it doesn't have, but I guess because of this reversal, right, this long tail right here, there's your up, and then here's your base, right? It comes up, and then it pulls back on what? Low volume. All right, we want low volume on those, and look, the price action, right, is still tight. So it's not one I would consider. Like off the bat, sure, you could say there's an inverse head and shoulders there, but it's really not because there's gaps and. But this price action is actually kind of tight, like especially the handle part, right? You see how it's just like together, and it's not like gap up, gap down, gap up, gap down. It's one motion, okay? So we'll look to see. There is our 50-day also coming into play to hold us up. Let's look to see if we can take back this day here on, what is that, Tuesday? Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. This could be a nice move back to 225 if this thing tries to put in a floor. All right, so that's that. Let's go over individual stocks. First one on the list we have here in the chat, LYEL. LYEL. And I do have the scanners up here. I mean, I think it's saying everything we need to know. I think that is everything we need to know. That's a rejection of this early morning support. I actually want to see EFSH. I bought this yesterday. I ended up selling it. I didn't know if there was a campaign going with this, but I haven't bought a mid-cap or a small-cap stock in a while. See, this looks completely different than what was on the than what was really shown in the chart. Anyway, all right. So if we want to be long the Nasdaq, all right, look at this nice cup and handle. Looks that already played out. See, I don't know why it's doing this to me. I want to keep my eyes on Snowflake for two reasons: a trade, possible trade, and also adding in the long term down here. This is another opportunity where we'd be able to buy a share, 2, 10, 20, whatever, you know, whatever you guys can do, or don't buy it. All right, I probably will start to nibble on this. Just wanted to see if my cat was in the window. So I'm probably going to start nibbling again on this down here. I am kind of curious if the markets are going to start to pull back. But so Snowflake, there is, I want to see, we have been putting in somewhat of a floor. This is kind of weaker. It's still in a downtrend. So you know what? Let's scratch that off the list for now. What do you guys want to look at? So let's go look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is at highs, okay? If the NASDAQ is going to bounce, this is at highs. Tie strength with strength, okay? Tie strength with strength. Look, notice the volume that is coming in and the decrease in volume on the buy side that's coming in as we get up towards high and making new highs. All right, and remember, this is what's going on in Europe. We made a high, bang. This downside move is what I'm looking for in the markets, and the indicators kind of show that. There's the DAX. So the DAX held up, which would be Germany. I just don't know the tickers for those. Asia, green. So let's look real quick. I'm going to go back to NVIDIA. All right, so Bob is coming in with a nice gap up today. But I'm still reluctant to... We got to get up above there and hold it. Okay, so NVIDIA. I don't know why my charts are not saving. This is pretty easy for NVIDIA. 142. You break above it. And... if we can break above 142, this is a nice pullback consolidation. Find the trade line at this prior resistance zone up here at 138. All right, well, 137, 138. So let's look to see if we can fill the gap and look for a push back to previous highs. That previous high would be right up there at 144, 144.50. All right, and I'm going to do this because that is our resistance zone. 4-hour chart. All right, we're going to work our way down. See, I don't know why this isn't saving. I need to just cut down the days, I guess. If you guys have any stocks you guys want to look at again, throw them in the chat. All right, so get above 142. That was your Monday morning, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday morning support. That was a nice breakout. The consolidation, nice breakout day. Tried to hold. It could not extend higher. It broke. So 142, bit of resistance up there. Let's go to the hourly chart here. You can notice, right? Here's how I'm reading this. I want you guys to start doing this. It's going to give you guys buy and sell triggers and hopefully just help you guys be more confident, or just take what I see and maybe see something of whatever it is that you say. Look at this hourly chart. It's not overbought yet. But if we go down to the 15-minute chart, that tells me the 15-minute chart should be about there. It is there. So there's going to be a pullback coming in the near future, okay? We have a pullback, obviously, and we're going to add in that support, that resistance zone we have up here, 140, 150 to 142. So maybe you get a little extension and then it fails, and then we're going to look for this little zone down here, because if we go from here, sorry for my voice, I just woke up. If we go from here to here, chances are that 5-minute, okay, 15-minute, the MACD, right, is going to... We'll have to see what this MACD does. I don't think you're going to get... It's in an uptrend. It's making higher lows. Maybe you just put in another like higher low like you have here. Okay. I don't want to break back down to negative or below the zero line. But then we look for that dip buy. Like, this is my game plan today. I want to look for a pullback roundabout a little bit before the bell, at the bell. We'll see where that pullback takes us. And then I'm going to get that short on, and then I want to get long. All right, and then the reason I want to get long is because that's also going to help us for that hourly chart. This hourly chart to the 4-hour and the daily, this has some room. This still has some room higher, which could take us back to 144. Look at the MACD. It's getting ready to just start to go negative. A lot of momentum here. All right, so when I put all the pieces together, all right, and I'm going to use my trade line and support as my areas. The thing is, if we do get all the way down there, we are below trade line, but we'll get there when we get there. So that is my game plan, is to look for a pull. Look at the buying that's going on, because they know it. And more importantly, what's that going to do? That's just going to give us our one last try. It'll give us that one, you know, that bounce to see whether or not we're going to get out to new highs. These earnings are going to come out next week, and can we hold that new high? All right. So again, we don't really have a catalyst. Remember, we can always remain overbought and we can remain oversold. Don't ever forget that. So it's not end all be all. All right, I just use that for my I use that for my entries and my, it's really a buy signal or a sell signal. And we've been talking about it all week for you guys. So for the ones that are here, congratulations. You guys can use some of those type of things. All right, so let's look for a pullback to start coming in up here. And I want to see if we can hold 140, look for a long to 140. And I'll probably I'm going to try to carry this into Monday, depending on what happens today. Let's not. Angela, good morning. Good morning. Nice. Awesome. That's awesome. I want to visit. I have not visited Europe yet. So 140 support on NVIDIA. Again, we're going to look at NVIDIA. It's the leader. The Qs, as of right now, are our leaders. Let's look for a pullback hold on support. Okay, so we broke above Wednesday's high, double top high. We got above it. All right, so that's why we're going to be looking at NVIDIA. We're going to tie strength with strength and be on the side of the market. Okay, the SPY just barely getting there. So that means energy and oil is probably not doing so well. See, we might actually have a short here if this starts to fall out of bed. All right, let's go to, see, look for that pop and that rejection. This could be a nice little trade here on Exxon, where that's a failed breakout. You get a pop back into this zone, and you could look for some shorts up there at 120, back down into the 50 and 100-day moving average. All right, let it bounce and let it show you that it's going to turn this area into resistance. Because you might be able to get it up there at 121. They might be a little slick with it and try to run this thing back to 122, hit the 20-day, and then sell this thing off with some type of catalyst or something that could be coming around the corner. All right, so keep an eye on that. That's why the SPY isn't doing as well as it was, because it had energy with it. It has everything, and then once you start participating gold and energy, that's really when the SPY starts to outrun the rest of the market, or at least not necessarily outrun it, but it helps continue to hold it up at its highs. Let's go to Tesla. So we have NVIDIA. All right, so NVIDIA game plan for me is going to be to look for a pullback off of this 141.50. All right, we're going to look for a pullback off of this zone here. We may not pull back. All right, but I want to see if we can get a pullback here, possibly take the short off the bell, and then I want to look for a long down there at let's see. This really was the area at like 140.50. Okay, that pre-market support. Or we rally until we get to the bell, and then we get this pre-market high, and we really look for this zone right here to try to take that long. And we look for that pullback and try to get us back above 142. But we'll see. Let's make sure that you guys also make sure whatever stock you're trading, make sure there's no earnings. Also make sure that there's no downgrades from a reasonable source. There's going to be an upgrade for every downgrade and a downgrade for every upgrade. Who is it coming from? Is it coming from Bank of America, or is it coming from Ricky Bob at the shop? So one's obviously going to mean more than another. And TPST, yes. I'm going to go to Tesla TPST. There's no liquidity. There's no liquidity here. I'm not sure if there's news, but yeah, this thing hasn't been moving, buddy. I hope you're not stuck in it, Angelo. I pray you're not stuck in it. You need to make sure you have liquidity and can be able to exit. All right. Let's go look at Tesla. I want to show you guys something I looked at yesterday right before I went to bed. Look at this Fibonacci retracement. This up move, right? Look how beautiful this is. There's a couple things I want to show you guys here. And everybody knows that we've had this wedge here on Tesla, but look at this. So our 23.6 fib is down here at 250, 38.2 fib slash the 50-day is down there at 240. So yesterday, we were really hoping. What happened yesterday, I want to avoid today. We don't have the catalyst like we do today, like we did yesterday. Do you guys see here when we left? You guys want to see why I was a little B word when it came to this? Look at the volume that came in on that bounce off of VWAP. That tells me a lot of other traders were also not sure if we were going to get the continuation or not. Sure, we have a ton of volume. I'm sorry, she just got out the window and wanted to get out of the... So, I didn't see the reaction that I wanted to see, and I was still in the back of my mind, thinking that we might get it cheaper. And I do not want to cause anyone harm. Not that you guys are doing what I'm doing just because I'm doing it, but because you kind of see the analysis and what we see. And at the end of the day, we understand our risk management, a break below VWAP, would have been our stop. We could have just stopped out once we really started to know, a move under VWAP, and if we could not hold this level. And that's actually what I was wondering if we could get, was this move back down to 245, 244. This initial candle here was a nice hold, but the volume didn't come in, guys, off of VWAP. It didn't come in. If you notice, look at that volume comparable to the sell side volume. What would have really helped me was if that candle was just a little bit higher. Something like this. Right? Something like that. Okay? That's just right above that that selling pressure. That would have given me the signal, because at the same time, we're still, the MACD crossing right there, trying to pull back, and I was just like, that volume's going to tell me. The volume's going to tell me. I know buyers are in control, but I want to see us, I want to see them really step in, because that's a buy signal there. And I just, it just got away from me, But again, those contracts were at $1.20, or you could have got them for $1.40, and they went all the way up to over $4. Okay, so I'm going to be watching Tesla today. This was a perfect rejection up there at the range of the day here. You can see this wedge that we have here. You have a bit of a cup and handle forming here as well. I do want to see where this can take us. All right. As far as you just throw up your Fibonacci retracements, guys, I'm looking for a move back to 250. I want this area to be support, and I want to see, do we try to double top it again? Do we try to double top and it's not time to break out? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't want Tesla to break out just yet. I would like to build more of a position down here before we go screaming the 4 to 6 if it's going to do so. Time is moving. So I'm looking for a pullback somewhere inside this gap if we can get it. You can see that we're holding that 257 to 256 zone, 257 zone, which is the gap hold, okay, which is there, 257. So we are in the gap. All right, but that's a perfect retracement lineup. And let's just remember that this thing can cool down with the consolidation. So don't be so eager to think that you're just going to get another day long. Make sure you pick your spots correctly. Let this thing breathe. Let it pull back to its support zone. And once it gets to 250, it might sit there for a little bit. It might sit there for an hour or 2 hours. And if you're in a daily, you don't have time for that. So be patient today. Be patient if you're going to trade Tesla. That's pretty much our levels right there. All right. Right now, you're trying to reject 258. All right. 258.25. So anything above 258.50, we're looking for that 260 to 262 wedge on the daily chart. And anything below that, we're really looking for that pullback down to 250. I think that would be a nice low volume pullback hold. This could be a nice zone to find some support, eventually attempt to break out, or put in like a double top, next week around Tuesday, Monday, to like Tuesday or Wednesday, really, right? That's kind of what I would like to see, and this thing kind of get back up there by Tuesday. So if you're going to trade Tesla options or anything, just go out next week. Give yourself time. Don't do yourself a disservice. And you'll probably find, surprisingly, you'll make more money at a less percentage. You're going to pay more to make more in that case, when we like to pay less to make more and lose less because we paid less. It's not just because we paid less, but because we know we don't have to give it much room at all either, you know. We don't want it to just rip to new highs, pull back, hold, and then go. It's like, no, if we're at support, we're buyers. All right? We're already going to be taking profit up there while the rest of the, you know, everyone else, you know, but to each its own. You know, if you need for it to show you, that's fine. All right, so 250. 250, 255, 260. Pretty easy. Pretty easy levels here. Okay? That's Tesla. So we talked about NVIDIA. Let's go look at DJT. We talked about Tesla. Let's go to... So this one broke out above the 200-day moving average yesterday. All right, and you're sticking it. You're sticking that 200-day. What did we say yesterday for the past couple of days? Let this thing cool off and just consolidate inside this range. Okay? And if it does, just the time of it being up here and consolidating is going to worry any more shorts, or the shorts that are new and got in up here short. They're going to start to get a little, you know, they're going to get a little nervous. I was going to try to use another word for it. So, again, I still feel that way. Let this thing consolidate for a little bit. All right, a nice consolidation from $34 to $36. Is actually really good. All right, you sit up here for 2-3 days. Look for that breakout random gap up on DJT. I'm not saying it's going to do that. So that was our close. We had a little game yesterday where we thought that DJT would close, and that was my guess, is that we would close up there, and I was wrong. This is why we don't try to make any guesses, really. I was about 60 cents off. I thought we would close at the top side of that range up there, 35.50, 35.60 or so. But nope, 34. I was 50 cents off. But again, I was trying to prove why, you know, you can have a game plan and what you think something's going to do. It's not what you think it's going to do, but it's like you draw that game plan, because if it does what you're kind of game planning it to do, then you have to follow suit with your plan. What's up, Joey B? Joey D. I'm sorry, bro. Yes, let's do it. Let's do it. I would like to do that. All right, so DJT. This is pretty easy as well. 200-day moving average has been support. That level is actually stepping up to $35. Any breaks above $35.50, holds, look for the extension higher. You can see this thing's just consolidating. Let it put in a wedge is what it looks to me like it's wanting to do. Slowly but surely starting to put in a wedge here, guys. All right, that's an early sign of a wedge. Notice the volume that's coming in. You have some selling pressure, as you should expect, to take it. What else did we talk about? If you're a buyer from 10 to 12 up to 30, that's a 300% gain, 200% gain. That is a hell of a lot better than going from 30 to 60. So if you are in from any of those areas and you have not taken your money, God damn it, I'm going to smack the ish out of you. All right? So think about it. Remember that. Yeah, 30 to 60 is cool. Being in from 12 to $15, that's cool. You know, that's a big move. That's going to be bigger than going from 35, 40 to 60. That's a 100% move. You captured the meat and potatoes of the trade. Congratulations, you did your job. All right. So, but we will see if this extends higher. We'll just simply trade it as we go. Let's go over to Amazon, Google, and some of those large cap names, CLH. The top end of the range, though, would be $40. That is what we're looking for. You do have a bit of a gap fill, resistance, support zone here at $40. All right. So if we get up there, you have to watch also for $38. Okay, watch out for 38. Here's the thing. This is why I haven't really been looking at them, because they have earnings next week. All right. Amazon has been kind of... What the heck? You guys see why I get mad at Thinkorswim? Just because where everything is placed, it can really mess everything up. Especially, like, if you hit something and you don't know what it is that you hit, you could really start screwing your charts up. Alright. So Amazon, this is a nice consolidation. 50-day getting ready to cross back above the 100-day moving average. You know, 187. 187. Hold on one second. Amazon could start to run. Amazon's going to... I feel like Amazon could start running here. Back to 190, guys. Or Joe. It's still the same game plan. So the game plan I have today, and this even goes for Amazon. Can you see it every stock, or at least what I'm seeing, because you don't see it, but I'm going to tell you what I'm seeing. My game plan for NVIDIA, the way I want to trade the markets today as a whole, it's showing me in every stock that I look at. Round about the bell, look for that pullback, I don't know, 10:30, 11, 12, something. Let's look to see if it's not a massive sell-off and we find support to climb higher. I want to look for a pullback from 9, 9:15, 9:30, whether it's before the bell or at the bell or just after the bell. I want to look for that pullback early in the morning. And I want to look to see if we can hold, take that long, and look what Amazon would be at. It'd be at previous highs. Same for NVIDIA, prior day's high. I'm going to look for a pullback, hold, take that long. Maybe if we're quick enough, we can look for a quick pull, like we can get short the pullback, build a little bit of insurance, catch $1, $1.50, $2, whatever it is that you're trading. Take your money, use that, wait for it to bottom in and find some support if it's not on massive volume. And then we have either an insurance to where your stop loss is paid for and you're still going to end up with profit, or you know, we're just going to pack it on today. So we'll see. But I'm going to use that. I'm going to maybe more than likely try to get that pullback off the bell, build some insurance for the day, try to get green, and then see if I can. The real trade, though, for me is going to be taking that long if we can find a bottom. So Amazon, same thing. Look for a pullback to 187, prior day's high. That's really what I'd be looking for right there at 187. Let's go here. What time is it? I got to hurry up. Okay, it's 8:37. There are some movers. We got to talk about what's moving today, because if we really want to make some money here, we got to find out what's moving. And Google's been really strong too, guys. Google has been really strong. Just so, at least when I looked at it, like the markets were red and Google was green. So, and look here on Amazon, you still have that 20-day moving average right there to pull back into, or should start to flatten out and anchor, open up here at like 186.65 or so. And you could probably look for that bounce off that 20-day, which should be right up here. It should start to anchor itself up to this little zone that we have here on Amazon. And there we go. You know, we look for that to hold, and we look for a move back to 190, 188, to see if we can get to that 188.50 zone on Amazon. It's going to be, and you can see that is the zone. Let me get rid of this. I want to slide this up. You guys see that right there? That's it. That's a nice break, retest. And we'll see what happens here. There was something I was going to say. Fudge, that's not cool because that was really important. Damn it. I can't remember what I was going to say. I feel like it's important and I'm going to forget, and it was so important. Oh, shit. 190 for next week? Nice. Good stuff. Good stuff, bro. Man, I cannot believe I'm forgetting it. I was talking about market, like the movers. I was talking about Google, but man, there was something really important. Dude, that sucks. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm going to kick myself in the ass because it felt like what I was just thinking about that I was going to say was something that we either needed to like keep in mind and look for. But damn, that sucks. All right, so the past 2 days, this thing has been pulling back. So you notice how like Celsius, how you've been saying when the markets are, I'm not sure what beta it is, but how you were saying when the markets are green, it's red. When the markets are red, it's green. That's kind of, I could tell, same chart with Google. It's kind of acting the same way. Let's go over here real quick. Go here. So we're going to go over CLH really quickly. Let's see here. Pull this up. Here we are. Here we are. CMEC. I just want to look really quickly so we know we're not missing any trades today. Oh, hold up. So they don't have it today? Or they haven't released it yet? I guess the person must have not came in today, guys. The stock's making the biggest moves. Or early morning movers, as they call it. But that's okay. We have this stuff here, trending. Alright. So we have SoFi trending right now. We do have the earnings up here. Alright, so yesterday, remember we had UPS, American Airlines, we have Boeing, IBM, and then Newmont. They all sold off. So there might be some reversals with those. Verizon did good. Remember, GM did really good. 3M. Alright, TXRH. Let's see what TXRH did yesterday. But Celsius, let's see here. Celsius, I thought we talked about this. That's a nice break and retest off that low. You got to get above $32. I look for a move off of $32. See if you can pull back to $32. And I would look for a long back to 33, 34. That's how I play it. You got to break above $32 though. Got to break above $32. If you can't, maybe you look for that rejection right there. Okay, maybe you look for the rejection. Make sure you know the news that's going on too, because there could be some news that you may not be aware of that could be causing this thing to go down. McDonald's. Just want to remain with some of these names up here. McDonald's was at resistance, and you guys notice how McDonald's was struggling to get through this zone here? Let's go here. So you guys can see this previous support zone here. I'm wondering if we can get McDonald's to pull back to this 50-day moving average, and if the market itself is going to pull back. Remember, people lost their lives eating a burger because of these guys. So you guys can see it's been trying, and every time it gets up here, it acts as resistance. There was a 300% trade in 5 minutes off of this, and we called it out here. And congratulations again. If you guys took Pittsburgh with us yesterday, I told you guys yesterday I thought Pittsburgh was a nice play. Let's see here. So yeah, 302. Let's look for a pullback. I'd like to see if we can break 299. All right, and I want to try to get back down to this 50-day moving average if we can. We may not. So that's at 297. We'll call it 298 to 300. It may not happen. I'm not going to force this. But a pullback long on McDonald's off of 299, 300 would be a nice little trade here. Which again goes with our thesis. Look for a pullback, find that support, right? And then we're going to look for a possible long. Notice how McDonald's is not above its previous day's high. There's a bit of, that's that rotation, a little bit of weakness there on McDonald's versus like NVIDIA or some of these other names like Amazon. They're up here, right? We're looking for them to pop even higher, maybe pull back to prior day's high. This is below it. So I'm looking for that 30150. We could look for a short there, and I want to look for that 50-day moving average. I want to target 300, you guys. I want to target 297.50, call it 298. which would be Wednesday's low. Okay, I want to look for that Wednesday's low. Or Wednesday's VWAP, which would be a day 2 VWAP right there at 297.50. That is the level I'm looking for. I'm going to put a dotted line. I'll get rid of the other ones. Let's put this dotted line so we all know that that's the target if we get the opportunity. And let's see here. I feel like I need to move this. 300. We'll see. I'll just keep it on watch. All right, Starbucks. I want to start thinking about a swing trade here. It had its first down day yesterday. This is important. Okay, remember, there's a thesis behind this, and we don't have the volume just yet. If the unemployment rate is at an all-time low, all right, yes, people are watching what they spend. If they're watching what they spend while unemployment is at an all-time low, and Starbucks is talking about how well they're not doing, then that's an issue. What's going to really happen when things get back to normal? When we get that normalization? See, this looks so small up here. That's what she said. Let's see here. But she really didn't say that, though, which is funny. So that's why we can say that, because she didn't say it. 15-minute chart, and we are opening up below it. So these names like McDonald's, Starbucks, these restaurants, they've had some headwinds, and they have rallied off of them, which in my opinion is crazy. But I mean, you know, I'm going to trust the professionals. I'm not going to fight them. It's just an idea. We're going to keep it at that. Let's go look at some other tech names and stuff like that, because we want to be, you know, we want to look at some of the names that we want to be long. But I would like to look for a move at least back to $94, guys. I would like to break 96. It might take a few days, but I really want to try to take this thing back through 96 and get back down to the bottom end of that range down there at 94. Okay? We are below this 97 support zone. That was a nice sell-off day yesterday, and it looks like right now, you know, you're trying to hold on. So keep Starbucks in mind. If you start noticing that this thing is starting to sell off, maybe it doesn't. It's just an idea. All right, I might be just early. All right, because if unemployment starts to tick higher and higher, and things are bad with unemployment at the lows, and McDonald's is killing people, people are watching what they're spending, some of these brands are going to be in trouble. Okay, so that's that. That is also a nice consolidation. Let's keep it moving. Microsoft had a really nice day Monday. And if you guys still guys, if you guys have any tickers that you guys can think of, throw them in the chat. We talked about DJT. We talked about NVIDIA. We got to pull up SoFi and some of these names that are trending. So Microsoft. Shit. That's awesome. Congratulations, guys. That's awesome. So they got them home, guys. They got the astronauts home. That's awesome. Hell yeah. Canceling student debt with unemployment at an all-time low. When shit really hits the fan, what are we going to do? Those are things you use for when things are not well, you know. People aren't struggling to find a job right now, or 2 jobs. Anyway, CPRI, this was a big down move. SoFi is trending right now, it feels like. Let's go take a look at SoFi. And we didn't do Microsoft yet. So Microsoft has its 100-day moving average right above us. Just want to make sure we find the right patterns and setups. Bitcoin is green, so we want to look at Bitcoin name. Yeah, so okay. So it's 8:49, so we got a little bit of time here. I think today we could look for a bounce here on Microsoft. 426. Yeah, back into this 100-day moving average. You have some support / resistance up here in front of 430. So the question is, can you get back above that Ferrari F430? All right. That's what it's, and that goes for a lot of these stocks, okay, that we're looking at. He's so right. Let's see here. All right, so that's Microsoft looking for a bounce up there to 430. And let's see. Pullbacks to 425. I might try to hit this one. I might go for this. Pullbacks to 425, and we look for that that bounce higher up to 430. That's a nice 5-point move. That's a big move if you can get that out of Microsoft. You get a nice 5, 6, 7-point move out of Microsoft. Shoot, that's a nice payday. All right, so what happened here? What happened here? Falsifying documents, eh? You falsifying documents, eh? Alright, so could also look for a possible pullback up here also as well, guys. Alright. MSTR. All right. Let's go over to Bitcoin. So the dollar's been bouncing, okay? We've talked about TLT. I got to write down TLT. There's a lot of names I don't want to forget today. Oh, shit. UPS. Okay, cool. So I do have them all written down. All right. Oh my gosh, I have it all written down right here, guys. I forgot that I wrote that stuff down. So remember what we talked about. We're looking for the dollar and yields to pull back, right? Well, we're getting it. Right now, we're getting it. So what do I have up here? MSTR. Let's go to Bitcoin really quickly. I don't know why my little girl's been... Come here, sweetie. Are you okay? You don't feel good, baby? You okay? Hi, baby. Hi, you okay? Come on, baby. You're my little baby girl. You got something in your eye. Hold on. I just want to wipe your nose. Yeah, that's my cat, by the way. For anybody that's new here and you have not seen my cat, you will see him in a little bit because I've been working on getting this camera. Again, listen, hit the like button, subscribe. Again, I'm looking for a few donations today. We have done a lot of work here. If you guys appreciate the work that we do here, you guys can donate, PayPal, Cash App, all that fun stuff down below. Anything helps. Again, Pitt yesterday, just putting in work here so you guys can have some analysis. Where is my little girl? Where's she at here? Where's my little bean? Where is she? I just wanted to show you guys my cat because she is my world. Anyway, I don't know where it's at. I'm not sure where it's at. Where it's at. Here she is. It's my little bean. What the heck? It's my little bean. Alright, so that's my little girl. That's Abby. For anybody who doesn't know or hasn't seen. That's my baby. I don't know why that keeps popping up. She's so adorable. She really is. Alright, so Bitcoin, pullback, hold of that upper trend line. Can Bitcoin break out to a new high? That is the question. That is the question. It's going to get exciting if it does. It very well can, in my opinion. This could be it. Look at the volume starting to come in here. I think they know it, guys. So I'm actually probably going to focus my attention to some of these names like Mara, MSTR again. I know a lot of them have already ran. Okay, but this could start to get, this could start to get fun here in the next 2 weeks, next week and the week following. Plan ahead. Look at this. Nice break and retest off this previous high here on the hourly chart. Look at that level there at 66,000. It's a nice pullback. You held 60,000, double bottom. Let's go. Extend to a new high, with some okay volume. Low volume pullback. It holds. And now we're trying to see if we can extend through this high. That's going to be the question. So on Bitcoin, I am going to look to see. Look at this little inverse head and shoulders you had started to form there. I'm looking for a move back to 68, 69,000. Okay. You all right, sweetie? Let me make sure that I have her window open real quick, guys.
Getting another pop here, $9.12 at more than 200%.
Looks like we have
India, UPXI.
Come on. Sweetie, okay, you're going to have to give me a second. You have food.
Spirit Airlines, $3.04.
Yep. Damn, look at that bull flag, UPXI, guys. UPXI is... running and gunning. All right, pullback longs off of $8. All right, so we have that. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's go here. Boom. 850. I don't know what the hell's going on with her. She's going to start aggravating me. She's just yelling just to yell. Alright, sorry about that. I just wanted to make sure she had food and everything. Alright, so you have this, you do have a small cap that's running here. Some nice volume on that breakout. I would be cautious. 994, guys, is that 200-day moving average, prior resistance. I'd be getting short. Alright, I'd be taking that short up here at 995 on EF or UPEXI. UPEXI. That's a nice short up there at 10. But if you break through it again, what do I know? You know, I'm just saying this thing could break and really start going if you get above that 200-day. So this could cause other stocks, other small caps to really start going. All right. I don't know who in the hell would trade that. Look at that reversal. That's a mean reversal. All right, so where are we at? MSTR, some of these crypto names. Apple has been a bit weak here. There's a bit of strength, but it's also been somewhat weak. as far as this past week is concerned.
MasterCard expanding its U.S. installments program to provide more payment flexibility at checkout. That's Michael Alpha.
All right, it's time to zone in here, guys, on the best setups of the day.
AJG, Arthur J. Gallagher acquires via financial group, terms not disclosed. That's Alpha Julia Golf.
Keep an eye on Amazon if this thing decides
OBE, Movano.
to run up here through 300.
1 for 15, reverse stock split. Michael Oscar Victor.
I mean, really, that's the support zone. That was just a pivot low. Really, this should be here and there. That should be your range right there. Dude.
UPXI.
I was right. I was right. There was that double top resistance zone right there with that.
ATNF spiking. 180 Life Sciences.
Guys, I'm gonna go fill up my coffee real quick.
Elray Resources announcing strategic.
And I promise we're gonna go over SoFi.
Gaming technology. That's ATNF.
We're gonna go over SoFi. We're gonna go over MSTR. And we're gonna go over a few names, okay? So just give me a second. Let me go fill up my coffee and let's have a great morning, okay? Let's have a great Friday. Let's end today off on a good note.
And of course, today we have this
All right, I'll be right
barn
back.
burner of a 5 byline story in the Journal.
Yeah, look, when I look, Tesla's leader, I mean, I was on a, obviously on an oil platform yesterday, but it's all anyone can talk about because this was about the self-driving car and how far are they, vehicle and how high. They already have numbers that are incredible. Now, David, you interviewed Musk. He did this whole day of self-driving, and it didn't seem to resonate. Then he does a conference call, and it's like, okay, it's here. It's going to be in California.
Well, I know well, also, the fact that he said 20 to 30% higher in terms of sales of EVs next year certainly didn't hurt. Because you do have a number of investors who are frustrated in part because they were positioned for the robo-taxi day. There was no real positive response to that day. And then, of course, here we are a couple of weeks later and the stock absolutely soars some 20+% yesterday.
Well,
after earnings.
I do think that there was a coherent layout of a plan. But he also said, listen, things are happening so fast. We're just much better than we were even a couple months ago. There's no doubt about it. There's a shot at Waymo. That Waymo basically doesn't have the neural network that's necessary. It was a tour de force call. When I finished, I said, he is so far ahead of everyone else. And I didn't feel that way after that day.
So you don't agree with the bears yesterday who said this was about record sales of credits?
No, not at all. They're gravely mistaken. This is a new story about technology in the car, done at an inexpensive price that everybody's going to use because it's much better than a regular car. And those who don't like it don't understand that this was the show. It was a brilliant show. The fact that he speaks to a lot of world leaders and is maybe the most powerful.
It's not a maybe. There's not a maybe.
It's a shadow. He's a shadow government.
For years, I've called him
he's a police force within a police force, not unlike Brazil in 1937.
I've called him the most consequential businessman on the planet. But at this point, Carl, I think you almost have to elevate that because his power that he has, not just from being the world's wealthiest man, I'm going to get into that more in a moment, but what Starlink and SpaceX give him in terms of his importance geopolitically in war zones, for example, and even far beyond that.
Which is why that line in the
close.
Journal piece
I almost
that
ended the
Putin
stream.
reportedly
That
asked
was
him
close.
to limit Starlink's
Holy
service
cow.
to Taiwan as a personal favor to President Xi was a key line in the story.
Oh,
Points to
totally.
his influence.
I mean,
You guys can't hear me. Sorry. That was close. That was really close. All right, MSTR. Let me grab the charger. But again, I hit something off of the chair or my desk, and I almost hit the power cord. I almost hit the power cord again and almost shut the stream off. That wouldn't have been good. I gotta move it. It's like literally in the danger zone. Alright. We're good. We got AirPods in. Tesla still below 258, 260. 258. Just want to execute today. Just want to execute. That's all I want to do here. Look, still going with the game plan. You guys haven't forgot what the game plan was, right? We're still there. Thank you guys for hitting that like button. Subscribing. Please send that donation contribution link to the stream. That's down below. The highest person is going to be the stream sponsor. If you don't want to shout out a name or anything, that's fine. Just let us know that, this work is helping and you guys appreciate it. Again, I'm trying to do my best to keep everything free. All we ask is, hit the like button, subscribe, and, help out with a donation or two. Again, that's going to go to everything from default views to being able to get to a point where I could just even, I was going to say send out alerts here for you guys, but I can just do that right in the chat. Again, be able to bring other people from the industry in. All right, some investors, traders, and things of the sort. But again, so let's see here. 495. So we're above it. All right, so MSTR we were talking about. We were talking about Bitcoin, and in my opinion, I feel like Bitcoin has some more room to run. Okay, I think Bitcoin has a little more room to run, and that's going to help in large part due to the dollar pulling back. We need the dollar to continue pulling back to continue going higher. And we can look to see the dollar if it's going to give it to us.
COHN, Cohen & Company, announcing strategic growth investment by Lowell Minnick Partners that Charlie Oscar Hotel November.
Yes. See, I feel like the dollar's going to bounce. I'm going to go ahead and wait, guys. I'm going to go ahead and wait for the to see if we can get a it's got a little. See, this is the support zone that we are watching here and here. Maybe we get 103.50. All right, the reason I'm looking at this is because if we find out that the dollar looks like it's getting ready to bounce back higher, then that means that pullback in the Bitcoin more than likely is about to come. Not a deep pullback, but as far as our entry long. Yeah, I think you got to look for the dollar to start bouncing here, guys. And that's also going to give us what? That's also going to tie into our... Dude, what? It's also going to give us our thesis to where we said we want to look for the markets to pull back. They want to look for them to bounce, pull back off the bell, and then we're looking for that long and see if we can find a bottom. All right, so this is all tying in. All right, so there's that. All right, so MSTR, we could more than likely we'll probably look for a pullback here on MSTR. Dude, I don't know what happened. Oh my god. But this thing is pissing me off. It just like literally messed up everything that I had. I'm sorry. I know this is not a good look on my part. Dude. Just give me 1 second here. I don't know why this did this.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of question as to what the posture will be towards Russia if, in fact, Donald Trump regains the presidency, without a doubt.
Not to mention, if Musk were to have an influence on, say, government efficiency, as they're calling it, what he would do to the SEC, to NHTSA, to the FAA to justice, which apparently is now warning him that his vote was
ATNF 180 Life Sciences spiking here, $5.06.
Okay, there we go. I think I got it. Okay, I got it. All right, so here we go. MSTR.
David, would handbag companies be able to merge under Elon Musk?
It's a nice breakout. So today, let's look for a pullback into. I'm looking for a pullback into that low, really the low to mid 220s, you guys, on MSTR. I'm looking for a pullback. You should get some profit taking up here. And if the dollar does decide to bounce, it has been pulling back. Let's look for that pullback. I want to look for a pullback, take profits in front of 235.50, but I think we could probably get a deeper pullback here. That is likely. You know, 230 is going to be my target. 230 is going to be my target. Just look at this. This thing is looking so sexy right now. Holy shit. We just need volume. You just need volume, and this could be a huge winner today on MSTR. Holy cow.
You may recall as well that the business is not in the best of places of late. There was even
All right, 9/11. Isn't that funny? Portion 9/11.
None of that would seem to be in play. Yes, the two companies are going to appeal. In fact, they're contractually obligated to do so. But it appears
I'm actually going to move this down here.
that an appeal would succeed. Her decision.
All right, so pullbacks 230. You got to break 235. Let's not get out of hand. Oh my God, it's going to start now. Guys, it's going to start now. It's going to start now. Holy shit. Oh, maybe it gives us one more bounce higher. It might actually give us another bounce higher, you guys. Holy shit. This could give us another bounce higher off of 237.65, 238, or 237.50. It's 238. Let's look for this bounce. Okay. Yeah, I'm still on it, MSTR. Let's see if we get another. That green candle probably is our bounce. Now it's hit the trade line. I really like this for some downside. I'm gonna actually see. You know, I'll. Man, they want so much. They want $3 for a 230 for today, or is that from yesterday? That's a 5% move. That's crazy. Like, if they're charging me $3, there's not much room left there. You see what I'm saying? It's a little over 4% move up there to 239.80, 240, and so you're pretty much paying $1 for every percentage point. I'm just gonna look for a pullback, and this might not happen until next week, but damn, even the 620s, they want $6 a contract. Like, that's okay. I'm cool with that, but damn. Like, there's just so much. Does this thing have earnings next week or something? You gotta make sure of that. 10:30. How'd I know? I knew it. I knew those premiums were scamming. It's a good feeling when you get to that point in life. I wasn't ever. There was a point where I wasn't always able to do that. Sorry, I just had to blow my nose. So what I will say is this has got to be totally up to you. I think there's a move there. Give yourself time. You know, you can still get paid even if you get a few points on the table. I personally think that the premiums are pretty high, even for the put side. Normally, they would be pulling back. You know, $6 for a $20 move. It may not seem expensive, but it is a little expensive with only having, 6 days left on that contract. pretty expensive. And I see why, because they have earnings coming up Tuesday or Wednesday. They have it up on the 30th or 31st. 31st. 30th. I was right. 30th. All right. So I want to look for a pullback there. This is everything that I would love to see in a short for the most part. 210. So what day is that? It's not telling me, is it? If that's on, what's today? 25, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that would be, what, Wednesday? 6, 7. Wednesday. They report Wednesday, guys. All right, be careful with that. Just know that MSTR has earnings coming up. Let's go look at Morrow really quickly. Let's look at Morrow. Sorry that I'm struggling here, but this is pretty much this is the what the levels that I'm watching here is that pullback to that pivot high. The first target's going to be 230.50. 230.50, which is that prior pivot high here from yesterday, okay? And you did pull back into it already. If you noticed here off the bell when this thing opened up early this morning at 4 o'clock, it pulled right into this zone, and it took off from it. So here it goes. Here it goes. So it is trying to pull back. I would also look for a relief bounce for a possible entry right there off of 235. I want to see this thing bounce off of this area and maybe start to find VWAP. And that's literally right below prior day's close. Start turning your trade line and everything into resistance, and ultimately we're looking for a move back to 220. You might get a little bit more out of that trade. You might even be, you do still have a gap fill down at 193. All right, there's still a gap here. Kinda. I mean, it's technically, in my opinion, a gap because she's still there. But moves down to, the far end of this trade would be down to 200. That's going to take a while, all right? But I'm looking for a move. This is trade back down to 220. Again, it may not do it just in one day. I don't even know if you have the volume today to even get something like that, but it sure does look good, okay? MSTR. All right, so we have 10 minutes. Let me set all my stuff up here. Thank you again, Sonalt, for that. Again, my goal today, I want you guys, if you guys have a goal today or something you guys want to accomplish, put it in the chat. Let me know. Let me know what ideas or what it is that you guys want to work on, because I'm also, real quick, I just saw something too. Look at this little wedge that you have forming here on that daily chart. It's a nice little bull flag on the daily chart, and that's to break out, look for that low volume pullback, and to see if 220 can hold. So that's ultimately what I'm looking for, is a low volume pullback to hold this breakout that was yesterday's trade. Okay. Netflix, yeah, we can go through Netflix. My goal today is going to be execution. My goal today is execution. I would like to get a also my goal today too is to get a donation contribution for the stream. Let's see here. Well, let me know what it is that you guys want to accomplish today. If you made money this week, please keep your money. Do not give it away. Make sure you really see something. All right, so Netflix is above 755. You're above it. You are above 755. Let's start with starters. We have 10 minutes. I have to hurry up here. I'm going to do it. Let's just go through the time frames. We're coming to the end of the month. Okay, so you do have a tail coming in here. Let's see if today and into next week. Oh, shit. This thing's overdone on a monthly chart. Oh, damn, son. Damn, son. Where'd you find that one? Where'd you find this one? That is a bearish divergence on the weekly chart. That is a new high with a lower high. Okay, MACD also doing the same thing. The momentum and strength is not there at these new highs. And I know we're talking about, today alone. I think you look for this pop and to see if we can get short the pop, and we look for a move back down. Just give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I gotta shut the door real quick. She's just. Sorry about that. I don't know what's gotten into her today. I don't know why she keeps doing this. She doesn't ever bug me like this normally. Or not, she's not bugging me, but she's being really needy. Netflix is honestly pretty easy. You have that support level there at 760. Let's look for a bounce. Let's look for that bounce. We got to get through 760. Okay. 760. 765. Those are the two levels we've been talking about throughout the week. You're starting to try to reject up there at 765. But I want to see here if you can pull back and hold 755 and look to see if you double top up there at 760, or if you can break through 760 and run a move back to 765. 760, 765. That's what we're looking for. Again, my thesis is still goes for normally the entire market. Pull back off the bell. We've been saying this since 7:30, 8 o'clock this morning. Okay. I'm not, and when I say this, I'm not predicting it. What's up, buddy? Good morning, bro. If you're a bro or if you're a girl, I don't know what, I'm not sure what you are. I just can't read the name. But good morning. It's good to see you, man. This has been our game plan since 8 o'clock. Pop, pop. We're looking for that bounce. Somewhere between 9:30, we're looking for that pullback at or around the bell to pull back. Look to build either an insurance with some puts or go short for the pullback. See if that previous high holds as support. Take that small scalp. Use that money for insurance and look to see if we can start to find a bottom and find support. Netflix is probably gonna. I gotta be honest with you. I think you see Netflix actually start to pull back really at like 752 to 755. It's going to be an area. This thing, I don't know if you get here, but we'll call it 750, 250 is where I want to see this thing try to hold support. The problem with that is you break prior day's high, and that's not bullish. Okay? But I got to target this zone here and to see if you can make another run back to 760, 765. That's what makes this a little difficult here. All right, we got just a few minutes. I want to set my charts up really quickly. So I am looking for a pullback on pretty much everything we've talked about. Just pull back off the bell and look to see if we can hold. So you notice like the same catalyst that we've had for the SPY and the Qs is the same thing for NVIDIA, Netflix, right? Oh, she had to use the potty. So pullback, watch 755.50 for a hold. What would help is if it holds here and kind of consolidate and you see it like waste 15, 20, 30 minutes and does not break prior day's high. That would be awesome. That would be bullish. That would be really bullish. Okay? So if you get something where you're just like pull back, hold, it kind of just bounces, holds, and it just puts in like a little inverts head and shoulders or something, right? And then it just, they give it up and they're not, they don't want no parts of it. Bang, bang. That's kind of what I'm looking for. If you pull back here, I'd like it to waste time. If you break prior day's double top high, this previous support and resistance zone, chances are you're just going to start making that resistance again, and we want to look short and look to print a new low. All right? It's one of the two. Either that previous high, yesterday's high, does not hold, and we can extend higher, or we're headed down, baby. You know, we're going to print a new low. It's one of the two. I'm not opposed to either one of them. This would be the bigger payday, if I'm honest with you. It's just, I don't know if we're going to have that type of volume. I don't know. We could, you know, we could. Maybe they sell it going into the weekend. But to me, I feel like we have some room on the longer term time frame where these short term moving averages and stuff, once we get that pullback within an hour of doing so, we should start to be at a place where buyers start to step in. All right. Yeah, we talked about it already this morning, and it's still the same thing from yesterday. It's putting in a wedge. I'm gonna look at it for you real quick, but it looks like it was. I don't know if it moved or not, but it's the same thing as yesterday. We're looking for it to just sit there and consolidate. All right, and we're looking for, like, you know, Tuesday, like Monday or Tuesday of next week, you know, to be the day that it tries to break out. You just understand that there's a lot of sellers that have been stepping in the past few days. They've been stepping in, and they've been stepping in with some size. All right, so I'm gonna MSTR, Netflix. These are some good names here. I don't know why CNBC didn't. Yeah, see, you could. I just want to see us consolidate. You know, it's kind of the same as yesterday. Because here's the thing: you have to understand what just sitting up here and wasting a few days does to anybody that is short, that got short up there, or was short and didn't take off all of their position. That time is going to put them in a chokehold where they're like, damn, this level and this 200-day, this previous high, it's holding. That's going to start causing pain, all right? So we talked about just sitting in this range today, tomorrow, or not today and tomorrow, but, you know, I don't know about today, but, you know, today, however long it takes till today, tomorrow, and Monday, maybe like Tuesday or Wednesday of next week, we start to get that breakout. But I want to show you, you got to watch something here. There's two things that we have to pay attention for. I got to hurry up and save my damn charts. Guys, hit the like button, subscribe. My goal today is to get a few stream contribution donations. That link's in the description. PayPal, Cash App, all that fun stuff. Anything helps, guys. It's all for the stream. It also shows the appreciation, you know, from you guys, that you guys want to help continue to make this stream free. So, keep an eye out for, where the heck was it? Now I don't have it. We did an analysis already on this earlier this morning. You have to watch $37, $38, okay? You start to get into the gap up here. Yeah, right here. It's at like 37, 37.50. Okay, 37, 37.50. Then you get into the gap and look for that move to 40. It's not just going to be a straight shot to 40. I mean, it could be. It could be. Okay, 40 is... That almost got ugly right there. We're targeting $40, okay, if it does decide to break out. All right? Look at the volume. Look at that. Look at the selling pressure this morning. You're below 35.50. So they can have that gamma squeeze all they want. They can talk that talk all they want. Look at the sell side volume here. You can't argue that. You can't argue it. Look at them. The sellers are stepping up. And they might go from stepping up to stepping down. And if these sellers start stepping down, they're bringing this thing down. I knew it. I wasn't going to be able to get my charts ready. God damn it. There's your rejection. Just take notice. You know, they may let you guys bid it up to $40 and then start to step in. I don't know. MSTR, DJT, Netflix. Everybody have a great day today. Be patient. Wait for your setups. Don't give anything back. Make sure you have a trade there. Make sure these breakouts have you have volume, because there's your resistance zone at 36. This could still be a potential failed breakout. I'm not saying it's going to be, but pay attention. All right, let's I got to get my chart set, guys, so just give me 1 second. I wasn't able to do it. This 36 level is a really nice rejection zone. I should have taken it. I should have fucking taken it right there. Damn it. I'm gonna miss this. I'm gonna fail on my whatchamacallit already today because I'm not ready. My execution. That was that would have been a beautiful execution there, but I just got to be patient. It doesn't have much volume. I think you're putting in that wedge here. I do. I didn't even get to show you that part, but again, guys, in the description. Sorry. Stream contribution donation. I would like to see if we can get, a couple donation links here. Let me see if I can't help you guys make some more money. Great job taking Pitt yesterday in college football. That was a beautiful, easy, put your feet up win. See you at the window. Bet it and forget it. I don't normally do that, but, use everything you have around you, to get you money. All right? That's what I do. There's a lot of resources out there to either grow your net worth, whatever it is that you want to do, whatever it is that you want out of it. Whether it's for extra money, new money, I don't know. Anyway. All right, so we're good there. We're good. Okay, DJT rejecting. MSTR, trade, bang, right here. Tesla bouncing back to 260, 250. All right, this was your 23.6 Fibonacci retracement. I think was actually here, because that's your 50% retracement. Yes, it's at 250. So let's see here if this is going to be a little bit lower in volume. DJT pulling back to the 20-day. MSTR, Netflix. There's MSTR, guys, one of our top trade ideas here. 230, we said look for the bounce to 235. NFLX, I think, is a really nice short if this ends up breaking, and it's breaking 755. It's got to be an area, though. You can't just expect this thing to just, there it is. You have your 15-minute trade line coming in as support there, so just, I'm going to be patient for a second. So what I want to look for is a bounce back rejection on Netflix, just like MSCR at 755. We also use this dotted line as a possible entry point too. So I'm going to be a little patient. Tesla breaking out, guys. Uh-oh. Tesla is breaking out. Tesla is breaking out. Okay. Where's the S&Ps? All right, so there's that rejection up there off the SPY. Look at the Qs just running through 496. So they're going to start buying this. They're going to start bidding the market up. We talked about this. Can we break 496 and hold it? That was the goal today. Keep an eye out at 498. All right, I'm thinking about Tesla here. I'm just trying to get my monitors up here. Give me 1 second. It looks like Tesla's putting in a rejection point up there. How's everybody doing? Oh, come on. It's a little bit of selling pressure that's been stepping in there with Netflix too, guys. I'm gonna look to go out to next week on these. That's a break and hold right there. Oh my God.
DJT Trump Media shares popping here. Delta Julia Tango. DJT.
All right. Come on, man. Let's see if we can get a bounce on MSTR.
ATNF shares resume trading.
236.
Life Sciences continuing lower. $4.68, up 20% now. Pulling back off the earlier highs on ATNF.
Damn, I should have got that entry there. Fuck. God damn it. These spreads are so wide. And as soon as it moves, the ass don't bounce. Mother flipper. God. Dang it. I like MSTR. I'm just waiting for the entry. I like MSTR for a nice pullback here. It doesn't have major vol. Yeah, see, this thing's already done. It's already done. Pulled itself back too much. So this was the game plan this morning, was to say let it pull back, and then let's look for the bounce. Okay, and look for that bounce to be where we look to short this thing. Okay, so I'm going to give this a few more minutes. All right, I'm going to give MSTR a little bit. I'm going to give this thing a little bit of time. I don't like that it has earnings in just a couple days. All right, remember that. It has earnings that may bring in people buying it just for the sake of buying it. Just looking for a pre-earnings run-up in front of a dip. Okay, so I want to look for bounce-back rejections. All right, Netflix, so Tesla still has relative strength with it. NFLX. All right, I'm looking to get NFLX to see if we can get this thing to pull back. This is another one that I feel like could be a nice short. We need the cooperation of the market.
VEON,
You know what? Hold on. Again, I was long-minded today coming in the day. Yeah, I'm gonna wait and let Netflix. I think I gotta be long this thing. I gotta be long Netflix. I gotta be long Netflix and look for that move back up there to 765, 764, 760. Because it's not like we have a ton of volume. But this dotted line was we were watching to see if we got our entry point. But we're watching that double top resistance and support resistance zone here. This level is major. Because you don't want to like break it and then start, you don't want to break that. You want to start turning that into support, So if the markets are popping and this thing is not, it is. I might just take this long, guys. I might try to go after this. I'm trying to wait a minute here because I still think the overall markets have a bit of a pullback coming. Okay. See that tail coming in on the SPY. So let's be patient here. Let's be patient. What's the Dow doing? I can't believe the Qs are above there. I mean, I can because they are our leader. Check out NVIDIA, guys. So far, everything's working out. Everything is working out. The Dow got above and is holding 425. IWM. All right, IWM is starting to pull back, so here we go. This could be, watch if that starts to trigger the SPY in the other parts of the market. I don't know if it's going to give you like massive follow through. I'm not saying that it's going to be that, but it should definitely pull back to 220 there. What was I going to do? JP Morgan broke down back inside that range. I love how the market. Oh, you know what it was that I was going to say, guys? That I told you guys I forgot was it's not going to be that easy when we say bounce, pullback. Like the market is going to do it in such a way that it's going to fool with you and not do it quite exactly how you expect it to do it. But I'm not sure, buddy. I really don't know. There's not even much liquidity there. I mean, I don't know anything about it. If you want to buy it, it's up to you. But I don't really know anything about it. I'll have to look into it. But thank you for bringing that up. All right, SoFi pulling back here.
Speaking of autos, Jim, Mercedes stepping up cost cuts again and cutting their profit margin target again.
These are German companies that don't really ever have to do this. I think AutoNation shows you you've got weakness throughout the chain. Musk talks about how interest rates are too high.
See if you find support here at $11 on SoFi. But that bounce back could be an opportunity for a possible pullback if it's going to pull back. I don't know if this has news or anything concerning SoFi, or if it's just running just because of it's today's stock to trade. I don't know. There goes DJT. Let's go. $40. Let's go. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Look, see if this pullback 36 area holds. This is going to start getting squeezy. Notice how if we print a new high, notice how it's not going to be on an increase in volume. You had more volume Wednesday than you do this morning. So chances are when you don't have an increase in volume on a breakthrough new highs or a breakthrough an area, the probability that that's going to hold on a pullback, just it dwindles that probability. All right. It's still good volume. Don't get me wrong. It's still nice volume. And it has been consolidating. You know, that's 1, 2, 3 days there. That's what I say. A consolidation is good. They're going to start getting nervous, which it looks like they are. So Netflix.
TCBP responding to
God.
a social media claim. TC Biopharma refuted a false claim earlier this week on social media, stating there is absolutely no way the company is in any danger of being delisted from the NASDAQ stock exchange. The since deleted rumors stated that the company had filed an 8K notice to delist from the NASDAQ and would transfer trading to a different exchange. TC Biopharma reiterated that there is no truth to this remark, and that TC
Oh my gosh, look at this.
in compliance with NASDAQ.
What is going on? Was there news here?
To take action to defend itself on these types of attacks to create negative market dynamics. That's Tango Charlie.
Is that really what yields and everything are doing right now for, which this is okay.
Shares of TCBP hitting $2.27 at the high and are halted on a circuit breaker.
So it's really, you want credit, you'll get credit. On my 7th card when I got out of law school, I went to Banco Popular and I had a credit line that was humongous and I was able to buy a huge boombox. One of the seminal moments in my life. What? Really? Yeah.
Wow.
DJT Trump Media popping here at 37.15.
They're buying into the close, guys, or into the end of the week here. Are we going to print a new weekly high? This weekly candle might start to go green here. We may go green. That's a mean tail. We have the top end of the range up there at 588. So the next range we're going to be in on the SPY is 582.50 to 585. Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. Monday's high is up there at 585. This is getting a little interesting up here, guys. This is really getting interesting. So we're having the short squeeze here. Let's look for this pullback. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Where's VWAP? It's all the way up there, 582. This is so weird. There's got to be a catalyst that I'm not seeing.
Individually, each of us is great. But from here, you can see the one big team.
I mean, I was wanting to be long today, but damn. I was just wanting to get a pullback. Alright, fuck it. I'm not going to fight it. Sorry for the language, by the way.
Municipal bonds don't usually get the media coverage the stock market does. In fact,
Oh my gosh.
don't find them all that exciting. But if you're looking for the potential,
Let me try this one more time.
that's federally tax-free, now is an excellent time to consider municipal bonds from Henyon and Walsh. If you have at least $10,000 to invest, call and talk with one of our bond specialists at 1-800-376-4376. We'll send you our exclusive bond guide, free, with details about how bonds can be an important part of your portfolio. Henyon and Walsh has specialized in fixed income and growth solutions for 30 years and offers high-quality municipal
Alright,
bonds
let's go.
across the country. They provide the potential for regular income, are federally tax-free, and have historically low risk. Call today to request your free bond guide. 1-800-376-4376. That's 1-800-376-4376.
PLTR, Palantir Technologies, popping to the high, seeing the weekly 45 calls. Papa Lima Tango Romeo.
Yeah, 582.50. We are so overdone, it's not even funny. This thing is so overdone. Bulls are... Bulls on parade. I mean, we know we have a quote-unquote soft landing from the Fed with the inflation, or not inflation, but the employment data that we get.
Tango Charlie Bravo Papa.
All right. Looking for a consolidation up there. All right, I'm looking for a consolidation up here. Keep your eyes on the other parts of the market.
Pulling back here now a bit. Tango Charlie Bravo Papa.
All right, consolidation slash pullback. There it is. I'm gonna take a short up here, guys. I'm gonna grab some puts. Oh shit. All right, look at the gap fill. We just filled a gap right there on the SPY. Here's your gap. Top right. Top right. Bang. Come in with overbought conditions. Bang. We just tagged it right there. Look at the bottom left, 15-minute chart. Also, the gap fill. We just filled the gap. Everything short term is overbought. I got to put on a small position here just to grab like 582s, 580 something on the SPY here for a pullback. I'm not going to be able to get it. Come on, give me the double top. Give me the double top, baby. Give me the double top. Give me, it's not, oh my God, I just got to take it. Fuck. Oh my God. 35 cents, so yes, 582. Go ahead. We're going to get squeezed out of this. All right, so I have the 582s on watch. Oh my gosh, I got to log back in. Are you serious? I didn't really do anything on my when I open stuff up. Now it's making me log in. I'm going to miss the entry. Fuck, I could have got it 66 cents. God dang it. Come on, please pop. Please pop.
Resuming trade now. Uniform Papa X-Ray India shares hitting new highs, $15.02, and shares are halted again at the highs. UPXI.
There we go. I don't want to fight the trend, you guys. And I would suggest that none of you guys do that. Fuck, I missed it. I missed it. Unless it gives me another opportunity here. You know what? Here's what I'm going to do. Let's go here. I'm going to go down a little bit so I can hold this thing all day long. Oh my gosh. Give me the 580s. I can't get it fast enough. Hold. Still some buyers stepping in there, guys. A lot of buyers stepping in. What time is it? 9:55. Alright, I just took it there, guys. Alright, so I'm in some puts there on the SPY daily puts. Alright, if you get paid, just take your money. Alright, I'm in those. Alright, 28 cents. So I'm not up. I mean, I am up, but I need this thing to work for me. I don't like it. I'm just looking for a pullback to VWAP, something here. You know. See how the volume just stopped right there? See how the volume right here? See how it just stopped? Right there? And now you're going to get a blowout green candle? Yeah. Yep. That's what I mean. Look at time and sales. Time and sales is really green, man. They're buying like no other right now. But I have to, not just because of the past couple days, but this is ridiculous. This is going to be a short squeeze day, guys. Yeah, yep. Hold on one sec. I don't have. Oh my god, I forgot about fucking NVIDIA. This is a lot of volume. This is a lot of volume, guys. Do not be short. Alright, don't be short.
He won Le Mans. He won Sebring. He won Daytona. He may be one of the greatest car drivers in the world, and he also wins Cup. You have pointed that out about Le Mans a number of times.
Man, massive. I'm trying to think of what the hell is going on here.
By burning your shirt, but look out! I saw the hazards of fire.
585, 584. Man, we're just going. Oh, my stomach. Fuck. That sucks, man. I couldn't even get a pullback. Like, look how far away we are extended from VWAP. I am still in these. I'm going to give it a little bit of time. In video. Look at the vid, baby. Let's go. Let's go. It never really gave us our trade. It just kind of left. Shit. Oh, my stomach is just killing me. Tesla screaming in new highs. Look at the Qs, guys. I told you. Tech sector. Tech sector is where it's at. The Qs are making new highs now to 500. They didn't even give us the damn pullback, bro. Isn't that crazy? You know what that tells me? Watch next week. Watch next week for one of those, if for whatever reason, man, I'm just saying, with this move, the fact that we never pulled back and really tested a few of these levels. Oh. Oh. Oh, of course. Oh, okay, I see. Damn. Well, for buyers. Dollar pulling back, overextended. I just wanted to pull back before we went long. You know what I mean, guys? So, I'm sorry that I did everyone a disservice. I needed to catch a pullback first and not just rip out of the gates. It just is what it is, you know? It's what makes it's just is what, you know. I could have, you know, I really thought we could at least get a pullback, guys. You know, I really thought we could just get like a pullback to 581, something. But nope. I'm not going to be right all the time. You know, all right, let's go look at this data real quick. I'm just sitting in these, guys. I'm still in them. I'm not in anything else other than SPY puts. I'm not. I don't like that I'm in them, and I know it. You're such an asshole.
70.5 versus 68.9 on Michigan consumer sentiment. 74.1 versus 72.9 on expectations. The S&P futures hitting 58.93 at the highs following the 10 a.m. data.
All right, so it's less than expected. Durable
Right
goods.
now, up about
Look at durable
43.
goods. Durable goods were -8.
Coming
Wait,
up at
what
11,
are they
comments
doing?
from Fed's Collins at 1 p.m. The Baker Hughes U.S. rig count.
If you were going to watch this election happen, you'd want to watch it through the eyes of City to City.
That's hilarious. All right. Well, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Time and sales has not changed. Look how green it is on the SPY. I'm trying to just get a pullback of some sort, just a consolidation, maybe be able to get out of these. This is wild. This is going to be a bad day for me. It's going to be a really bad day. I got to get long something. I got to get long something here.
TFE Pfizer, the January 37.5 calls active here.
Yeah.
Papa Foxtrot Echo, PFE.
Let's look at Snowflake real quick. All right, Snowflake's coming up to a small zone there. I can't believe this. Like, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me, man. I should have taken that Netflix long when we called it out. We could have got those for $1.50. Oh my God, I don't even want to see where they're at right now. Oh my God, I'm so pissed, guys. I'm so pissed. I do apologize. This thing's going to 770. She's going to 770. You might be able to get a pullback to 760. But look at that, man. We could have got these calls at $1.50. They're already up $5, $6. Execution my ass. I didn't perform today. You know, again, I tell you guys all the time. I'm going to keep it real with you guys, 100%, all the time. Second, I'm not always going to be right. Third, you know, you're going to have your good days. I'm going to have my bad days. Those days are going to come. And, you know, you just have to realize when the market changes. I was just really hoping for a pullback to get long this market. We were long-minded. We were long-minded, specifically tech. I just was really trying to get this pullback. I don't understand what made them just take this thing off. I don't understand. I really don't. Look at this. See what I mean? This is a new breakout with an increase in volume. And you're going to pull back to 583, and that should now hold. That should now hold. But I doubt you're going to get it. I doubt you'll get it. I don't understand. I really don't. Come on, please. I don't have the chat up. Don't. It's depressing. I'm not. What do you mean, don't? I'm not doing anything. It just is what it is. You know, you're gonna have your good days, your bad days. It's not depressing. I'm just pissed that I didn't get my pullback. It ain't nothing more or less than that. You know. I know you don't mean it. You know. I got a smiley face there. I'm not mad. I don't. This is why I dwindled my position size and stepped down with the strike price. Because, like, instinctively, I guess I kind of felt like if this thing does just take off, I don't want to just get punched in the mouth. So I'd rather have a small position on a little bit further out of the money. If this market does try to extend and it doesn't give me the pullback, I kind of helped myself there with the this is crazy. There's no fudging way. Alright, so there's no way now. There's no way I'm going to be able to do anything with these. It's not going to give it to me. I got to get out of these. I would like to get out of these at like 25 cents. I'll take a small loss. I paid 28 cents for them. Let's see if I can get something for these. Listen, air has no liquidity, man. I would be a whole candle there. Come on, guys. Donation, contribution, links in the description. PayPal, Cash App. It's. I mean, you have 6150 there. There's no liquidity. All right. This is a blow off top. This is exactly what this is. This is going to be a blow off top. I can already see it coming now. Here's our pullback, 5498. I'm going to go long. Look at this volume here. I'm actually, we're only up 1.3%. I'm going to look for a pullback. And if I can get the entry at 498, I'm going to go take a long on the Qs. Maybe I'll go TQQQ. Dude, I'm just doing myself a disservice here.
Consumers on the whole are in good shape compared to most historical benchmarks, but I do think there's some pockets of pressure that will persist.
Just give me 1 second here. Let's go check UAV. Nice job, guys. You guys got through 37. Made it support. Look for that run. That's a really nice move. Look at the volume you guys have. It didn't start out that way, but very nice. That's some really nice volume today. Consistently holding a 1.5 million shares. That's important. That is really important for more new highs. Because if you do start to consolidate around 37, 36, with an increase in volume on that breakout, this should hold. That 36 level should hold if you get the chance to pull back to it. I wouldn't want to see that today. I'd like to see like a, hit 40 and kind of stay up there. And then between Monday and Tuesday, maybe you see a test of 36. But, no, that's it. These things are going to zero. Oh, by the way, too, a lot of that stuff goes Squawk Box, scanners, and a lot of the other stuff that, I pay for that, I'm not sure if any of you guys pay for any of that stuff or not. Let's see here. Dude, we are so extended. That's crazy. We haven't been this far extended since Wednesday. Since that downside move. Alright. Alright. So we are 0.8% right now. And at the most, we'll have about 2% on the SPY. Up there, 586 is what I'm going to be targeting. This previous pivot high up here at 586. All right. forgot. So I hate this. Again, you guys hear me say it all the time that this
trader on Wall Street, that's all they want to talk about. Like, we're overextended, our kids can never pay this back. You know what the reality is? Our debt to GDP ratio has actually come down from 133% at the peak in 2021 when we jumped it up to deal with 15 million people being unemployed very quickly because of COVID. It's all
we need to pull back to 580, 250. We need that.
it's not like the 105, which is where we started in 2019.
I wish I could lock this.
High growth period, so it should.
High nominal growth, and a lot of it is we inflated a lot of that away.
Dude, we're still green as hell, you guys. Really green. Let's look at let's see here. Let's go to Snowflake. Let me go to Snowflake real quick. This is a bit. NVIDIA.
UPXI, UPXI 1562 the high. Before pulling back.
Alright, so we got to 765. Dude, we were so close to that entry point on Netflix.
Benchmark market update, S&P futures up 47, the Dow futures up 174, NASDAQ up 295.
I wouldn't mind going after a 770 on Netflix. Okay. I wouldn't mind going for it. I just need a pullback, you guys. If it just continues to go, you know, you guys, that's a decision you guys have to make for yourself. You know, if you don't, you know, if you want to skew your risk to reward, or again, anything can come across the wire at any second. And I'm going to tell you guys right now, it's going to pull down so quick, your head will spin, and it's going to limit down, and you're not even going to be able to have time to get out. And it's also going to create such a spread that when you do even just act off of just, you know, panic, your market order or whatever, and you really, you know, you can just mess yourself up. So be careful. If you've made money, take it, please. I urge you, put it in your pocket. If you've made any money today, all right. If you did take part in this long, please take your money. I'm gonna look for a pullback here on Netflix in this 560 zone, and I'm gonna make an attempt to go long here. All right, I'll use Netflix as the it's been one of the leaders. All right, it's at new highs. It's a nice hold on the trade line. Let's see if we can extend here.
CPRI, Capri Holdings, shares pulling back here on volume. Right now down about 47% on the ruling from the DOJ and FTC yesterday. Shares trading down 47%, blocking their...
Alright, so that is the top end of our range. I think we could just get a little bit out of hand here. Netflix is still...
near the highs.
I think it's important, if you don't, you should pull up a time in sales and level 2 to really get an idea of what's going on underneath. Come on, baby, you can give me that 770. You can give me the 770. Just give it to me. Just give it to me. Look how wide that spread is. That's insane. Tesla turning back around. Q's turning back around here.
The markets would think that way, but again, you know, I just think that drawn out period of uncertainty, especially if it's, you know, constitutional crises kind of stuff, just gets everybody's risk-off juices flowing, and I'm not sure the Fed really solves that with an extra 25 here or there.
Okay.
I don't think it's as high a probability event as I probably would have worried about it maybe 2 or 3 weeks or months ago.
Oh, Musk AI. Okay. Let's see here. No, we have not hit. All right. Hold on 1 second, guys. I just need a second here. Oh my gosh, Netflix, you're killing me. You're killing me.
I think AP called about 26 races right away, maybe another 5 an hour later, but the important ones, it'll be over.
Yeah. Well, it'll be good to have you on board either way, David. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
David Zervos of Jefferies. As we head to break, here's our roadmap for the rest of the hour. Many headlines around Elon Musk this morning and his soaring wealth after Tesla reports its strongest day in a decade. We're going to have the staggering stats for you.
Stocks up yet again this morning. Speaking of shares moving, Tapestry's up, Capri down sharply. That deal under which Tapestry would have bought Capri blocked by federal.
It's a nice bull flag breakout there on Netflix, guys. Fudge. Come on. It's too much. Can't do it. Can't do it. I'm not paying $1. I mean, it's not bad. $1 for $5, and it's already up 2%, 1.5%. Here goes the SPY. The SPY's going to break out to a new high. Let's go look here at this 4-hour chart.
The global blood glucose monitoring device market size is 14.5.
Am I crazy to just be like, guys, like, look, just bang, give us the 495 pullback. That's all we want. That's all we want. It's been nothing but resistance. We can't just think we're so cool that we're just going to break through it and not pull back to it, to 496. Come on. Come on. Don't get ahead of yourself. You better put yourself in check, market. And I think that's kind of what we're doing right now, guys. The market's putting itself in check like, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold up. Hold up. Durable goods is negative. Hold up. Hold the motherfucking phone. Hold the motherfucking phone. Netflix is a beast right now, guys. Nice job. Congrats, Senate. Congrats. That's a really nice idea there. Oh, shit. I really want this, man, but Alright, here we go. Let me see here. Charts. What I'm going to do is I got to go to the SPY really quickly. Oh, you're such a jerk, SPY. Or Netflix. 1 hour. Damn, we're still way overdone. Still really overdone there. Come on, I would like to get 582. I'd like to be able to get that out of the S&Ps. Okay, I'm going to just hold this. I'd like to hold this throughout the day because you could have a random sell-off at lunchtime. And I'm liking the time in sales right now. Not really. Look, as soon as we pull back, they start buying again. They're stepping down. They're stepping down. Alright, you have some dip buyers coming in. How did you make out on the Qs? Let's see. Let's see if it breaks. 494. They're coming in. They're coming in strong. These orders aren't big, guys. I want you guys to understand that. Not once sitting here. Look, 1,300 to the sell side. These buy orders are not that big, guys. 1, 50, 1. Like 6. And you got 250, like, to the 60. You know. So these aren't massive fills. You'll have them every now and then, you'll get one. So. Bang. There we go. Get that going. That's a nice brick wall right there with sellers there. So let's see if they can just step down. Let's pull this thing back down and see if we can start to bring all those sellers that were there back down to 580, 350. But there they are. There's buyers. Not there may have been, but I didn't see it in order over 1,000. You know, I want to see orders that are being filled over 1,000, and we don't have it. But it's very consistent. It's very consistent. I'm still just seeing a few hundreds, like ones, like in a few hundreds. There's a 2,000 sell order again, right at that area, but they broke it. Did we get a big buyer to step in? Still no. Come on. Dude, this thing is flying. The tape is flying right now. Bang. Come on, step in. Boom. Come on. There wasn't really no size with that, though. There's a 15. There it is. There was a 15 to the buy side. All right, that was it. That was our cue. Oh my God. Are you serious? What time is it? 10:30, 10:20? Wow. Won't be released. What will happen on Monday? Oh, I'm not sure, buddy. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know. I think you just, just watch the volume and just pay attention to the volume, and there's the break. Jesus Christ.
They've been now relying on discounts, which is hurting margins after they tried to hold the line on prices for a while, and they just don't have it. I think for Tapestry, the market is telling you, and analysts will agree, they're good, they're fine.
This was a perfect entry for a long position on Netflix. That was perfect. I'm not sure. I don't think anyone took it. But that was a nice break back above hold. And what happened was I went and looked at the market and saw we were kind of at resistance. And then I looked back, and then this thing was already back up to 560. And I'm like, well, there goes that. There goes that trade idea. Notice Tesla, guys. Notice Tesla is still struggling to get back. The SPY, the Qs have made a new high. Like, this is where I would be gun shy right now, because I have just gotten my ass whooped with the SPY and the overall markets. I would like to take a short there and just look for a pullback back in the 560, 250 or so, but I can't do it because I tried to catch a pullback, and I just got my ass handed to me. You know what I mean? So I am glad that I said this morning that it's not end all be all. This is why I hate Thinkorswim. It's not end all be all with your indicators, but they can really help for entries. Using them with support and resistance, and if, a few other guidelines. All right, so we know Netflix is up there at 770. It's just a day where you got to be long, hang on. This is a nice consolidation here on DJT. This thing may start to attempt to, break out. It's so weird that this is struggling to just get to 40. I don't understand why. We had no problem going from, you know, I'd have to go back way back, but we had no issue going from we had no issue going from like it's like 20 to 30 or 20 to 35 in just a few days. But just going and getting this thing from 30 to 30 to 40, it's just been just a nightmare. You know, it's been a nightmare. You would think this breakout, hold, breakout, that like this would be the target. Like we should be there by 11:30, 11 o'clock. Like sellers, anybody that's short, just start covering, bang, this thing goes, it gets there, and then it, you know, maybe puts in a double top, pulls back a little bit, but gets there. So I'm just letting you guys know that, you know, this is a nice bull flag too. You got a nice little bull flag forming. All right, you got a nice little flag there. All right. But it's just weird. It's just weird to me that it is struggling. You get these breakouts and you just, you know, a $5 move. It's a big move because it's a $30 stock. It's a 13% move. It's just weird to me. That's all. It's just weird to me. We didn't have no problem doing it at all the other prices. All right, we didn't have no problem at all doing it everywhere else. It just feels like it's so hard to just get back to this level. It wasn't that hard here. It wasn't hard here. So it's kind of telling you something, right? That there's a lot of there's obstacles in your way to getting there. All right, there's a break and retest on the SPY. Should I go for a long just to get my puts back to break even? Jesus Christ, these commercials are so stupid. Who gives a shit? It's none of your guys' business. Oh God, he talked to Putin. Guess what? It's more than than big politics can say. They don't give a fuck if young and old men and women just sit there and die and get their limbs blown off and heads blown off every day. They could give a shit less. Matter of fact, let's go borrow some money. Let's go borrow some more and create some more dead bodies and miserable conditions and lives for people. No, go the fuck over there and solve it. He's doing something that big government isn't doing. Something that Bill Clinton, George Bush, Donald Trump, that they would do. Because it's humane. It's none of our business to get in between Ukraine and Russia's trading business unless it becomes our business. Until then, it's none of our business. But that's not how Obama and Joe see it. They're a bunch of dirtbags, man. I'm telling you. They really are. I don't know about Obama, but I do know Biden. All right, so SPY, S&P 500. There's a nice break and retest. Oh man, should I just go to the grave with these things? I don't think I'm going to. I just feel like the tide is trying to shift here, and I could be getting my pullback to 582.50, even 582 or so, or I'm sorry, 583. It's not even that big of a deal. Who gives a shit? It's so funny how the news, like literally on national television, he talked to him. Holy shit, I talked to Brandon. Brandon, watch out. We had a conversation. Yeah, that's true. Oh, shit. Fuck. I did not stick to my goal today, man. My goal was execution, and a donation contribution to the stream. And I have failed. I have failed today. But the day is still young. The night is still young. Come Where's MSTR? Let's go check and see where MSTR is. So MSTR broke out. So good thing I did not short that. There was something about that with earnings coming up that there's something about this I just didn't like. What's TLT doing? Where are the Qs? Where are we at? So we're up 1%. So what I'm looking at is like, you know, where we like the SPY, right? If you get a 2% day, like, so there's a percent left on that. See, they've probably already started to price it in. TLT's pulling back, so yields are actually starting to still rise, you guys. And I think that's why the market kind of halted a little bit, because yields should be bouncing back today. US, let's go look at the 10-year. Hold on, US 10Y. Yeah, see, we're bouncing back into that zone.
But is there any implication he's done anything wrong?
I swear, man. I got to get out of these puts. Time is of the essence. Yeah, guys. Yields are going to start climbing. Watch. Yields are going to start climbing again. In the short term. Like just for today. I don't mean like long term. They're going to just continue. But we need a pullback for sure. But I think you get this. I think you could get like a little relief bounce. Yeah, that might only take you to 4.2. Shit. Oh, never mind. All right, yeah. So here we go. Yields are getting ready to get bounce into resistance. So I'm just going to go ahead and they're already pricing it in. Dang it. QQQ. You know what? That would take us into the gap.
When it comes to investing, we live in uncertain times. Some assets can evaporate at the click of a button.
Wait, where are we at? 77, 76.
Savvy investors know that gold has stood the test of time as a reliable, real asset. So how do you invest in gold? Sandstorm Gold Royalties is a publicly traded company offering a diversified portfolio of mining royalties in one simple investment. Learn more about a brighter way to invest in gold at sandstormgold.com.
Business. It's not a 9-to-5 proposition. It's all day and into the night. It's all the things that keep this world turning. It's the go-tos that keep us going. The places we cheer, trust, hang out, and check in. They all choose the advanced network solutions and round the clock.
Dude, why does my stream keep going down? Like,
More businesses than anyone, powering possibilities.
yeah, I am too. I am too, man. I actually am.
Medication proven to help. A daily pill to drink less, or to quit drinking altogether. Qualify for treatment at orhealth.com. 16 million Americans suffer from chronic back pain, the 6th most costly health condition in the U.S. Meet creative medical technology, stock symbol CELZ on the NASDAQ. Creators of
I can't even.
regenerative medicine using stem cells to help fix
Alright, Alright, so I have a hedge on. Dude, come on.
87% effective at improving mobility and reducing chronic back pain, and that could be worth a fortune. Creative medical technology, stock symbol CELZ.
Oh my gosh, this song kills me. This Cars for Kids commercial? Oh no. The Q's just broke. I just bought the highs. Yo, it is rookie hour with me today, boys. Holy cow. Come on, we gotta hold here. Let's hold that. Hold that. Or the market's gonna be like, here, hold that. But it's okay, I got a short on. So I'll try to. Let me see something. I should not have done it, but again, we broke out. We are now officially above 5.99. We gotta hold it this time. Last time we tried to get up there, we couldn't really hold it. Let me see something here. So here's our 4-hour chart. That's probably it. I'm just trading like ass, bro. This thing's gonna pull back. I'm gonna take this off. I'm taking this off.
Ukrainian military intelligence officials say around 12,000 North Korean troops are already in Russia, and training is taking place on 5 bases.
Are we above it? Hold on. We're not. We are. We are above it. Come on, baby. Hold it. Go, 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 go.
Housing them, injuring 3 others. The Israeli military did not immediately comment. And NASA's Crew 8
You're such a jerk.
members are back on Earth. The 4-member crew splashed down just before 3:30 this morning, following their nearly 8-month mission on the International Space Station. They were supposed to return in mid-August, but NASA
Yep, pull back to 4.99's coming. Guys, I'm done for the day. I'm out of here. I'm not gonna turn the stream off, but I'm just and it's gonna hold. It's gonna hold. Look, it just shook me out. I'm done for the day. I don't have it in me. I'm just not executing correctly. It's not there for me today. I gotta hang it up. I've already had 2 straight losses back to back. It just is what it is. Gotta hang it up. Look, it never broke. It just shook me out. And then it's gonna extend higher. But so here's why I took this off, okay? Look at the cues here. Look at this 4-hour chart. You see this pullback? Look at this. Look at the pullback that you can have coming here. Okay? Look at that. That's what I'd have to sit through. I'd have to sit through that drawdown. Do you know how many points that is? Do you know what the percentage is on that? And then add, 3 to that. So that's 4. So that's a full percentage point on a triple leveraged ETF. I tried to leverage this, but I should have did it earlier. But it's okay. I made a mistake. It's all good. It's just not working for me today. It is what it is. So I will not let that happen. I'm not going to sit through a drawdown and buy the high and let this thing pull back all the way back down to 498, 497. Even if it climbs higher, we are holding. It is holding up here. I think the market climbs higher. I do. I think the market climbs higher, and that's it. So I'm just gonna sit back. I'm not really gonna trade anything unless I really see something. There's Tesla pulling back. If you took that break and retest on 267.50, nice job. You're getting paid. If you took the long on Netflix, nice job. Nice job. I hope everybody's having a great day today. Hope you guys are making the right decisions and things are working out for you.
Is there any suggestion from what you've seen so far, Brian, that McDonald's or this supplier, Taylor Farms, which is, I understand, is a very big supplier, was lax at all in their safety checks, that they missed this?
There's like a small circle on my monitor. I don't understand. Oh, it's from my mic. Okay. It's from my mic. Canopy growth. Nice. Is that CGC? So what I'm going to do is I will look for, if we can get this trade line up here. All right, we get trade line up here. I will look for a possible entry down there on the Qs of the SPY. See, it's not giving you any type of pullback at all. And this bounce is going to raise your trade line. It's going to raise everything right up there. It's just going to pull it up higher. So, It is what it is. The analysis didn't work. So, just going to wait, and I'll wait till I'm in tune with the markets. Let's go. I'm gonna go look around at some small. I'm gonna go over the scanners and stuff here, and whatnot, and see what else is out here. I know SoFi was pulling back earlier. Carl's an idiot on CNBC. We have to source from so many places, it gets difficult. That's actually not true. It's only because they have laws that prevent against a lot of personal farmers, privately owned farmers, from being sold. So, he's an idiot. I'm not going to say he's an idiot, but he is. He just... let's see. I can just tell today, man, they're really on a mission, right? CNBC today is on a mission. They've done nothing but talk. Wall Street Journal reports Elon Musk has talked to Putin. Tariffs. We have people here at the steel plant on tariffs. Like, yo, they are trying today to get that police ass Kamala in office. And I don't understand. I really don't. I don't understand how... I mean, I know why. They get paid. They split the money back and forth. But you're going to choose money over the quality of life for the masses is just absolutely insane to me. It's crazy. It's just so ridiculously sick and ignorant. Alright, Tesla pulling back. NVIDIA. Let's see how NVIDIA did today. It's just really unfortunate, man, that we couldn't get... You know, we got the break above 142. I just was really hoping to get 141 and, like, be able to take this trade and take that long for the break. I just really screwed up today. Big time. The day is not over yet, though. So we have NVIDIA. Let's look at AMD. I forget, somebody brought up AMD yesterday. It's a nice little level here. This thing has a second leg. Could have a second leg to go. Yo, they're saying it right now. This campaign is all about business and money. Bro, are they set? I'm just curious if they played on this Thinkorswim, what they just played.
We're coming up in a big week for Apple, the launch of Apple Intelligence, the first read on new iPhone sales, and its quarterly earnings report. Now, that stock's already up 35% from a year ago, but one trader thinks it might be a good time.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't done so already. Actually, it doesn't surprise me that they haven't, but they should. They need to. They need to.
BC.
Yeah, see, they didn't play it. I knew they wouldn't. They didn't play that commercial. But yeah. Yeah, I like the swing trade too. It's just sometimes it can be a little difficult, like, you know, like it's earnings season right now. So, like, you know, I've been trying to focus on these earnings plays. They've been providing great opportunity. I didn't execute on Tesla yesterday. That's really, I went to bed thinking about that one. And that turned out to be a nice trade. And, you know, you're going to have the Mag 7 start to report, and that is the market in a nutshell. So I think, you know, the market is going to kind of wait for them, but it looks like today we're buying, which is so weird because I could have swore the other markets were starting to go red. But either way, I would like to say that I'm with you there. It just has to set up, but I just. Okay, so Alibaba, that's a nice break and retest there. Like, I would like to try to get short Baba, but I feel like on like a swing trade, but I feel like this trade is already over with, and I don't know. Like, I just feel like the second I take this, they're going to start flipping this thing around, and it's going to start going on a rally. So I've been waiting to see if these Chinese names are going to give us that second part of the rally. If we look at this in totality, that pullback hasn't been that bad. So it's still like there's an inflection point here that looks to be about, 38.2% of this move here from the talks. See what I mean? Well, it's actually starting to try to attempt to make that resistance. And we have some gaps down here. But again, we did break 99. We did break $100, so maybe there's a swing trade there. It's possible. I wouldn't mind putting it on. But I don't know how I manage my risk, because I'm telling you guys, Baba gaps up and gaps down. Like, look at these gaps. They're huge. These $2 moves are big for this name. So that's like Friday or 2 weeks ago when I took this trade off on Alibaba. I knew it just wasn't holding, and it comes in with a gap down to 100 off of that, like I can't remember if it was like 102 or 104. I'm trying to think of where it was. It was here, I'm pretty sure. It was, I don't know where it was, but it was on a Friday. It was like, it might have been last week. I think it was last week, and I'm like, you know what? Take this thing off. It's just, I don't believe in it. And then it comes down, or gaps up, or gaps down $2, and you're like, damn. The thing starts to take a hit. So there's the market pulling back. That's why I took that long off, guys. I saw that the gap was too much. The risk to reward was not there to take a long. Alright, I'm going to start to take this SPY off. Alright, so nice. So I held through all that. It's a nice small, very small so far, small loss. We're holding the gap right now. That's a low volume trade. We're holding the gap. I was hoping for the rejection of the gap, but all right, now we might be back in business here. We might be back in business. There's look, Tesla broke down back below 260, you guys. All right. Could that be our leader? Is that our sign on what is to come? DJT, come on. DJT bouncing back. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to check it out.
It seems to be a negative effect. When they impose steel tariffs, it ends up hurting us downstream. The steel mills here domestically raise their prices almost proportionate to the steel tariff.
Oh my gosh, I'm getting 24 cents for these now. I'm almost back to my entry price.
Why would your prices go up on domestic steel when it's not tariffed because it's not imported? He said because they can raise prices. Basically, the idea is that if the tariff steel goes up in price,
ITRM getting FDA approval.
Let's. Oh my gosh, come on, man. Oh my gosh. Come on, let's break into that gap. Oh my gosh. You gotta be kidding me. Come on, baby. Come on. The volume's not there. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Oh my gosh, guys. Do you see what's happening to me right now? Look at this rip. I don't even get time to take it off. You fucking piece of shit, man. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Fuck you. I'm holding this motherfucker. That's a gap hold. Let's hear. Let's go through. I do apologize for language. Let me fall back. Let me take a little deep breath. Okay. Let's not get out of hand here. Just relax. Just relax. I am relaxed. I'm just kind of just frustrated. Just a little bit. Not really. I am, but I'm not. I am, but I'm not. You know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it. I am, but I'm not. It's just like, of course, on that pullback, it would pull all the way back in like that. Bang. Reverse. Like a, you know what I'm saying? Not even give me an opportunity to take that shit off at a, you know, at close to my entry point. I still think, man, I still think we could get some weird things to happen here today. Especially if we could start to break. Alright, especially if we could start to break. We could see this buy back down here at 582.50. We could see that happen.
FDA approving iterms for Lindbergh for treatment of uncomplicated
It's going to take a little bit of time. Yeah, that's why I say it's back under it. I know. Well, that's what I was watching, and I was telling you guys that look, it broke that support level. Look, it broke the support level, and look, it was making it resistance. Oh no! Look, did it break back above it? Man, you're a whole asshole, Tesla. Well, there's your reversal on Tesla. If you would like to try to take a reversal, that's a nice reversal trade. I feel like your risk to reward is right there. Your stop is under 262. Maybe you go for like a 265. Maybe we try it. Maybe we try it. But I'm not going to be able to watch this. Well, I can watch the SPY, but let's try it. Let's try it. I want to see what they want for it first. I'm not playing around with them on a 265 call if they're going to want $3-4 for it. No way. You only have a few more hours left of the bell to be open anyway to be paying $1. And this thing breaks down. They go from $1.32 to 80 cents, 90 cents, and you're fucked. So no, I'm good. I'm good on that. If they were like 80 cents or so, I would take it. I'm not paying over $1 for like a move that I got to get afford a $5 place here. It may work for you. You have low volume. It's probably going to bounce here more than likely, but I'm good. I'm all right. You got it. If you guys want to do it, you guys are more welcome to, or go out till next week. Go out to next week. So yesterday, so this is a day 2 VWAP gap. Let me see here.
Shares of Tesla are on pace for what would be their best week in over a decade, although backing off a bit from the highs we've seen so far in this session.
So this is what I'm trying to go for, guys, is 582.50. I'm probably not going to get it, but I'm just going to hold strong for it. If I don't get it, I don't get it. I made a little bit of money this week. I'll just put myself pretty much back down to break even. Just timing this, because if we don't get there, or if we get there later on at 3 o'clock, these things are at 0. That's for damn sure. So I got to start making some progress to figure out what it is that I'm going to do soon. Which is probably why this thing is going to pop. Just because of that, you're going to have anybody that's in puts start to take this off right now for whatever little money they still have on them. Because they're going to run out of time if they're in these dailies. If they're in any dailies, you're going to start having them cover because, you know, time you're going to start having time work against you. You know, it's a lot to try to think of, but I don't know why I keep losing my stream.
$2 billion, which would bring his total net worth to over $340 billion at today's share price. Those options will also give him close to 25%.
Bro, they're still talking about Elon Musk, guys. Now it's about his net worth. I just cannot get that man. You know what?
Would be taxed as ordinary income, so he could owe over $25 billion just in federal taxes. Now remember, he lives in Texas, so he no longer pays state. He said, remember back in 2021, he paid about $11 billion. So look, who knows what the tax law will look like in 2028, but he could once again
In 2028. Look at that tail on the weekly chart, guys. If we close up here.
Yeah, and as I reported earlier, we're waiting on Chancellor McCormick, of course, the Delaware judge who ruled against the compensation package originally.
Look at that. Look at that weekly candle. That is a mean candle, you guys. Ready to hit the top end of that range. Sell off now. Let's go. Pack it on. All right, I'm gonna start getting out of this trade here. Pull it back. Start selling off, SPY. Come on, baby. Limit down. Bang, 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 bang. Come on, let's go now. Let's go. It's going to work now because I have a trade on already and it's down. I'm not going to limit order out of this either. Look at the buyers stepping in right there. Come on, sellers. You made a lot of money this morning. Just go ahead and take it and go about your day.
Yeah, I think SpaceX again could be even more valuable over time. And of course, he has said most recently in the conference that Tesla could be worth $30 billion. That would definitely make him.
All right, let's go.
Wow, never get tired of talking Musk. Robert, thank you. Robert Frank.
All right, I took that off, guys. 24 cents. Let's go. Sorry, 23. Fuck my chest. I don't know why I keep losing this stream. All right, now we can start from scratch.
GameStop, GME spiking here.
Oh, let's go. I love GameStop. Let's go. Oh, I can make some money with GameStop. It's been... Oh, damn, son. Let's go, guys. Hey. Hey, hey. Let's go. Let's go. Man, it's such... I'm not okay with my performance. I wanted to go into the weekend like a champ. And I feel like a loser. It's going to be an upsetting weekend. It's going to be a training camp all weekend. Can't let it happen again. Got to go over the film. I'm going to be watching tape all weekend. You know, got to watch tape all weekend. We in the film room all weekend. Damn, this thing's going all on a roll. All right, let's see here. Dude, that is a really nice consolidation zone right here on GameStop. Look, she's gone, guys. Damn it. Like, you see... Oh my God, I don't even have time to get in these things, man. You gotta be kidding me. And it's still blasting off. Oh my God. Look, why is my candle... It's not even following it. Look, the candle just went through my monitor. Like, come on. This thing, you should go with the candles. Alright, so there... Hold up. Let's get our 20-day and all our moving averages here. Bro, the 20-day is way up here. Okay, so the range is going to be 21 to 21.30 for a hold on GameStop, right there. All right, that's your support zone, or that's what I'm going to look for as a support zone. Hold on, hold on, hold on. You know what would be funny? If those puts start to go green from my entry price. Let's look for a pop on the SPY
VALE, Valet resuming trade.
and see if we can get a rejection. All right. So that was a break above 584. It couldn't hold. You're retesting it. You do have trade line coming in, which should meet you around 480. Dude, everything is just moving slow for me today. It's happening right now. You have support at 583, so just be careful. Let's. I wouldn't take that for a few reasons. There's just, I don't think there's much on that trade. That's why I wouldn't take it. Did not execute today at the highest level. Did not execute at the highest level. It feels like the market wants to just stop and not do anything the majority of the rest of the day. I feel like the day might be over. Like we get a consolidation and like everybody just made a lot of money and everybody's going to start clocking out early. That to me is kind of what it feels like. Damn right, I got some crackers. Cracker got some crackers. All right. Yeah, don't let it take your money, Brandon. Sorry, I didn't have the chat up, guys. I do apologize. I got it up now. I was just looking at some charts and scanners and stuff. So, what is it? RVSN? No, we can check it out. I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, there's not much liquidity. It's you know, 45 cents. See if you hold. Have you guys tried to reach out to Rail Vision? I wonder if we could all make some money off of a campaign for them. Say, hey, let's do a video and promote the stock. Give us some shares par value, and we'll make a couple videos on it. Par value. You guys know what par value is? Some of you guys might. We're going to do an educational video. And Rail, guess what? You don't know it, but now you do. You're sponsoring us for the video. And we're going to promote the shit out of you. It's crossed my mind a few times to just pick up the damn phone and call some companies. And sit down for like a few days and just edit a real nice video, which I'm which I'm on the verge of doing for some people that, would look to try to give out some things to look for to help them when it comes to just analyzing price action. We're still human at the end of the day. At least I am. I'm better at looking at it and saying it, and then the acting part, the execution part was like today. I really need to work on. Like Tesla really had me. I should have never missed Tesla yesterday. I was more concerned with that lower price that I thought we could get. But it's all good. Did anybody take that bounce back to VWAP? I'm not sure what were we looking at? Were we looking at the 265 calls or the 270 calls? We had to have looked at the 265s. Yeah, they were $1. Oh, nice. So even $1.65 was $2.65. That's a dollar contract. It's pretty nice.
33,000 jobs from U.S. non-farm payrolls in October.
It did it.
Being cited.
And what was that? Let's see. What is going on here? Why? I mean, having GameStop and everything else break out is kind of helping you. Yeah, did you hear me when I said that 15-minute chart is a buy trigger? But I don't like this move. I don't think that this is going to break out. At least I don't think this is going to continue to break out higher and higher. You might tap a new high, but listen, unless DJT pulls back to here at 37.45, I'm telling you, that's where the orders to buy this thing are really going to be at. Look at time and sales. It's red. Time and sales is red. There's barely any green. So that kind of shows you right there, if you're paying attention to this.
NVIDIA 143.99 now.
Yeah, don't remind us. Thanks. There's some nice green there, but
Getting near the all-time high on NVIDIA.
let's say this could be a nice consolidation, like put in a wedge or something, and then start breaking out. You know what I mean? Something like that with VWAP. Let's pull it back. We're at the bottom end of the range, so our stop loss would probably be just under that 36.50, right? Which is that first pivot high. That's your first high a day. Pull back, and we pull back kind of to it. But, maybe we need to use VWAP. I would use VWAP and that wedge as my stop loss and be like right there. Let this thing pull back to the bottom end of the wedge. It may not. I think it could. But I think that 15-minute chart, I think it's really important to understand. We're in overbought territory. We do have the trade line VWAP getting ready to start crossing over for an extension higher. We want to enter at that cross, where it crosses, just like Tesla yesterday. Shit, I'm sorry. Just like Tesla yesterday, I sat there all morning and said, let's wait for that, that entry point on the 3-minute. And we got it. And what had happened, like they were $1.20. It was really tough. And I'm like, man, we need to take that short, because here we are 3 days later and it's still not above it. Like I felt like that was just ripe for a trade. And out the gates, it sold off. out the gates.
IPO today.
So anybody that was here pre-market, you guys know Wednesday we got short on that double top. If you guys notice here, again, we talk about buy and sell triggers. Right there. What do you have? Bang, trade line. Look at your up. That was it. We have the resistance. We have the trade line. That was the entry point. We didn't take it here because we still had. We weren't there. We weren't at the trade line yet. So we gave that out, and literally 3 minutes later, it was a 300% trade. These were $1 to $1.04. They went over $3 at lunchtime on Wednesday, and it is live right here when we called it out and went short. All right, called it out. I said it's time, McDonald's, and we stayed on it, and we couldn't believe what we witnessed. Like, our expectations were not to get, a move that quick. We were just looking for a move back down to this level, see if we could break and start to bring VWAP up and test that 298 zone. This thing just said, it was actually pretty crazy. It was actually pretty crazy to watch it happen in real life. But yeah, so you guys can see up here, just major resistance at 301.50. A lot of buyers willing to step in and hold this thing up. Today, let's see if we can consolidate now till about 2 o'clock. And if we come into like 1:30, 2 o'clock, and this is still below VWAP and still rejecting VWAP, I think we have a shot at a move from 298, 297.50 back down to like 294. Or even off of VWAP at 297.50 down to 295. We'll start with that. We got to break 295 first. If you want to take a swing trade on this and you think you can, you believe that McDonald's should be a lot lower, I'm with you there. I would like to get a break, get short the bounce back and look to get back down to 290 over the course of a week. No, it's failing. All right, pull it back. You don't want an increase in volume here, guys, on DJT. You don't want that. You want to keep the volume down. And look, the volume is already starting to increase. Look at it. Look at that volume that's coming in there. It's not a lot, but it's picking up for sure.
Welcome back to Money Movers. Let's get to the story abroad. European markets set to close mixed. German DAX, the only index that's actually higher.
ITRM resuming, hitting $1.84 at the highs.
High-end spirits maker Remy Cointreau saying it expects sales to continue to fall in 2025 due to uncertainty about a recovery in the U.S. and worsening market conditions in China. And then Mercedes-Benz third quarter earnings plunging by 64% in its core division as Chinese consumers continue to cut back on luxury goods. Some positive data on the inflation front, though. The ECB's latest consumer survey showing a continued decline in inflation expectations. Consumers now anticipating 2.4% price growth in the next year. Price growth, that's the lowest level since September 2021. The IMF also addressing Europe today, warning of the widening GDP gap between Europe and the
I'd wait for 37.25. Look at all those tails up there. That's 1, 2, 3 on. That's 3 hourly candles with tails.
Everybody is citing this Draghi report on competitiveness. The former president of the ECB in recent months putting out a report to try to boost Europe's structural problems on competitiveness and essentially be more like the United States. And everybody likes to cite
There's a lot of buyers there still. Somebody just bought 3,000 to the buy side there. Get a nice breakout. It's usually a sign they did it on the SPY. Oh shit! Look at the sellers stepping up heavy. There were multiple. 3808, 3812. Damn, the bids are dropping. Bids are still falling. They were at 3812. They're down to 3807. 38.9, 11. Nice job. Yeah, this is a nice consolidation. You can see when we say something's overbought or oversold, it can consolidate, and that would make it, that would give it the continuation that people would look for. And that's why we say it's not end all be all, but it's good to have and good to know. All right, here we go. I think right now it's got to start going. You got to start right now. Right now. That would be my timing. Right now, DJT's got to start going.
Market continues to stay competitive, Silvana. Thanks, Silvana. Now, coming up next, the former general counsel of the NSA going to break down the possible legal implications for Elon Musk after this journal story last night saying that Musk has been in contact with Putin for the last couple of years. Stick with us.
It's a little difficult. It's having trouble. Notice the candle size. Notice that. Notice how you extended there. The people that bought there that are down money, they're not so enthused about buying again.
At Capital Group, as one of the world's largest active asset managers, we see active ETFs differently. We don't see them as something here today, gone tomorrow.
Sure, could this be shorts?
WRD shares resume.
Sure, it could be. The majority of it could be, but
$19.80.
think about the people that are here that bought, guys. They just don't have the cojones.
Ever worry that you're drinking too much? Take back control with More Health. More Health provides access to medication.
They're struggling.
A daily pill.
Look, what you need to have happen is for all these buyers that are up here, start to just like they run out of shares to sell, and that's going to break the chain. Because if you think about it psychologically, if you were a buyer at 38.14, 38, right, anywhere at that 38 zone, and you bought, well, guess what? There were a few times here where you were red, and now it goes back to break even. Now you're profitable. You're going to be like, damn, man, this thing doesn't have much energy to the upside. It's not, there's no continuation like there was this morning. I'm going to get out of this while I can. I don't even want to be red again. I don't want to be, I was just red. I was break even. Now I'm up a little bit. Give me my money. You know. Listen, they can start to run out. The more, that's why I say, that's why consolidations are good. Because you bring in new shorts. The sellers that were holding it there and not letting it extend start to run out of shares to sell. Again, it's just a matter of time. You know, there's all different kinds of things that happen. But, you know, the time factor is important. What's this thing up right now? And what's the ATR usually on this thing? Right around, see, 20, 30, maybe like $8, $8 to $10 at the most. Let's see. Well, yeah, but that could be a short cover. You don't know if they just bought 3,000 shares. Like, I get it. Yeah, 2,500. I get it. 1,000. It's a $30 stock. Of course. Anybody that wants to attempt to get long, they're going to be there's tons of thousands of orders being sold. It's a $30 stock. Where do you see the 16,000? You know, these are just pieces from somebody that was long or short. It's just part of their position. Where do you see the big boy really start to step in when you see 16,000, 15,000 shares, you know, come through there? Then you know you got something. There was 5,000 to the sell side. 5,000 to the sell side again. 17,000 to the sell side. All right. Oh my God, where was it? It was right there. 17,000 to the sell side. So right there. 17,229 at 38.72. So sellers still another 4, 5, blah, 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 blah. There's still a lot of buyers there, guys. It's a lot of buying still left to go. A lot of short covering. People trying to that's why I say it feeds upon itself. That's why consolidations are good in a way, because it gives you that. Now you're going to get people that are excited to buy again. Oh, it's breaking out to new highs. Right? They start buying here, and then what happens? It pulls back a little bit. They buy, and then they're red. They're like, God damn it. Every time I buy, I'm red. I keep buying the highs. And then it consolidates. Buyers step in because they know 40 is my target. Shorts are just taking their scalps. They got to buy again. It pops. They get short. It pulls back. You know. Remember, listen. 10 cents on 10,000 shares. 10 cents on 10,000 shares is $1,000. 10 cents. Okay, 10 cents. So if you get 20 cents, 50 cents on this, that's somebody's day. Nice job, guys. This is a nice trade. Nice. I don't know. I'm gonna stand, guys. I'm gonna stand by everything I've said. I will say you still have really nice volume here on this day, but I gotta be honest with you. On this way up to 40, I'm out of this trade. Each tick up into $40. To every tick into 39.40, I'm out of here. I'm out of this thing. I don't care if it goes to $45. If any of you guys are in this thing back from the 100-day or 50-day moving average, like, I don't know what else you could ask for. You know, 100% in the stock itself. If not $10, $12, like some of these people, 18. You know, you're up. Like, you know, you're up damn near 1,000%, 300%. I'm sorry. Oh my God. This whole time I'm sitting here looking at DJT. I know it. You guys see the SPY? Those puts are profitable now. Those puts are almost in the money. You got to be fucking kidding me. Oh my God. Look. The 580 puts are up almost 100%. God, I'm such a little bitch. I knew this. I knew it. Oh my God, my plan was to just say, you know what? Step down in the option price. Have a smaller position because if it does pull back, you're going to have a larger percentage gain. But if it gets ugly, it can get ugly quick, and it got ugly quick. But I was right. I knew I should have just held. But I feel like if I would have held, they would have just shoved this thing right back to 584 and ended up sticking the market right here. Like I truly feel that way. They would have just stuck it right here and that's it. We had no reason to rally like that. No reason at all. You had more of a reason to sell off than anything else. That's crazy. Nice job, man. Very nice. That's a nice job, bro. Very nice. Congrats, bro.
Obviously, questions today. We appreciate you helping us ask them. Still, thank you.
Up next, why would Alphabet look externally for cash? Waymo raising $5.6 billion in a new funding round. We're going to look at who's buying in and what it means for Alphabet. Money Movers back after a quick break.
Wow, that's crazy. Well, I'm just gonna say it now. Either if you were patient and or gave the stock the time that it needed, congratulations. It went back after. See, the thing is, after going through all that, I'm like, man, the market is strong as hell right now. I desperately feel like the market is going to pull back. And dude, that was the worst feeling in the world. Knowing that like there's nothing I can do about it, but I'm like, God damn it, I'll be damn certain that this market ain't going to pull back. And it did. It's just not on my time. That's crazy. That's crazy. I see what's happening here too. Look at this 3 minute. You have the breakout. It pulls back here to hold prior day's high. It breaks out, consolidates where above the previous high. And then what's it do? It fails. And what's it do? It consolidates back to this support zone, right? Which is this wedge that was forming here, right there. Okay. And then right there. And then it hit it right there with trade line, and then at that bounce rejection point of this previous support zone. Next time, I just gotta follow my game plan, no matter how bad it hurts. No matter how bad it hurts. I seriously just thought this market was just going to just have a foolish type of day and just rip faces off. It really felt like it was going to do that. So we're back inside the gap. This could be a break and retest here. No, I am not going to go probably take a position on this because I'm gun shy now after that. I'm not losing any more money. I'm done. Unless I see something that I have confidence in, I'm just going to accept it. That I was right. Just had to be a little bit more patient, but as a human, I was fighting the end of the day daily option with that. And also being down. That drawdown was pretty big, guys. That was nearly a 40% drawdown to make, double. Just, well, right now it's not double, but even 50%.
Driving robotaxi service Waymo announcing it has closed a more than $5 billion funding round this morning, looking to outside investors, despite the big balance sheet of its parent company, Alphabet. Deirdre Brosa brought us that news this morning in the 9 and joins us now for the next action. Hi again, Dee.
Hey, Carl. So here's
The market
probably comes down to spending on artificial intelligence build-up.
is just overdone
That's an easier proposition
in the short
for
term.
investors than
That's all it
spending on
is.
robotaxis, especially since they're only operating in a few markets.
And it really doesn't have anything to do with anything.
Now, raising
I mean, there isn't any data, which I did start to think that maybe it was going to start running with mega cap tech earnings, but the market just needs to pull back. That's it. We were long-minded today coming in the day, but not right out the gates. Like that just took everything to overbought territory. So that changed everything. We were looking for this rejection at 582.50. See if we can pull it back to hold that previous high here at 580.95 to 581, and then look to go higher. But she had other plans, and I think that's all it is. I think that's all it is. There's your break and retest of that zone, and now you might get 580. There just wasn't a fundamental reason for the market to do what it did this morning. There wasn't a piece of data that came out. Michigan consumer numbers weren't great. Durable goods were more negative than expected. The expectations were 1 to 5. It came in at -8. So that's not good. I think you just had like a bit of a short squeeze this morning, where whoever got short from Wednesday and last week, I think they just got caught. I think they just came in with this huge gap up. You know, their clearinghouse, the clearinghouse is like, hey, you know, Mr. Tudor Jones, I'm sorry to do this to you, pal, but you know, we gotta take care of this check here. You can't just keep putting it on your tab. Like we gotta take care of this tab. This tab is what I bring in an entire month. Just your tab alone is what I bring in an entire month. We gotta take care of this. Come on, Tony. Let's take care of the tab. I don't mean no disrespect, but we gotta take care of the tab. So the tabs got taken care of, and now you see the aftermath of that.
Shares of Nvidia off the highs now.
Oh, for sure. It'll be news, but just because something's news doesn't mean that there's a fundamental reason to change what that market cap is or what that's worth. Could DJT go higher because the chances of his election going up? Absolutely. Could they perceive it as... I don't think there's anything either one of them can say. It's either you're a person that is okay trusting big government for whatever reason. Maybe there's just things that you don't know. Maybe you're new to the United States. I don't know. But the things that Obama did in the second term were really, you know, at the time you didn't find out a lot of these things until WikiLeaks and a lot of these other things that came out, that it was like, yeah, you know what? He does come out here and straight lies to everybody, to everyone's face, instead of not speaking about it. He's not even asked a question, and you know, he's they just deliberately don't give a shit, you know. Using 9/11 as a reason to justify getting into someone's property, you know. Oh, they could be a terrorist. That's all an assumption. No, you're innocent until proven guilty. So there were a lot of things that, you know, that is the government being used against the people. And I think if you're a person that trusts big government, you don't look at things like that in that way. I think everyone's choices are either made. Do I care about tariffs, this, that, and the third? Sure, but the only thing I care about is if we have a government that puts a chokehold on their citizens and citizens' businesses and thinks that it is their job to be the world police, to tax the hell out of everyone, to demonize the businesses, the best companies in the world, and think that they deserve to take their money or they deserve to control them. They're the ones who spent the money on the R&D. They're the ones who created the innovation. They created a war. They want these businesses to start paying for the war instead of being like Elon Musk or anyone else that just would be a humane person and pick up the fucking phone and find a reasonable agreement so that people, young and old, stop getting their limbs blown off. And that shit can start going back and not wasting $80 billion every few months. That stuff could be used for something else, or it's completely wiped off the balance sheet in general. Do you know the type of dent that makes? And what you could do with that? Like, that's it. That's just common fucking sense. Right? It's not about, oh, he said this, he acts like this, and blah, 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 blah. Like, no, get the fuck out of here. It's not up to the government to tell you or someone else whether you're gay and you can get married or you can or can't have an abortion. It's up to the doctor. And the fact that they say that Donald Trump is the person who gets rid of everything. Well, guess what? My sister's in Texas and she had to have an abortion because the baby died in her. Guess what? So that's not true, Kamala. Let's start talking facts. Okay? Thankfully, there's a new healthy one on the way, but it's just, so it's either you're slobbing the knob of big government that you don't really either care to recognize, or you just you live in this fantasy world where you're okay because the government isn't doing it to you, and until the government does do it to you, then it's an issue. It shouldn't be that way. Look at Young Thug and those 8 boys that are in the courtroom right now fighting for their life because the state wants to paint a picture and does not have a proof of a reasonable doubt that there was a RICO. Instead of trying them one at a time, they took them all in for a RICO. That is absurd. That is not how we should be using the justice system. And that's it. I don't think this podcast is really going to mean anything. Honestly, I really think that, sure, people are going to talk about it, but is it going to sway new people? It could, maybe, but how many? How many do you think that aren't already for her or him that's going to change? So, yeah, I know. I just think that she is, the thing that I don't like about Kamala is she's only worried about herself. I don't care that she's not religious. I don't care that she's from India and half black in India. I don't care. I don't care. I like people of all nationalities. I never grew up with racism. I grew up with Dave Chappelle, where we all got it. I grew up with South Park. We all got it. Black, white, Mexican, Japanese, orange. Guess what? Everyone was getting it as far as the jokes were concerned. But she, to me, is a person who is just nothing about her. And it's, what am I getting? Oh, I get to be in the spotlight. Oh, like, you know, oh yeah, I'll get on my knees to get this job for Brown, and just, you want to do sex changes, be okay with that? Guess what? Once again, it's none of the government's business to tell you or anyone else, for the most part, what you can and cannot do. Okay, what they can do is step in and say, this isn't okay for the people that are around you. You're causing a disturbance. That's really where the government has an obligation to step in. Whether something's moral, not moral, at the end of the day, they need to take Philadelphia and just block off Aramingo Ave and Kensington. And guess what? You want to go and be a drug addict? Guess what? There's a cage right there. Walk on in, sign your name. Are you okay with being resuscitated if you overdose? Yay, nay. Okay, cool. There you go. Have fun. You might get killed in there. But guess what? You know, you're taking innocent people out. You're not given many reasons for gangs to be on the block. holding down different streets. If the junkies can go, they got a mile radius where they can just go do what they want to do. You're cutting taxes down on HIV and AIDS. Whether I like it, don't like it, guess what? It's none of my business. You want to ruin your life, you want to kill yourself, guess what? That's on you. You want to do great in society, you want to do good for other people, great. I love to hear it. Still none of my business. All right? Nor the government's. That's just my opinion. Because guess what? Whether we like it or not, that type of stuff is already happening. So put up the cage, get the innocent people out, get the innocent kids out that want to move out of there, and just let them rot to death. Guess what? You're saving a lot of money. There's just so many simple ways to just handle things. And they could say it's not that easy. Actually, it is that easy because it's actually happening right now. And it's ridiculous. But Democrats do so much. 12 years and there's still more to do. So I don't know if there is I don't know what could come from the podcast that could shift voters other than, it's just my opinion. I think you either whether you like him or not, you're either voting for him because you know what he has already brought to the table and that he's going to put a team together. And you either you're not voting for him because you don't like him, because you just want to live in this fantasy world where he's a racist and he's this, he's that. But yet that's been the Democratic Party for the last 12 years, So we'll see, I'll listen to it whenever they release it. But it is kind of funny that Joe Rogan is doing it. I mean, he said he wouldn't do it, not because he didn't like him, not because he doesn't like the politics. He wasn't voting. He wasn't giving them his vote because he didn't like what they stood for, which is common sense. But the reason he didn't want to do this initially is because he didn't want to sway people to voting to say, oh, like to make it seem like I like him, you should vote for him, like kind of like Taylor Swift or basketball players using their personal decisions to try to sway it upon other people, which in reality isn't okay. None of us died for your right to choose. It's up to you to decide what's best for you. Whether that's the right decision or the wrong decision at the end of the day, or a year later. Whether it keeps you hunkered down or it allows you to grow. Whatever, it's your decision. And just because someone else votes for, just because I vote for Donald Trump, doesn't mean you should. Do I think you should? I think there's a reason to be made that there's a little more common sense that is there on that side. That we could start to have a resolution to a lot of the dumb shit that goes on. And that would create an opportunity where it's not the role of the government, or we have people that are in that are in power that think it's their job to control every situation. I mean, week in and week out, in every city, in every state, they're slowly chipping away at your gun rights, right? Because they don't think at the end of the day that you're responsible. I mean, you have some people out there on Kamala's side. I talked about this the other day with what's his name from Migos, right? He'd been talking about trapping, being active on the streets and shit like that, but he's up on the stage with Kamala talking about gun control. What do you mean? So because he doesn't have respect for a firearm doesn't mean that we don't? He speaks for everyone? You know what I mean? Like, this is the point that I'm getting at. These are the people telling other people to vote for Kamala. The ones that made millions off the streets, playing dress up, playing actor, but then when they because they make stupid decisions to be in a place they shouldn't be at 2 o'clock in the morning and get killed, now everyone else has to suffer. But now all of a sudden everyone else just makes stupid decisions. Nope. Sorry, bud. That's just you. Right? You're the one that, first off, who glorified it. You fell mentally to it. And now because your mans gets popped, now you want to go crying to the cop. Or now you want to go crying to the prosecutor like a little rat. Now I see why they all said it should have been you instead of him. I get it now. I get it, Quavo. I see why. I was on your side until I heard you say that. Now I'm like, okay. That's why Chris Brown came out and bodied your ass. And not one, not two, not three, but 4 or 5 people said it should have been you instead of him. I see why. You know? You can't, that's just kind of like, we got to get rid of barbed wire fence and electrical fences because I pissed on an electrical fence and it stung me. Now I got to, we got to get rid of them all. No, I'm pretty sure that everyone else, knows that if you peel on an electrical fence, you might get burned because your dumbass did it. Doesn't mean everyone else is doing it, So that's why I vote for Donald Trump. That's why I will be voting for him. Do I approve of everything? No, not at all. But is there more things that I do approve of? Absolutely. I think that, the chokehold of the government is the biggest issue that I have over everything. Over everything. You want to add tariffs? Do it. Guess what? There's sharks in the water. If you can't beat them, join them. So no matter what happens, I'm going to still go get my money. I'm going to be focused on getting my money no matter what. Economy's good, economy's bad. Guess what? I don't care. I'm going to still go get mine. And I'm going to do what I got to do to get mine. So the economy doesn't really matter. The economy starts swinging, then guess what? You look for sectors of opportunity, because where opportunity fails, there's another one that opens. So when one door closes, another one opens. But anyway, that's my daily rant. That's my daily yap. And what I'm going to do is, I'm going to go grab a Red Bull real quick. I'll be right back, guys.
Advantage of the volatility, and I think that's a good thing to do with a lot of these names like an NVIDIA or a Tesla. But I just still see, when I'm looking at Apple or Microsoft's, earnings and revenue growth really aren't that strong. Is part of that because of all of the CapEx, especially Microsoft is going to be doing. And I just think NVIDIA is going to be the recipient. We won't get their numbers till the end of the month. And so I just think it's a good opportunity where next week is going to be a buy NVIDIA. And I think that's going to be a consistent story from all of these companies who are spending billions of dollars on Blackwell.
You know what's so funny? Isn't it hilarious? I just thought about something. They are so worried about tariffs or it's going to cost more of this, that, and the third. But they didn't give a shit to the amount of inflation that was brought upon by Biden and them. It was that second and third and fourth stimulus with colleges and checks that really started that stuff. That's not, that's not even including, the wars that started with Russia.
A triple-digit return.
But because Trump wants to do something, now it's a problem. Let's all snap back to reality. I think we know what's going on here.
The last year has grown its earnings per share by 415%. It's grown its sales by 195%. And investors have gotten accustomed to that kind of eye-bulging, eye-popping growth. And it's just hard for me to understand.
Real quick, guys, I'm going to give you guys an example. And so many people aren't looking at it this way. If we go here, okay? If we go here, if she still has it up, do you know what... Do you know, remember where, didn't she just put up something about Hitler and stuff like that? Yeah, this guy's been a dumbass for a long time. He intends to end it, but he kept it. He actually reinstated it because there wasn't another plan. And it should be ended if there's another plan. Oh, Lordy, look, I'm voting for Kamala. I hate that they do this shit. They both do it. Samuel L. Jackson's a joke. I'm gonna lose respect for him too. Notice how they keep saying everything. Donald Trump, but he ain't worrying about her. He's just making fun of her. She keeps trying to look at this. Look. Look, she looks really concerned. I'm really concerned about you. Until I leave the fuck out of here, I'm gonna go get my wine, and I'm not gonna give a shit about you. Yeah, she thought it was funny. She knows. Yeah, I know, Kamala. I know, baby. I know. Do you see the actors that are here? Like, look at this. This is one thing. Like, these are opposing that people that don't have anything, that are poor, and she is trying to attract those people. Look at her commercials. But second, so the Hitler comments, right, that she wrote. Guys, I'm telling you guys right now, do not comment on it. They only are doing it so they know who you are. They want to know who people are. How do you do that? You offend them. You say something stupid. They can't help themselves but to comment. And when they comment, guess what? We're going to jot it down and keep a data log of who the people are that are commenting. So I would think about how you look at some of their posts versus whether it's for the election or is it more so to find out who the hell you are and maybe know a little bit more about you. Because that's the Kamala and that's the Obama that I know. That's what they do. So keep that in mind. Keep it in mind. You know? And if you don't care, you know, that's fine. I'm just letting you know. Just know that they do that shit on purpose to be able to find out who you are. And it was so funny to hear people talk about coming up with all these reasons on why she would say it. And I'm like, come on, guys. There's only one reason why she would say it, is to find out who they are so we can put them all up on a board. And, you know, who are the violent ones? Who are the ones that can't control themselves and say outlandish things? You know? So we're going to keep an eye on you.
In Q3 is going to come from tech and comm services. Now, the mega caps need to deliver. The bar is high. But when you look at the earnings growth expectations, as I say, tech and comm services are expected to lead the way. Tech up 15.2% earnings growth in Q3. Comm services up 13.5% in Q3. You take those out, and where do you get earnings growth out of the rest of the S&P 500? Down 0.2. So this is the show. It will continue to be the show, and there is no trepidation from Bryn buying a name like NVIDIA 3 weeks or so, 3-4 weeks ahead of its number.
Just on the NVIDIA, before we get to the earnings, you covered the momentum. Josh and Bryn covered the fundamentals. There's one other aspect that I think we need to cover, which is the seasonality. When you have this big a year, you know, anyone who's behind their benchmark is going to play panic time to catch up. And how do you do that? You throw money at the winners like NVIDIA. It is likely in the next couple of months to go higher along with the market because that's the easiest way for professional money managers who are behind to simply catch up. And also, by the way, a retail investor isn't going to want to sell this. I advise retail investors. I wouldn't tell them to take capital gains right now. So there's a lot of reasons I think Bryn is right. To your point about the earnings, well made, and unfortunately it's true once again. This is the pattern.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I mean, are we set up? Do you think we're set up well into the mega cap earnings like JP Morgan's trading desk does, which they say as quote, as we've, I'll get you to react to this, as we've seen with Netflix, ServiceNow, Vertiv, through their earnings, investors are very happy to defend/chase their winners despite any earnings question marks. I think the evidence plus cleaner positioning sets up well heading into the mega caps next week.
Yeah, so I do think mega cap tech is set to outperform. However, I don't think it's going to be a monolithic. I don't think everyone's going to be a winner. Apple troubles me a little bit. You know, when Apple announced Apple Intelligence, the stock surged tremendously, and that was on the perception of a super cycle upgrade, which everybody is saying is not happening, and I agree. I think it's a little bit vulnerable at a low 30s multiple. On the other hand, as people come into this market, and they are likely to continue to come into this market, automatically passive flows go to Apple, so that's an ameliorating side there. But I do think you have to pick your spots here. Microsoft, we acknowledge, has not participated as well as the others in this rally. The one undervalued name, Scott, that I'm most interested in is Alphabet. Because, yes, we all know about the regulatory issues, the fines, et cetera, but the real question is whether something like Perplexity is actually eating into their search business. That's a question to be answered. And if the answer is no, this is an incredibly cheap stock.
Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, reiterated buy today at Canaccord, ahead of these big earnings next week. We can show you the calendar too, just to remind you of the pattern in which these companies are going to report. But here's the note from Canaccord today. 220 on Alphabet. They expect solid Q3 results. Amazon, same gist there. $230 the price target. Meta goes 700. It's interesting with Apple, which did get downgraded today. If Jim has concerns, he's not the only one. Cut to underweight, doesn't happen that often. From sector weight, $200 at KeyBank. They list a number of factors that would lead you that way. There's been a lot of noise in the marketplace about orders being cut, from a few million to 10 million, whether it's true or not. I interviewed Eric Woodring of Morgan Stanley.
I'm kind of just looking at a few different things right now myself, and what are your expectations on this? Where do you plan on? Where do you think DJT is going? I'm just curious. What's your target for this? I mean, do you think you get through 40 today? Do you think you're getting through 40? And if you get through 40, what do you think? 42? I mean, this is pretty much your ATR. Here, look, what is that? 25, 28, $30. So $4. Call it $4 to $6, and high to low, 35. You get to 40, it's going to be 5. So you're going to pretty much have that ATR. That ATR pretty much in for the day. And even on the course of a month, or going into the election. I mean, are you trying to take this thing to 100, 200, 300, 65?
That's the valuation paradigm that it continues to trade in. So I don't expect anybody to come out or any events to come out and say, no, we...
I think to get to $200, which is what the original analyst said, you'd have to have some market event. I don't think it's going to go to 200 on its own while the market continues to go higher. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, Weiss?
I agree with that exactly. I'd say, look...
No, that's cool. I was just curious, I was just wondering...
Anybody to come out and say, no, we know we've been wrong all these years. We know that they're too reliant on the telco companies for the subsidies.
I'm gonna go make some coffee. I'll be right back.
It's something that there's always a buy on the dip mentality. It may take a little longer, sometimes they do. However, the real issue to me is China. China's a very important market for them. It's the largest cell phone market in the world. And you're seeing Huawei make good strides there, much bigger growth. And as Apple moves their supply chain to India, don't think there won't be repercussions from China on that fact.
To your point, Apple's Q3 smartphone sales slip in China. Huawei's said to soar. That's according to IDC data. So they're looking at numbers and deciding where market share is going. Obviously, there's been issues in China for Apple, which is, 20% of revenues, at least, maybe give or take. Josh, how do you see this before we move on?
Well, if people are excited about the AI, can we wait till next week when it comes out? That's number one. Number two, it's only initially going to be available in English, which dramatically changes what you would expect from a normal Apple upgrade cycle globally. They're just not going to be as excited about it in overseas markets as they're going to be here in the U.S. So I see that as sort of a reason for why this will be an...
Guys, I have to be honest with you. If we get a pop and a rejection, I would ask you guys to be very careful. This could really get ugly. It could. I'm not saying it will. We have some nice volume this morning. But I'm telling you guys right now, even with this pullback, even with this pullback, we are so, on the daily chart, we're not. Boom, boom, let's see. See, we need it for the 4 hour. Never mind. I take that back. I take everything I was just about to say back. I'll be right back.
Really do, if it becomes a transformative user experience, and if once it's out in the wild, there's buzz and people are talking about it, and the upgrade cycle potentially speeds up. That's an upside catalyst that is possible, and we just don't know yet.
Hey,
Let's wait 5 days.
Let me ask you one thing. Speaking of 5 days, let's pull up that calendar again of the 5 days that lie ahead. Which is most important for you, Josh, of the stocks that you own, which are Apple, Amazon, Alphabet, and maybe the most important and deciding factor on?
I may go ahead and try for a long. I might try for it.
Most of all, which do you think matters most to this?
Excited for Amazon because I think the doubt on that stock is probably overdone, and it kind of technically it's kind of coiled, and to me that's the one that could potentially do something akin to what we've just seen with Tesla and Netflix if they have a good report. So that's the one that like I can't wait, and it's on Halloween.
Oh my
so
gosh.
I might be in my
this whole
Bezos
time.
costume.
I was talking the whole time without the mic on. I was just telling you guys I am thinking about a long, or was trying to relay, and I was saying congrats to Joe. He was in the next week 190 Amazon calls. Congratulations to him. That's a really nice, rock solid trade there. I'm thinking about it now myself. And look, we pulled right into that area that I was worried about.
Yeah, we'll see. It's going to be exciting. That's for sure. Earnings pretty good so far. I mean, that's one reason why people remain bullish on this market.
All right. I'll let you guys know if I go long.
Against companies 2 years ago, like Perplexity. So that's the one that I'm most worried about going into these numbers. And it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be a binary outcome. It might just be a meh quarter. But I feel that management there has their work cut out for them.
Yeah, we'll see. It's going to be exciting. That's for sure. Earnings pretty good so far. I mean, that's one reason why people remain bullish on this market. To let you know, yields are steady today. Consumer sentiment did beat. Market's pretty broad. The Dow is still a fractional loser. But let's bring in our halftime headliner now. Dubravko Lakos, JP Morgan's head of global market strategy, joins us once again. It's good to see you, man. Welcome back. It's been a minute.
Thank you. Good to see you as well. And it's exciting to be back on air.
It's great to have you at Post 9. So as we head out of 2024 and into a new year, I mean, how do you feel like the market's sitting right now?
I think big picture, we're sort of sitting at a bit of a crossroad. I think the market had a lot to digest this year. We had the summer patch, the summer period that was sort of weak. And then ever since the end of the summer, the resiliency story came back in. I think we sort of need to see what the next 2 or 3 job prints give us. I think obviously we need to see what the election outcome looks like, what kind of policies we'll be basically dealing with in 2025 and beyond. So I think we're at a bit of a crossroad, but considering everything, the economy is holding up much better than what we expected.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, I guess, to hear you say crossroads. It feels like we're on a pretty smooth road, right, of economy good, earnings good, and Fed beginning this cutting cycle. What I hear, people throw out terms like animal spirits and M&A projections for next year. That seems like a pretty good road, not necessarily crossroads.
So something that I'll just throw out there is, first of all, I think the backdrop, you have to think about the backdrop in terms of a K-shaped backdrop, right? Like the recovery that we've seen over the course of the last few years has not been an even recovery. It's been an uneven across countries, across companies, across consumers. Rates coming down, obviously, is much wanted. A lot of expectations for Fed to ease. However, if you look at how the rate market has been behaving the last several weeks, there's been a bit of a reversal. And so a lot of expectation around soft landing. I think soft landing still remains largely a consensus view. And I would sort of say the pain trade here may be that we go back into no landing or some form of higher for longer. In that case,
I'm going to go make some. I was just doing some last little things here. I'm going to go make some coffee. I'll be right back.
Longer is a reflection of economic strength, not necessarily a rekindling
you have a good
of
rest of
inflation.
your weekend. I'm not sure if you guys have any plans or not. but have a great weekend. We'll see you next week. I'll have a video out this weekend sometime once with the watch list. So I'll see you Monday, bro. You have a great weekend.
How you think about sectors and so forth. So again, since April of this year, the big trade has been defensives, bond proxies. A lot of the folks on the flip side have also been on the cyclical side, pricing a sort of soft landing. And to me, I'm not sure I would want to be in defensives and a higher for longer. I'm not even sure I would want to be in some of the higher beta, smaller cap, cyclical stocks. I would sort of be revisiting sort of the quality growth trade that has been, I don't want to say entirely dormant, but sort of dormant for much of the last 4, 5, 6, 7 months.
Oh, so you think with mega cap earnings looming next week, you think that could be a pivotal event then, if you're suggesting you may want to lean into that area of the market yet again, so their earnings better justify the reasoning behind that?
Look, I think there's still a lot of pricing power in that segment. I think one needs to keep an open mind. We still need to get through the election, which is again around the corner, and depending on the outcome, is it a gridlock, is it not a gridlock, what's the chance of a red wave? You could see some rotation in the market. For instance, red wave, many associated with more domestic trade, more small cap trade. So yeah, you have to be careful there that there could be these tactical moves that happen for a month or two. But I think bigger picture, as you think about the next 6 to 12 months, 2025, I think quality growth to me is something that I would sort of keep an open mind towards.
I agree with you, by the way, on that, and that's how I'm positioned. But where's the consumer play in? You mentioned it. We hear from some companies, consumers strong, right? Like Deckers and others. We hear from banks, that their balance sheets are extended like they've never been, seeing delinquencies creep up a little bit, but not anything remarkable.
Retail sales good,
Yeah.
Consumer sentiment beat.
Yeah.
Right to your point.
So where does the consumer stand, or is it so bifurcated at this point it's difficult to figure out?
I think it goes back to this, what I mentioned, just K-shape or bifurcated that you mentioned, the word bifurcated. I think you look at the bottom 1/3 of the consumer versus the upper 2/3. I think you see a pretty different picture. And where I'm sort of surprised is that bottom 1/3 has generally held up much better. Right. And I think they're having inflation come down, having rate environment ease a bit, even though it's not really easing that much. I think it's helping on a margin. But it's really the upper 2/3 that I think continues to carry the weight of the broader economy.
So just to put a point in that, do you believe that, not that it's ever been terrible with the consumer, even the low end, do you think we've bottomed out on the consumer's downside?
I think we've bottomed out probably in the next, I would say, 6 months. But I think the jury is still out a bit on that front. But again, if we go back into a higher interest rate environment, a few weeks ago, people were talking about 3.25 in the 10-year. Now we're basically back at 4.25. If that becomes 5.25, I think the equation starts to change.
Sure, but what are the chances of that actually happening, right? I mean, the probabilities of, we're talking rates backing up to 5.25. If rates were to stay here or in this general vicinity, would that make you more incrementally more bullish on the market?
I think if rates sort of stay in this vicinity, I think you have a slightly more even, if you will, business cycle continuation. But I don't know. You tell me what's going to be the election outcome. What's the chance of a red wave?
Well, that's why it's
how does the rate market behave?
It's impossible to predict the next 10 days to 2 weeks. Who knows what the immediate aftermath of the election is going to be, either in terms of when it's actually decided. If we're thinking about cycles past, in at least our most recent history, who knows if it's going to be that night or not. But once you get past that, that's why I say you clear all that out and you still have the facts of a good economy, a hanging in consumer, and the Fed cutting interest rates, and companies dying to do stuff. Private equity sitting on dry powder. Private equity trying to have realizations for the first time in what's been a really slow market. All of those things are stimulative to a marketplace that's good, moving higher.
No, I agree there. And it's not just investors, but it's corporates that have been sitting on the sideline.
Yeah.
Many are basically waiting to sort of get through this patch of upcoming uncertainty around the election. And yeah, to your point, you definitely could see some broadening in CapEx. I do think you mentioned capital markets. And again, my focus tends to be more public side, but I do get exposure to folks in the private side. There's definitely pent-up demand. And so far, when you look at activity, there has been very sporadic, one-off. You could see a broadening there. And so 1Q, I think, could be, you could have a pretty decent setup. Let's just get through sort of the November period.
Yeah. Well, I hear you on that. Yeah. I think everybody is feeling that. And Mark, you've seen the market this week, obviously, try and place its bets a little bit. It's been great having you back. Thanks for being here once again.
Thanks for having me.
Dubravko Lakos, JP Morgan, head of global market strategy, right here at Post 9. Coming up, new trades from 2 committee members. Jim Leventhal adding a new stock to his portfolio. Bill Baruch is going to be on as well because he's got a couple of moves to tell us about. We'll do that next.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
All right, welcome back. We have some moves to tell you about. Jim Leventhal is the first, and he's bought Lockheed Martin.
Yes.
Why?
Well, for one thing, I have no defense exposure. I sold Boeing back in January. That was my defense exposure. And as I think about things, this is a big picture trade. Unfortunately, the world is going to be involved in kinetic warfare for quite some time. To me, it doesn't matter who the president is. Certainly last weekend's BRICS conference made it clear that there is an alliance of countries that want to upset the Western world order. And that's going to take the form of kinetic warfare as it has in the Middle East, in Ukraine. We've been spending a lot. We've been expending a lot of missiles. Those are going to need to be replaced. Lockheed Martin replaces those. Lockheed Martin is the producer of the F-35, for which the order book is strong. The things that have held me back from this, Scott, and I've wanted to buy this for quite some time, 2 things. One, the price of the stock is a little pricey. I have to admit that. But after a while, I've just got to bite the bullet here and get into it. I started with a small position, so I want everybody to know that. If the market comes down and the multiple with it, this will be a source that I add to. But I also want to say that at the most recent earnings report, there were signs of life in the operating margin. People who have followed this industry for the last few years have known the top line is growing, but operating margins within the industry have been terrible, mainly because of supply chain issues. Those are starting to abate. You're starting to see operating margins improve. I think there's more to gain.
Didn't you own was it Raytheon? What?
A couple of years
used
ago,
to own stocks in this
I owned
space.
Raytheon, and I sold that similarly for Boeing because there were those big issues with one of the engines that they make. Frankly, that was a flat-out mistake. I mean, they got through those issues. Raytheon has been a big player. I thought about getting back into Raytheon, decided on Lockheed Martin, and here we are.
Okay, good stuff.
Raytheon's a good company.
All right, thank you. We got some big oil earnings next week, too. And on that note, Bill Baruch joins us now. He is on the phone because he's made some portfolio moves that play into that space. Good to talk to you. Let's run through these. You sold ConocoPhillips for a loss. Talk to me about that move first and then what you bought.
Yes, we have quite a bit of refinery exposure with Marathon Petroleum, and ConocoPhillips is a refinery-heavy name. What we're looking at there, too, is its seasonality is really ugly until January, typically, margin pressures and refining. So cutting that, taking some of the loss, tax loss harvesting, and then really that's kind of how we're looking at that and moving that cash into SLB. So that name reported earnings last week. I find it at a discount right now. EV to EBITDA is back near the COVID lows. So I think it's a terrific opportunity there. Technology leader, free cash flow juggernaut, terrific balance sheet, and come back to that, just a great opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, it's buying it again because you sold it not that long ago, which is an interesting move. Yeah.
30 days ago, so recycling that tax loss harvesting.
Okay, good stuff. Thanks for calling in. Let's move the ball around. Bryn, so we got Exxon and Chevron coming up next week. You've got Devon, you have Diamondback, you got Energy Transfer. Talk to me about this space.
Yeah, I mean, this is really an interesting space where individual securities within the sector have such huge dispersion of the return. Good example, I own Energy Transfer. It's a pipeline. They're up 18% price only. Forget about the 8% yield you get. Versus Devon on the E&P side is down once again this year, down 13%. So you really have to pick your spots. As I think through going through 2020 into 2025, I'm growing short on Devon as I have before because just the market doesn't like the stock. Versus a Diamondback, the mineral rights space, which we love, Viper Energy has just crushed it this year, up 66%. So I think you really got to pick your spots. And so I think for 2025, I'm going to stick with the pipelines and the mineral right companies and steer away from the more volatile E&P names like a Devon.
Josh, you still have the IEO, the oil and gas ETF?
Yeah, I think there's a potential catch-up trade here. This has been the worst place to be sector-wise in the entire market. And it's now the cheapest sector. It's trading at 10 times price to free cash flow, 12 times earnings. The median return.
And the biggest, baddest parts have finally arrived. That's right, the Motec. It was in there. It is now in the car. So the Motec display has been mounted in the car. I'm gonna show you guys that in just a second. This is possibly the most controversial Ferrari build ever done on planet Earth, and I'll tell you why. We took the beautiful naturally aspirated V12 and completely rebuilt it. In fact, it's a fully built motor now. It's all custom, pistons, rods, changed the compression. Then I wanted to mount 2 turbos on it, upward facing exhaust so the flames shoot in front of the windshield. Now, if you've been a part of this channel for several years, you've known that this car at one time was a street version of what I'm showing you right now. Much, much more dumbed down, way more mild, still producing 1,000 wheel horsepower. I wanted to take it a step further, actually make the car capable of doing some really wild stuff, like doing full 100-mile-per-hour sideways drifts. And so we embarked on an almost impossible journey with an insane price tag, and here we are. I rolled the dice on literally $1 million, and the $1 million question is, can we make the V12 beautiful Ferrari engine still sing with a couple of turbos mounted up front? We're about to find out, because in just a week's time, this car is going to get started up for the very first time in over 2 years. Unfortunately, I am not going to be here to be a part of that. I made a commitment to my wife, and at the end of the day, I don't break family commitments. So we have got a videographer coming, and you're gonna get to see this 2-year in the making Ferrari F12 top mount twin turbo fire up for the very first time.
If this is too loud, guys, let me know if I need to turn it down on my end or something. I just wanted to watch this video real quick.
We have the Motec mounted on the dash right there. We have all the switches and everything mounted, the fire suppression. It is now a 3-pedal, that's right, 3-pedal sequential gearbox, full-blown race car. The world's first, and as far as I know, the world's only full-blown 3-pedal sequential gearbox race car F12 ever made, because the factory never made basically their version of a track-only F12. They made a TDF, but that was still just a slightly modified street car. Tonight, we're actually gonna go and show you guys my fully repainted, also controversial, fully repainted Ferrari. And it is not Ferrari red like this car is. It is another beautiful Ferrari paint code. I'm excited to show it to you. I just want to give some thanks to Michael Essa, Tim, Sean, who's done a lot of the welding and fab inside with the roll cage, as well as these beautiful new exhaust manifolds that are all custom made and all equal length to get that beautiful V12 sound to come sing, even though these are turbos, and sing and shoot flames and do all this epic shit. Thank you to the team. Thank you to Greg, who's come out here, who's doing all the wiring for the Motec and the engine and the new harness. Then we'll have a tuner come out, and that's right, this thing's gonna start up. Get excited, you guys. I'm gonna shoot one quick montage to appreciate this car, and then we're gonna head out that door right over there so we can go over to the paint booth and reveal the 599's brand new paint color.
Stayed in my lane when they got it, I make it. I know that they mad when I swerve out the lot. Thinking the plot, they did not get the picture when rock.
Yeah, let's hit the road.
Let's hit the road.
So for now, we're gonna say goodbye to the twin turbo F12 and head over to Evan's shop, where we are going to spray my Ferrari 599 a completely new color. Very opposite of red, and very much not yellow either. So at the end of the day, it's a Ferrari color. It's been my all-time dream to actually paint a Ferrari this color, or even another car this exact color. Are you excited for this? I know you like this color. Yeah. Menace to society, menace to society. Speaking of colors, this has been my all-time favorite color for Lamborghini. It's this green, it's Verde Ithaca. And at the end of the day, Skinny got it before me, and I'm glad my boys got it. This is a beautiful pearl green color from Lamborghini. Oh yeah, I forgot what it's like in here, man. It's like Lamborghini / Rolls Royce.
Hey, date night.
Oh, date night.
Perfect for date night.
For you and me, a date night.
Let's go.
He's also got a shooting star that actually shoots right here if you watch it. I don't know if it'll happen.
It's coming, it's coming.
Is it? How often does it happen?
3, 2, bam.
How did you predict that?
That was actually kind of luck, I'm not gonna lie to you.
How did you predict that? That was really impressive.
I think I have one every 5 seconds, to be fair.
Well, that's really sick. Like, you actually nailed that. Let me know what you guys think. Do you like starry roof liners in exotic cars, or do you think they only belong in luxury cars like the Rolls Royce? Is this kind of like putting an SV decal on the side of your car?
Ooh, no. There's no label.
Just asking.
I didn't put a double R on there, you know? I didn't
Yeah, you double R on the headrest. Like, you imagine? You gotta catch up to Dave, Skinny.
Let's go.
Skinny's putting it in the work, making moves, shake and bake.
Shake and bake, shake and bake, shake and bake.
You know what I miss? I miss my Huracan.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna say that. I knew it was gonna come eventually.
My Huracan.
I knew it was gonna come eventually.
It was so crazy, supercharged. But you know what? I want to share it with the world. There was a small delay because we literally had to take it from the US back to Canada, do all the paperwork, do all the inspections, do all the recalls, then export it down to our boy Houston at Royalty Exotics. So listen up, very, very soon, like within the next 7 days, you should be able to go to Royalty and rent for the first time a daily driven exotics full build. Dave loves his Bentley.
He does.
So you'll be able to go and rent an actual supercharged 800 horsepower, fully modified Huracan with a Super Trofeo Evo 1 kit. Woo! Oh! Dude! Take the fire! Do the fire! He's freaking out because there's tracks. You're in a Bentley, Dave. It's basically a 4x4. It is honestly ear-piercing loud. You know what we need to do in the Bentley? This.
Oh yeah.
It is insane.
It's kind of a cop-out because only real Rolls Royces have it. So you're kind of a poser if you do it, not in a Rolls Royce. But you're basically a piece of shit.
How do you say, oh yeah, and then hate on my
I have a surprise for you here as well, FYI.
You have a what?
A surprise for you beyond the car.
So freaking loud, you guys. I put up with it for you. I put up with it for you. I'm actually really excited for this.
No, I am too. I'm really pumped. Really
it's
pumped.
crazy because when you work really, wow, that's a big one. When you work really, really, really hard, you have to understand it's like going to the gym. Making money and having your dreams come true is delayed gratification.
Yeah.
But the harder you work and the longer you work, you start to accumulate those gratifications a lot more frequently. I'm 45. I've been working my whole life since I was like 12. I grew up in a restaurant. My parents put me to work right away. And here I am all these years later, and I've been having so many of these big goals that I thought at one point in my life I thought would never happen. I'm super grateful that right now is my at-bat, so to speak.
Yeah.
Been hitting homers.
You haven't hit homers.
Hey?
But you gotta get base hits first, right?
You gotta get the base hits. You just gotta get on the team, which means you gotta get up early in the morning and put in the work. Yep. I heard this quote the other day. I'm gonna leave you with this before we go to Evan's shop right here. Everybody's jealous of what you have. Nobody is jealous of how you got it.
Dang. Dang.
And we're back at the Auto Center, otherwise known as the secret underground body shop. Oh my God. Evan's in the house.
Evan's in the hizzle.
What's up, bro?
Same stuff, different day.
Dude.
How you been?
I am excited for this. To the dungeon.
Oh,
Oh, it's a legit dungeon. Yo, anybody got white shoes on? No. Okay, you're good.
This is just for raw.
Dude, it's the dungeon. Wow. I said top secret underground paint booth that no one knows about.
Dude, this is like real car stuff right here. I love it.
Look at the, what is that in the back?
That's a Impala.
Damn.
Hell to the yeah. Yeah. Look at this. Jackson 5, are you kidding me?
No way.
ABC. Easy as 1, 2, 3. ABC. 1, 2, 3. Just you and me, girl.
We got a Porsche. We have some other old school cars. Man, this thing's sick. Look at that. Wow. What is that?
I want this. Oh, that's sick.
Dude, it's Snoop and Tupac.
I need this.
If we can get it, let's bring it to the HQ in Compton where it belongs. Hey, you live in white suburbia San Diego, skinny. All right, Evan came from the dirt, and he's got, boom, SoCal Auto Restorations. All right, guys, new body kit for the 599. All new body kit for the 599. You didn't know this,
dude.
But new body kit for the 599.
Spared no expense.
Spared no expense. We're gonna smooth that out. You know, we'll get rid of that. We'll put a prancing horse there, or maybe the shield, right? Nah, just joking. That's not for that. Okay, you ready?
Yep, ready.
Did you see it?
I do.
Did you? Oh my God, you did not. You ready?
Dang.
He's gonna spray it real time. Right here in front of your guys' eyes, you're gonna watch my Ferrari 599, which is manually gated, that's right, converted by EAG, full straight pipe, race headers. This thing screams. Before we get to revealing the color, we do need to thank today's sponsor, Pelote. They are an amazing lifestyle / driving shoe, all in one. Mid. We have a gift for Evan.
This is a gift for Evan, who's a size 12, conveniently enough. Evan, what are those?
Yeah, what are those?
Are you a driving?
Oh my God.
Okay, listen. I got you hooked up, buddy. Look at this. Handmade in Portugal from Italian materials.
They're mine. They're actually really sick.
So it's called the drift.
Feel it. Just feel it. Feel the quality.
Like no bullshit. Yeah, they're nice.
Right?
For sure.
You are a true daily driven exotic man. You're a true driver.
If you're a car guy, you wear these shoes.
That's true. And the pedal feel, my friend, is no joke. It's all the pedal feel.
It's all in the soul.
It's all in your soul.
Simply put, Peloti makes driving more fun. You get more feel, more engagement, and more control. What I love is you get a high quality for a fair price. Handcrafted in Portugal, way better quality. They feel off site-wide.
Painting the first set. He's just started. He got in the booth and he... Bro. All right, this is it. He's just started. He got in the booth and he's painting the first front fender.
I'm so jealous. Why did I have my goal? That's dumb.
Why'd you wrap it this time?
I didn't know I could paint it.
I went all in.
What? I know we ain't the only ones rocking, but I bet that we're the only ones doing it like this. We take the party low, it ain't no stopping. We control the whole thing so clean. I might just rage when I'm up on the stage. We take over the front page.
My boy Evan over here hooked it up. So this is called Ferrari Azzurro Dino Blue. It's honestly the sickest blue I've ever seen. So the whole car is going to be this vibrant blue, and then we have a whole bunch.
I mean, I'm gonna argue with him on that one because I'm gonna be honest with you. If you guys want to know what the best blue is, I'll give it to you right here. Right here. That is the best blue. This is the best blue. This right here is the best blue. It does not get better than that. That is the only blue. Look at the, I mean, they haven't put any clear coat, but it's too dull, baby blue, light. Like, you need a little bit of darkness there. And you see it at nighttime. You see it at nighttime under the street lights. It sings a different tune. I'll never forget the first time I seen Nagaro Blue S4 in Manhattan under the lights years ago.
Bunch of carbon fiber. We have a carbon front splitter coming, a new front splitter. We have a carbon rear deck duckbill, right? Yep. We also have...
Also thinking about GameStop. Yes, GameStop. I'm thinking about taking this reversal back to $21. Okay. 1,000 shares. $1 on 1,000 shares. Call it for what it is. This is the problem. I'm not reluctant, but I'm reluctant. I feel like they want to just trap you in this thing. Look at that. There was like absolutely no volume with that. And this thing should start to continue. But I am still, I'm going to give it a little bit of room. But I am thinking about it. I'm thinking about taking this long, okay? And it's going to be back to $21 roughly, taking profits in front of... Oh no, we're at 2080. Okay, not 21 to 22. Okay, you know what? Never mind. I take that back. Because I'm not buying 10,000 shares of this. I'm not doing it. I don't trust it. I wouldn't even buy 5,000. 5,000 I could see, but I'd be... It's not even... See, you know what I mean? It's got to be to the point where it's worth it. You know? You might as well just go long options after that, so...
The carbon mirrors are back. Yep. That Dave stole. You son of...
Hey, where are your mirrors?
I'm keeping the carbon now because we added more carbon.
Your lunch is my lunch.
Oh yeah? So, dude, look at this.
It's a very vibrant blue. I think it's gonna look nice to the Mercy.
But Martine's been painting for 40 years. 40? Yeah.
That's sick.
He's a Long Beach legend.
You know what would do with this car?
What?
If you had carbon mirrors.
It's a better swing. I know we ain't the only ones rocking, but I bet that we're the only ones doing it like this. We take the party low, it ain't no stopping. We control the whole thing so clean. I might just rage.
What do you have that's a surprise? What's this whole thing that you two keep snickering about? Dave's done something and I'm not sure I like it. I don't like surprises.
Yeah, the surprise is for you this time.
What's the fucking surprise, David.
So remember the black
I know what it is.
The black minivan that we all equally crashed?
Yeah, it's destroyed. It's at the crusher.
It's not. It's here and it's completely rebuilt and it's getting a full DDE build.
It's gonna get built? It's gonna be rebuilt. You're gonna rebuild
It's already
it?
rebuilt. It's done. Van's good to go. Evan and his team over the past month have been rebuilding it, and I've ordered a bunch of crazy stuff for a heavily modified.
No, you did.
We have one van for practicality. This one's to be in practice.
No. The CGT, the ultimate minivan, that was my concept. That's supposed to be my van.
It's gonna be our van.
Now.
I know, it's him. He said it.
I never said I crashed it.
No.
We crashed it.
You crashed it.
No, equally. When you really sit down and think about it, legally speaking, we all crashed into the fence.
Legally speaking.
If you talk to a lawyer.
First of all, how much did you spend on the van?
A lot.
Dude, what?
More? I spent more on the van than my Bentley build or my 599 build for sure.
Oh, bro.
Because those parts are all sponsored. This is actual cash money.
What the?
Bro, it's back.
No.
Look at the front.
It's
way. Holy shnikes,
This is
dude.
obvious, but go look at the back.
What?
Remember the back you pushed in with the truck?
Yeah.
Wait, so you guys purposely did this?
No! We all made a mistake together, and legally, we can't talk about it.
No way.
For a souvenir for you.
Oh my gosh.
Let's put this on eBay.
Small fender bender. Is that the 599 windshield?
Yeah.
Is that the one that broke coming out?
Yeah.
Oh man, that sucks. Windshields lately on this channel have been taking a beating. We never had issues with windshields until one fateful day.
What's this wee I've cracked one
Calmly driving down the street with a very quiet SVJ.
Thor came out of nowhere.
The sledgehammer came out of nowhere, and ever since that fateful day, it's been nothing but windshields and glass on your roof and everything been cracking and breaking.
Well, that was James who destroyed the Quadra Corsa. So technically, I'm 0 for 0, but you guys are hard on glass. By the way, this is not cheap.
By the way, you know what else is not cheap?
By the way,
we noticed that the Mercial logo has a cracked windshield.
Are you f***ing kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you.
Dang.
I may have noticed that. I was the bearer of bad news with that one.
For it. That's our rule we have.
What the hell?
If you know, that's why we ignore everything.
We take it out of your pay or your salary.
You ruined the joke. Okay, so there's more.
Yes.
Come look at this van on the side. I'm gonna give the audience a small hint, as well as you guys, or a teaser.
Okay.
So if you notice one thing, it's a bit high in the air. Sometimes you want it higher, sometimes you want it lower. So Evan,
hydraulics.
What did you order us?
What? Airbags? Shut the front door.
Bro, and then think color change, think interior, think there's just so much happening. We're also gonna do some power upgrades.
He's so full of Airbags, I believe.
No.
Airbags with these wheels.
This van
I get it.
deserves to be a proper DDE car, and it's going to be. It
does deserve.
This is the OG van.
We paid $38,000 during COVID for this van.
Well, you just paid a lot more.
A lot more. Oh yeah, suspension's like 12 grand.
What?
Yeah, it's crazy.
What?
Worth it. Are you pumped?
No, we need to talk off camera.
It's all fixed.
What the? By the way, this place is actually crazy. There's so many layers to it. So where we just were in Evan's office is way up on the top level in the far corner of that building. Then he has a full transmission shop upstairs in this corner, a whole bunch of crazy stuff in this building over here. Then we walked across. There's a whole bunch of random cars and stuff on this side up top. And then you come down the stairs. This goes all underground, as you saw, with all these, like this old truck and all these old cars under these covers. Beautifully restored cars. We have this little patch of dirt because of under construction, and then a random paint booth in this building. And the fans are a bit loud, so I do apologize, but he's now putting down the first layer of clear coat. Oh yeah! Now we're getting that glossy look.
I'm jealous. It's not chrome gold, but it's pretty good.
Don't be jealous. You spent $30,000 on a minivan.
Which is the paint for the minivan.
You son of a... To the block. To Skinny's Starship, we have a special guest coming to the block.
Oh, we
with
do?
a very special Lamborghini, highly modified.
Oh wow.
Dare I say, probably more modified than anything I've ever built to date.
What?
Wait until you see this car. This is hands down the most modified Lamborghini I have ever seen.
What the?
right?
Oh my God.
Now look, you had a Lamborghini.
Yeah.
But it was nothing like this Lamborghini. What's up, dude?
How's it going?
Dude, you totally redid it.
A little bit.
Holy
different
crap.
color.
Absolutely mental. So what'd you do to this thing since the last time that I saw you at the block party? Still the pink color, right?
Pink, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, wrapped it red, and then I actually put these iPads here. I actually asked any question about the car and it can answer it, yeah.
What? All right, you guys, this is Bryce. Bryce has been building this car for how long?
I got it in 2020.
2020.
Yep.
Just shy of 5 years. Yep. You've done all of this, and this car was a stock Aerodo?
Yeah, it was actually a rolling shell. It was from Royalty Exotics, and so it was the one that got caught on fire by a space heater. Yeah,
that is wild.
So they gutted it and then had it as a display vehicle.
Yeah,
and then during COVID they sold it. So.
But look at this thing. So it's been at the block party. You've probably seen this on the internet, but if you haven't, I really wanted to showcase it here at DDE because he drives this thing everywhere. So it's very daily driven exotics to the core, and it is the most modified Lamborghini, in my opinion, I have ever seen. If you look at every square inch of this, not only has it been modified, but it's actually custom. Very much like the F12. I cannot believe the freaking mic was off that whole time. You got to be kidding me. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, we're just going to keep it simple. 50-day, everything's coming up. Look for a break at this level. And see if you can start working CrowdStrike next week down into this zone here. You're going to have the 50-day come up. I think we can get that. So if we can back test this 100-day moving average, you bounce into that, then I'm going to look to break to a new low. Really, I want to break the 20-day and close down into this, start working our way down into this area down here. All right, that's just my opinion. And this is why it's going to be hard, because I think it's overdone. This might end up just holding and going higher. I'm going to go make some coffee and I'll be right back. It's already made. I just got to pour it. So, but thank you for bringing that up. I'm sorry I didn't see it sooner. I've just, for some reason, have had a bad day today, and I don't really want to keep going down that route. I want to come here. Let's see here. Yeah, I think there's Jets ETF takes flight while Delta Southwest face turbulence. CrowdStrike struck a deal to sell the software IRS didn't buy. 1240. What the hell just happened here? Let me see. Let's see what's going on here. project, but just way further down the road than my car is. So he has like created this insane custom suspension setup. What's all this? What made you do this?
It was more like every area of the car that I got to, I want to do something like as unique as possible. Because if you do something like 80% all the way, you know, it's significantly less in my eyes. I try to go like as extreme as possible.
I would say, like, how do you even come up with this contraption right here that is the working suspension for the rear end of this beast?
I just was holding the coil. I was like, where do I want to put this?
And you're like, right here, and I'll just cut half the car off to do it.
Yeah.
This is insane. And what's this made out of?
Polycarbonate.
Polycarbonate. And then what can you tell me about the power plant? Because that is the largest turbo I have ever seen on anything other than a diesel truck. Other than a diesel, yeah. It's huge. So first of all, what's the engine below it?
A 2JZ.
Okay, and then what size is this turbo for all the nerds out there?
85 millimeter.
Well, just look at it. It's freaking insane.
Is that a Gallardo transmission?
Yes.
Also, it's a 6-speed manual transmission. You've made it. Okay.
That
so it drives like a Gallardo then, as far as the shifts and whatnot.
Wow. Titanium.
Buy a Gallardo or anything for a fucking 2JZ. Like, I get that it's cool. Look at those. Look at that exhaust. Look at those welds. Whoever made that, that's a beauty. That's a beauty of a piece right there. I don't know. You just don't. You know, you don't buy a Supra because it sounds good. You don't buy a Lupra or a Gallardo because it's the fastest thing on earth, right? Sure, you can make them quick. You can throw some turbos on them, and at the end of the day, there's just... Anyway.
It sticks out further.
Yeah, we actually stretched the frame 5 inches. So
I mean, it was on fire, so it's just like, I don't know, it just sucks. It just sucks to see. I mean, I get...
It's out 5 inches more.
Holy
so we
crap.
stretched the frame, but this didn't get stretched. Like, we cut it in, because this doesn't actually match up with this. It's more under. We had to do that because the engine would be basically like inside the car.
And this is a manual, you guys. He converted it. Gated manual. Small customization to the dash. Fully caged, right?
Yep.
Holy crap. And you have some gnarly carbon bucket seats in here, bro. Backbreakers. What's the longest you've ever tried to stay in this car for, and then after a while you're like, okay, this is too much?
Last time I actually drove it there, so.
What?
Yeah.
From here, 4 hours?
Yeah, and I would do that again. It's so much easier than trailering it. It's annoying putting on a trailer, having to go.
My man.
So, yeah.
Yes. I think of Transformers when I see your car, to be honest. I'm always waiting for this thing to actually start talking and say, Damon, back the f and turns into like this big robot flaps me.
We're gonna do that with the AI actually. Have it, talk. So you can speak to it and it'll answer.
What do you think?
I've never seen anything like this before, not even on the internet and photos.
So this was a Gallardo at one point in time. Holy crap. Bro, he went up to you with the carbon Super Trofeo front end. That's it. That's it. We'll be friends, but you guys won't be. Look at this. So the suspension in the front. What is going on here? That's in the dash underneath the windshield, under the glass. Yeah. Look at this front end. I mean, it is just so menacing looking. Holy crap. Is that your turn signal?
Yeah.
Oh. It just doesn't stop ever. So you have this screen on the outside of your car.
What color is it? I'm thinking, fam, hang on.
Is that what it says?
The car is wrapped in red, so it's fast. Even the color had to catch up.
What? You guys got jokes? Yeah. Come on. You're gonna make that eventually, so instead of typing and asking it a question and it replying with text, the goal is you talk to it, it talks back.
Yeah, yeah.
I think you should fire it up. By the way, look at the taillights on this thing. It kind of looks like the exotic supercar version of the Tumbler.
Oh yeah, actually, that's a good analogy.
Right? Why do I think I shouldn't be standing here? How cool is this?
Yeah, the Tumbler, that's a good comparison, literally.
We've had this car at the event a couple of times, and it gets so overwhelming talking to people and doing everything that I never get to look at it. Yeah. So I wanted to invite him back. Easily the most modified Lambo I've ever seen.
100%. My favorite reel I've seen with him was he had a turkey in the back, and the flames are cooking the turkey.
A turkey?
A turkey.
You cooked a turkey with this? You did not take a bite of that, right?
I did not know.
Yeah. That'd make you very sick.
Can we just take a little bit of appreciation for the lines on the Gallardo? Like, seriously? It's probably one of my favorite, like, for a different reason. It's one of my favorite models outside of the LP 640 Murcielagos, or even the pre-LP for that matter. But like, look at the body lines on this thing. It's a beautiful car. I think it's beautiful.
You did not take a bite of that, right? I did not, no. Yeah. That'd make you very sick.
Look at the rear induction flow, just everything about it. I love the look of the, of course, half of it isn't there now.
That is absolute.
Has polycarbonate.
See it. Look inside, Mia.
See it right here. That's wild.
You can see the engine.
This is what I'm saying. Is this safe?
What?
Is this safe?
Who cares?
What?
It's cool.
It is cool, but this guy drives this.
You need to be cool. You don't need it to be safe. Ready for this?
Let's go. I got a light. I got a camera. You're coming with me, you guys. Oh my God, it's slightly terrifying in here. Look at this. Don't mind that fuel line right there. Oh. There's no gyro left in here.
I told you I had a cool car coming, Mia.
You sure did.
Now, are you getting ideas for your car? This is the type of stuff I know.
Like, this is DD level.
We go to like car shows and I look at cars, like I try to get ideas of like what I want to do to my car. Like take some ideas from that and add them to your build. Jason's not doing that.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a...
Ideas, small stuff.
Okay, there's nothing small change about that.
That's all minor, you know? No big deal. Let's go. Let's take Dave's Bentley. We're going to chase them.
Got harness on. We're going to drive chill. Got 2 kids at home. And I have no helmet next to a roll cage.
Cold start in Dave's car. Oh, and it came to life. Oh, and the screen flips over? What is going on in here?
Hey, easy on the baby.
Hey, this thing's heavy.
Yeah, it's heavy.
Holy crap.
It's like manual. Oh, like that. You engraved it. So the 6 has 6 fingers. Oh my God, it has 6 fingers. Look at that.
Oh! Yo. Whoa.
Feels like Magic Mountain.
Man, this thing doesn't brake very well. I'm not gonna lie.
It's so race car in here. It's just like in the Bentley. He's gonna need a new suspension after he drives it.
Oh my.
You think it'll scrape?
Is that your front left?
That's how I lift up the, yeah.
Get out of here. It's buckling up, holy crap. Yeah. That's obviously aftermarket.
Yep.
Dude, I love that.
And then this is the compressor right there.
Very race car in here.
I'm looking at Netflix, and Netflix might have, like, in my opinion, I feel like Netflix still has a leg left in it. This is a nice 5-point move to either side. I'm gonna be keeping my eyes on this. And so yeah, guys, I am he's an idiot.
He would like to see those rolled off. Number 2, media spend. TD Cowen note this morning, 3.5 times more spending last quarter for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. She raised $1 billion with a B in the third quarter. I can just tell you on the ground in our hotel, every single
Dude, they are trying to promote the shit out of her so bad. They want her to win. This is so fucking sad. The news should not be dictating what people do with their vote. The people should be able to decide for themselves. So yeah, I'm gonna go make a coffee. Yeah, CGC. I'm gonna look at real quick. It is doing really well. MSOS as a whole has been doing really well, or at least started to. I brought this up earlier in the week that just take a look at the daily chart, and you know, the daily chart on MSOS, it's trying to put in a base. Believe it or not, after that COVID sell-off, this is actually trying to put in a base. You may have a little more downside to go here after this move, but if it holds, we could start to see some upside. So I'm going to grab coffee. I'll be right back.
How much power is it making? 1100. Feels like it. Damn. They were saying that it's got a triple plate clutch, which makes the engagement very, very, very tough. It's a very hard car to drive. Slightly terrifying. What's that button for? Oh, that. Yeah, Bentley has one of those. It's called sport mode. What? That is crazy. Dude, this thing kicks. Oh, I don't like that. No, no, sir. Oh, it was like that when he came out the freeway. That thing is crazy. Obviously very fast, but because you're basically in a race car, when it's going fast, you hear everything, you feel everything, and honestly, it's scary. Yeah, we're not used to being in a car like this. It reminds me of being like a fully built drift car on the street. Woo! Let's go! What? What's really cool about this car, it looks crazy, but it's actually so fast. You can build this to look crazy, make it be slow. It's actually like... We hit the speed limit so quickly. Terrifyingly. Sorry. Back up! No problem. This is a mean car. How's that? Not for the spare parts. Sorry. Back up! Sorry. Well,
know, it lives up to how crazy that it looks. Like, it is menacing looking, and it looks terrifyingly fast and unstable.
Yeah.
Like Dave's emotions and relationships. You wanna go for a ride?
Heck no.
You're definitely not going for a ride. So?
I'm good, thanks. It's all yours, bro. Take it away and go home.
Bro, I trust your life in his hands.
Go for a ride, Skinny. Nope. I'm skinny. I'm a big car guy. Yeah. Get in there. Prove it.
We made Dave poop his pants. Bryce, thanks for coming by.
Yeah, no problem.
Where can these guys follow more of your crazy shenanigans?
Jagerbomb142 is my Instagram.
Drunk too?
First place.
I can't do it. Fucking Twitter will get mad at me. You can't even say nothing nowadays without getting banned or something. Like, I'm just tired of hearing about Elon Musk. Talk to Vladimir Putin. Elon Musk. Talk to Vladimir Putin. Who gives a fuck? Who really gives a fuck? I don't give a shit. Do you guys care? I really don't care. They are sure slobbing on that knob though. So, I mean, I can put CNBC on while I go make some coffee because I still haven't, I mean, I made it. I just haven't poured it. We could leave it. I'll throw CNBC on. You'll just, sorry.
They're dependent.
Get upset.
To get satellites into orbit. They're dependent on Elon Musk to lead the charge in electric vehicles in the United States economy. They're dependent on Elon Musk in so many ways, and he's such a big spender in American politics. It's very, very tricky for the U.S. government to figure out how to respond here.
Yeah. All right.
Here's the thing. Did you hear what he said? For the U.S. government to respond. They don't even know if it's true or not yet. That's an assumption, right? Like, listen to them.
These reports, and I'm going to bundle this.
Again, reports, not a verification. This is a report.
With Putin.
And like I said earlier, this is probably a report that came from a filing that went to D.C. to say, hey, we had a conversation. This is what the conversation was about. This is how long it was. And that's it. But you have yet to get that. Which is why you know, it's not even that it's fake, because I'm sure he did. It's bullshit, is what it is. It's just a bunch of bullshit. It is let's say these things because we believe this way, and hopefully whoever is listening will start to think and act that way as well. That's all it is. That's all it is. You know, because at the end of the day, whether he did, whether he didn't, guess what? Wall Street Journal, there's only one way that they would find out about that. That they have to have proof. So he in fact did. We know this. Because the thing is, if Wall Street Journal or a lot of these other major publishing companies, they can and will be sued, and they have a law that they cannot just put out accusations. There has to be an accusation with a reasonable, it's just something. Listen, don't ask me. I did study Academy of Communications and Publishing, but I don't know the full out law that's with it. Like, for instance, The Economist put out a report that a bank met with lawyers back when banks were starting to go up, and they said, no, we didn't meet with a lawyer to talk about should we raise money, how should we handle the situation because we're running low on deposits. The guy got in trouble. He could have went to jail, this, that, and the third. So at the end of the day, did he talk to him? I'm sure. I'm sure he did. And why did he talk to him? Because the president's not. Because no one else from fucking DC is. Because it's big government. And I guarantee you, Elon Musk was like, hey, what's going on? What are you guys trying to do? How can we come to a resolution here? And that's all it was. But if you listen to CNBC, it's a whole bunch of, oh, well, he had to go talk to Vladimir Putin and try to take the election. And they try to spin it into a direction that it fully isn't. Because I know for a fact, if he did, which I'm going to be honest with you guys, if the New York, if Wall Street Journal put it out, then it's a 95% chance that he did, and we know why he did it. It was either, I'm not even going to say it was for business. It was, what are the things that we need if he becomes president? How do we come to resolution here? What exactly is going on? And I guarantee you that's it. And guess what? That's more than Kamala can say. That's more than Joe Biden can ever say. That's more than Obama can say. That's more than any of the people that stand up to try to tell other people that to vote for Kamala can say that they've done. But yet they're the best candidate. Well, guess what? Under those candidates, third world countries, second world countries, their citizens get their limbs blown off. They live and things like this happen all the time. Because the United States of America, if you ever wonder why they burn American flags, it's because the government goes over there and they think they can do whatever the hell they want. Sure. Are there times in certain circumstances where we need to be over and be doing things about stuff? Sure. But it's not up to us to be forcing ourselves into a situation because of a personal motive, right? The personal motive of Obama thinking every country should be free or this, that, and the third. Well, sure, you might feel that way, but to an extent, it's up to the people to ultimately take that country, and, you know, it's up to the people. It's up to the people, you know? You have people, like, that are in Spanish, that they want to, you know, wave Mexico flags like Mexico is so great, but yet run from that very same country. Instead of having a civil war and taking your country back. If you're tired of the gangs, this, that, and the third, well then guess what? The citizens and the army's got to stand up. But it'll never happen because it's a lot easier to run than it is to handle the situation. Or it's an instant gratification where this place has already evolved because they've taken the time to do what they needed to do to get there, and you're just trying to bypass a few generations of time. I don't know. Could be a mix of both, but who am I to say? But listen to what they're saying here.
He is now slaughtering Ukrainians with missiles from Iran. He is kidnapping children, Ukrainian children, and bringing them to Russia. We cannot normalize contact with an individual like that.
Did you hear that? He didn't say at the end of that statement, we need to come to a resolution here. It wasn't that. We can't normalize a conversation. Here's what he's not telling you. Obama and Joe putting themselves in that predicament to take over who was going to be in charge of Ukraine. It was the U.S. politicians who put themselves there, who helped put Zelensky in office, who held money over their heads. So let's go tell it for what it really is. And guess what? Naturally, when you do that, you're going to piss off another country that is a trade partner with said country. So the asserted dominance of the United States of America, you had no reason to be doing that in the first place. Why is it that this stuff never happened with Bill Clinton? Why did it not happen with George Bush? Why did it not happen with George Bush Sr.? Riddle me that. Because we worked with them. This is what they're not showing.
I am concerned
and saying,
that
we
might privatize some things that we should have in the public sector, but right now we don't have the ability to do it, and so have to rely on Musk. I agree. I'd like to build that up.
Yeah, well, that's.
When was the last time? If you guys could somebody put in the chat? When was the last time Russia, before Ukraine or anything, when was the last time that they did something just outrageously crazy? When they were just a nation that you know, from Obama, because again, you got to remember George Bush and Bill Clinton, okay, from the 90s into the 2000s, were working on an arms treaty with them to be on a path to be able to work together. What changed? Obama. What gave Obama the reason to not be able to say no? We're pretty much shunning you. All the things you did with Bill Clinton, George Bush Sr., and George Bush, we're not doing it. Give me a reason why Russia has ever done anything aside from, you know, I'm talking malicious acts, right? You see North Korea, what are they doing? They're sending missiles, they're doing test missiles that go over Japan. So if something goes wrong, citizens could get killed. All right? That's something that I really don't approve of. I just don't think that is okay. All right? So, but anyway, I just don't think that there has been anything. Remember, this is the same Russia that fought terrorism back in 2000 after 9/11. Let's not forget about that. So I just want to know, and I'm just asking everybody's opinion, where did that mindset come from, where they're so mad at Russia because of Ukraine, but they weren't mad at Joe Biden for holding money hostage if they did not put a certain person in leadership? You know, I don't know what Russia has ever done for Obama to say no. No, we can't. We're not going to work on a path to, you know, some type of where we can all work together. See, I think this is where things get lost in the sauce, and this mythical reason of just you can't trust Russia, this, that, and the third. The Soviets nation is no longer here. Russia hasn't really been innovative, a forefront of innovation in years. Okay, I mean, but aside of all that, I just think that, I mean, I mean, me personally, I don't think I'm crazy when I say that. I don't think I'm crazy that. What else do you expect? You know? Yes, and that was because, you know, Ukraine gave up their nuclear arms, right? Ukraine gave up their nuclear arms so that we, or, you know, and you know, like you said, they gave up their nuclear arms, and you know, we would supply them with whatever it is that they needed if something happened. But nothing didn't happen until Joe Biden sits on stage and starts asserting himself with his son on the board of Burisma, right? This is literally funneling yourself into another country and making an outcome that you yourself want, as in Joe Biden and Obama. They have an idea of what they want the world. They're trying to put it to work. Guys, it's not up to them. I don't care if it's the right thing or the wrong thing. It's not okay. It's not okay for you or anyone else to think it's okay to go to someone else's country and think you can do whatever you want. If you have situations like the Nazis, Jews are getting burned, like, there is a line, okay? Remember Obama drew that line, right? Remember the red line Obama drew, right? But never did anything about it once it was crossed. But this is where we're at. We're at 80-some billion with it, and it's only happened under 2 presidencies. This stuff has only happened under 2 presidencies. That's all I'm gonna say, and it's under the same leadership, Obama and Biden.
So why should we trust that there's upward room from here with all of this global uncertainty overall?
And he says we shouldn't accept normalizing that. No, motherfucker, you need to mind your own business and figure out what it is that we can do to be on a path to where we're not spending a shitload of money. We're not wasting, whether it's old ammunition, old armored trucks, all these things that we very well could use in case of another war that breaks out. And it's just a fact that we just continue to spend and spend and spend. And it's so much money. 80 billion, almost 100 billion every few months. They do it every month, roughly every month and a half. They've been doing it. So what, are you just supposed to not do anything about it? Because you're so, it's such a one-sided, what the guy just said was just so one-sided that it just screams he doesn't want to see it any other way, and that he's a Democratic voter, and he just wants to side himself with the current administration. You know, over the last several hundred years, Russia has never tried to take over anything. They haven't been innovative of anything. The only time that they did do something about another nation is when the United States government put themselves in that country and dictated the outcome of a presidency of that nation and got between Russia and Ukraine. That's when it became a problem. Those two are trade partners, guys. Whether you like it or don't like it, whether you agree or disagree, Ukraine and Russia have always been partners with one another, and they've been trade partners. For us to go over there and pretty much cut Russia out of the deal of Ukraine, it's going to cause problems, and that's just what it is. So guess what? We don't do that. The world needs to be able to operate as one, you know, and guess what? This is what you get. Biden doesn't want to do anything about it. He wants to send his cronies in there. He thinks he's got the military behind him. I mean, self-explanatory. Just give me your vote. I'll say whatever I can do. Say, give me your vote, and then I'll see you guys in 4 years. You guys won't see me. I won't be doing shit for you, but I got some shit over here I want to keep doing. All right? You're giving him the permission to have the military on his back and for him to do whatever he wants to do. He doesn't have to answer to nobody after they get their votes, guys. He can paint these different pictures that that the majority of the time are lies on why they do these things, but that's just it. They're lies, and they've been proven lies. Why is that? Well, we were able to get out of the Paris Climate Accord. The NATO thing, whether I agree or disagree with it, I think that there's a different alternative than what we have now, because I still think it's a bunch of money funneling between the two. Should we be doing drills together? Absolutely, 100%. We all need to stick together. I don't know, man, but those little side quests with Joe Biden, it's just not going to end well. That's all I'm going to say. It's just not going to end well, and it's just not good. It's not good for humanity. It's not good for the U.S. As we can tell, we already are running a 100% deficit of GDP. You know. Oh, yeah, my fault, Brandon, bro. My fault. I wish I had something else on here, like not even Bloomberg. Bloomberg's the same way. I just wish the news stations wouldn't do this. You know, I really wish they wouldn't do it. And you know what's funny? How they didn't have people from both sides speaking there. It was only they had two people, a man and a girl, but they came with the same views. They didn't come from both sides. Right? Like somebody like me that would say, hey, you know, if you're not going to pick up the phone, somebody else will. If you're not going to help figure out a solution to the issue, you got one guy saying not to normalize it. Nobody ever said anything about normalizing it. There's a crisis going on over there. And they're not doing nothing about it. And that's the fact. So whether you like it or not, it's not up to you. It's not up to you to decide what other people should think or not think, and I feel the same way. You may disagree with me, and that's fine. You do what's best for you. But that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be an issue solved, and let's just continue to throw bullets and bombs at it. All right, let's just, bro, I'm gonna tell you guys right now, they're just gonna wipe Ukraine off the map. And listen, you can't blame them, because guess what? We'd be doing it too. What do you think we would be doing to Mexico or Canada if Russia started asserting themselves with Mexico and they really started becoming trade partners? Do you think the United States government would allow that? Do you think they would just be okay with Russian submarines, Russian boats, all this other shit going on in Mexico? Do you think they would be okay with that? They wouldn't. They wouldn't. And more importantly, they would do whatever they had to do to stop it. See, you really can't be mad at Russia. Because if Russia was right here on our borders, being able to do whatever they wanted, we'd have an issue with it. Or at least the politicians would have an issue with it. I'd have an issue with it. Okay? But that doesn't mean, you know, it's, you know, you do something about it. Right? Russia goes over to Mexico. We start bombing the shit out of Mexico and this, that, and the third. And Russia, and you don't think Russia should be like, okay, what do you guys want from us? You guys want to see our surveillance? Should we not go here, there, this, that, and the third? You know what I'm saying? That's the stance that we should be taking right now, because we also have, I don't want to say bigger problems, but we sure as shit ain't worrying about what the hell they're doing. You know, we're always going to have surveillance on the entire globe as a nation, but you want to worry about what they're doing. Listen, China's the one sending a balloon over top of your country, bud. Not Russia. Alright? So, and again, I'm not saying that you should trust Putin for anything. I'm just saying you should try to solve the conflict. And guess what? If the conflict gets solved and then something pops off, now you have an excuse to say, you know, you have your excuse to shun Russia. Right, that's what I'm saying.
We're like Tire Global and others, and that will essentially let Waymo continue to build without being a drag on Alphabet's balance sheet. It could also make it easier to eventually spin off. Now, this is key because Waymo is still unprofitable. A Bank of America analysis from June estimates 2024 revenue between $50 to $75 million, potential losses at $1.2 to $1.5 billion. Now, Waymo is starting to pay off in terms of adoption. An executive tells me that it can, quote, be absolutely profitable, and they're already making improvements on cost reductions. The unit, though, still needs significant investment. And it comes at a time when its core advertising and search business may be under threat, and it's facing a mountain of legal challenges. Robotaxi investment may be less compelling to Google shareholders, less so very much to venture investors whose thesis is...
Check this out, man. I don't want to look at it. Let's look at the SPY. I can't believe I was actually right. And I knew... This is why the market's so hard, and I said it this morning when I said that I forgot what I was about to say. I was going to say, and it's funny because the market did exactly what I was thinking and was going to say, because it's not just as easy as like, hey, like what I'm talking about is the game plan from this morning. I'm talking about the game plan from this morning. And that game plan was to say, all right, let's look for this bounce and a pullback right around when the bell, right around the bell. It could be a little after, it could be a little before, but ultimately we're looking for this pop. Let's look for the pullback and then get long the pullback. And I was going to say they're going to do it in a way that it's not that easy. The market, just like they did this morning, where they just ripped it 4 or 5 points, right? All the way back up there to highs. And now they're doing the sell-off, hold. This was the plan. But we didn't expect the market to go all the way to 584 and then sell off. We were looking for like a 583, 582.50, and then a pullback, and see if we can stabilize, get the long. And I was gonna say it. I was gonna say now the market's not gonna do it you know, it sounds easy the way I'm talking and the game plan and everything, but the market's going to do it in a way that makes it hard for you to execute and take advantage of. You know, the market's going to do it in a tricky way. And I'll be damned if it didn't, if that's not exactly what the market did. Man, this is crazy, guys. This is absolutely insane. I cannot believe the market just ran all the way back to those previous highs. I'm actually like, this price action is actually insane today. You know, this is absolutely insane. It really is. I gotta go grab some coffee. I'll be right back. What time is it? It's 1:40, almost 2 o'clock. Let's see if we can put in a little bottom here. The problem is we're getting ready to look at the volume that is trying to come in down there. 4,000 to the buy. There's a few 4,000 or 5,000 orders there. There's about 10,000 shares just bought down there at this, in front of this zone. And here I go. I'm getting ready to go get some coffee and I'm gonna miss the bounce. Let's see. Boom. Like, look at that tail on the 4 hour. Could you guys see that happening today? That's so ridiculous. Like, look at that tail. That's ridiculous. Let's look at the weekly chart now. We're down back at the low on the weekly chart. I wonder how much of this tail we take back, guys. Do we close down here at the 20-day again? 575? I think there's a chance. I think there's a chance. Look, they're packing it on. It's exactly what they're doing. Remember, it's Friday. This is really where we're gonna start shaping that weekly candle, guys. God damn.
In this election, there's politics and there's power. It's Our Beat, and it's about the bottom line. Live from the New York Stock Exchange, San Francisco, and Washington, D.C. Your money, your votes. November 5th, CNBC.
Look back, the NASDAQ hitting a fresh record high, first since July, ahead of next week's big tech earnings.
Guys, we picked these up for 27 cents, 28 cents. They're $1.50 now. And I said to hold these all day long. And what'd the market do? The market made it a little harder for me. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. What is that? What is that? What is this? A 700% trade? 800%? Let's say 30, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 67. We're almost at 500%. Something like that. I mean, 20 to 200 is 1,000% for those 580s. I can't believe that. Think about that, man. I should have just, because I bought those because I would have been happy with losing the majority of that position. I actually got out of the 582s and dropped myself down and dropped the position size because I was like really certain that this down move was going to come and look for this base and be able to, you know, bring in some insurance on this down move. But that up move this morning really screwed me up. I think it screwed a lot of people up. I do. I don't think anybody was really anticipating that. I wasn't. I was anticipating upside, but not like that. Not that early, not that the way in the way that we did it. And the market will always do that to you. Tesla's still holding up. Keep eyes on like Nvidia, Microsoft, like your right? Like, look, Meta is still right around highs. Not really, actually. It's actually not. Damn, Meta reports next week, too. Let me see something here. Video, let's see here. Alright. So, damn. NVIDIA is not. Oh, you know what? We might get our chance. Wait. I don't know what to do here. I'm just gonna relax. I'm just gonna relax here because yeah, it looks like we're getting ready to run a test back down to 140, and I want to see if we can hold there. That was our previous resistance. We got back above it, and if we break it, we break it. I just don't know if they're going to start selling this market off in front of this. I think we need some more price action, guys. I do. I think to make the best decision for ourselves, we need the best price we need some more price action. Like, look at the SPY. The SPY never held 580. Didn't even hold it. Just sliced right through it. I can't believe that. That's a major level right there, 582.50. That's a nice. We drew the bear flag on that too. But I was yapping about fucking goddamn it, I hate Russia. I hate you, Russia. I was fucking yapping about Tesla or Elon Musk and Russia, and I missed that damn trade. Okay, so look, CrowdStrike. What we were just talking about that too, though. Look for CrowdStrike to get down into that zone, and it broke. It broke to a new low a day. And there it is. All right, I'll be right back.
Values to their customer. And then you'll see the Gen AI will come in as well, which will even further extend the value that they can offer to the customer. So there's both sides right now. You can see Cadence Synopsys is going to benefit on that. Well, you'll also see the same thing on the Autodesk and other design software, on the internal side, but it's the external demand. We're yet to see that.
Well, we'll be watching very closely here at CNBC to see how that AI demand unfolds. Siti Panigrahi from Mizuho, thank you. Well, coming up, 75 people have now been infected from an E. coli outbreak linked to McDonald's Quarter Pounders. That's according to the FDA. Those burgers remain off the menu at roughly 20% of its restaurants, while Burger King and Young Brands have removed fresh onions from some locations out of precaution. McDonald's down 3% today and nearly 7% since Monday for its worst week since the start of the pandemic. And as we head to break, here's a look at stocks at session lows. The Dow down more than 300 points. The S&P has turned negative, erasing a 1% gain. The Nasdaq still in the green, but only by about 0.5% after hitting a record high. We're back right after this.
Stocks at Night.
Welcome back. What do the meteoric climb of GLP-1 drugs, rising demand for condiments like ketchup, and falling demand for cosmetics in China all have in common? Well, the Aptar Group. Aptar makes dosing and dispensing mechanisms for drugs and consumer products, and it was also our mystery chart. Sales shares hitting all-time highs in the back of an earnings beat, but the company missed on the top line, and the Q4 guidance came in a bit light. Joining me now is Stefan Tanda, President and CEO of Aptar Group. Stefan, good to see you again. I actually want to start on a broad question, more policy related, having to do with tariffs, because you got manufacturing in lots of places around the world. If we see more tariffs in the next administration across the board, is that on balance good or bad for Aptar Group?
Great to be back, John. I would say for us, it's really neutral. We are very much have a philosophy of serving the region from within the region. And of course, what higher tariffs do is they further regionalize supply chains, creating friction to ship across, which for some low-cost competitors will create a bigger issue. On the other hand, we all know there are...
All right. We're coming into the end of the day.
Investigating cryptocurrency firm Tether.
Tether. So, I was just about to say
Wall Street Journal.
I'm sorry that I get into some of these big government things. You know what I mean? Because I care about my subscribers. I care about the views and everything. You know, I don't want to lose anybody. These are just my thoughts. These are just my opinions. I'm sorry that sometimes I get into them. It's kind of hard when the media, like, you know, CNBC, this is all they want to talk about all day. It's just upsetting to me that they, you know, whether we like it or not, our balance sheet is being affected, and Ukrainians and Russians every day are dying. And these people that are in charge aren't doing anything about it. I don't care if you agree, if it's right, if it's wrong. It's got to stop. It's got to stop. That's it. Unless Russia flies planes into our buildings, it's got to stop. All right? Outside of that, then it's time to lace up the boots and get to work. All right? For anybody that was alive in 2000, you know how it was.
Yeah.
We were ready. People that were never, were leaving the best jobs to go into the nation, to go into the army, because that's who we are. I lived through that. You know, a lot of younger people may not have lived through that. Watching them fly planes into our buildings, that made you feel some type of way. Especially afterward, because you didn't know at the time what was happening. But it wasn't until afterwards when, you know, when we realized it was a problem and we were coming to solve it. We had retribution, all right? I feel like this isn't that. This is our own government that is put other people in this situation because they think they can do whatever they want. That's just my opinion. That's the last I'm going to speak on it. But that's just in my opinion. That's exactly what it is. So let's go. Let's see what we can get into, you know, at the end of the day. Hopefully, I'm going to tell you guys right now, remember earlier in the week I was talking about being a little gun shy, and if you start to make like a couple wrong moves, things are going good, right? When things are good, trade after trade, you're seeing the board, green, 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 right? And then you make a couple mistakes, and I'm getting ahead of myself here, where you're making so many, you know, you're seeing the board and you're making green trades, making the right decisions. It's easier to continue to put the trades on and to continue, right, to do that. Now, you know, this was my plan. You know, a pop in the market. Let's look for that pullback to hold. It popped a lot further than I expected. I tried to get short. I was in just a little early. It came back to my, you know, right around. It was a small loss. I got in at 28 cents after commissions, and it came back up to 24 cents. So it was just a small loss. But that still makes me think about when it's happened twice in a row. You know, the market's doing something that my decision making is not matching, or I'm doing something wrong to not benefit from, you know, what's going on. So my point, again, I'm getting beside myself here, is that it's really easy to put on trades when things are going well, and then you start having a little rough patch, then you start second guessing your ability, you know, or you get a little gun shy. And I'm not even down that rabbit hole just yet, but this is going to be in my mind on my next trade. Am I making the right decision here? Am I making the play? Am I fighting the trend? Am I going with the trend? So, like the Qs here. Let's see. I might just go with the Qs. Should I wait and go for a long at the end of the day if we find support and, you know, have it dated for about a week and a half, or like go out to next week, if not 2 more weeks, you know? So that's kind of, at least for me, I find that sometimes I struggle with that sometimes. I can find myself doing really well, and still manage the losses. And because sometimes I sit in them, like you guys have seen for 2 days, where I'm waiting because I'm like certain, or I feel as though the way you know, the charts are looking, I can get that bounce back and have a very small loss. And because I've sat through that drawdown, it's put its impression, it's put its imprint on me, and I kind of can be a little gun shy to take the next one, second guessing myself, even though I've done a great job. Not always going to be right, but because I spent 2 to 3 hours down with a drawdown, came back to break even. Just, instead of being green for 2 hours, being red, it kind of plays its role. It's a little hard to explain, Ray, but yeah, man, for sure, Brandon. You take care, buddy. It's good to see you. So, I think we're getting ready to. We're having a nice shot here. I think we have this. We have this area here. I think we could still get some further downside. I don't know if we fill this gap. I don't know if we fill the gap, but we are inside this range now on the 15-minute chart, which was prior resistance. Thursday, Wednesday. So, see, this is what's weird about this is Thursday and Wednesday, Tuesday and Monday, that was your resistance zone. Pretty much just Monday. Like, this wasn't much of a resistance zone at that gap. Chances are we might get back above it. And look, they're still talking about Elon Musk. Like, it's really not that big of a deal.
That Musk has been having secret conversations with Putin since late 2022. The Journal says the discussions have been confirmed by several current and former U.S., European, and Russian officials. But according to NBC, in a press briefing today, Putin's press secretary denied the...
So remember, remember that Wall Street Journal isn't reporting him giving Ukraine Starlink and helping Ukraine out. They haven't said one word about that. Think about that. That's pretty powerful.
Denied entry to the country for exposing corruption in Russian state-owned companies. And Jeff Sonnenfeld is Senior Associate Dean for Leadership Studies at Yale's School of Management, as well as a CNBC contributor. Welcome to both of you. Mr. Browder, let me begin with you. Why is it dangerous why is it dangerous for Elon Musk to be talking to, maintaining contacts with Vladimir Putin?
Well, first and foremost, these contacts took place after the war started. So we have an illegal invasion of a neighboring country by Russia, by Putin. The world has condemned it. And then you have a person who's the richest man in the world, a person who has owns a major media outlet, which is X or Twitter, as most people call it, and a person who's potentially going to play a major role in the U.S. government going forward if Trump is the elected president, who has had secret conversations with this person who we all consider to be a dictator and a...
I wonder when we're going to get some common sense on this channel, or just in news in general. Like, we haven't had... CNBC has not brought on a different light to the situation. They haven't done that. And I wonder why.
It's a great risk.
Because normally they do.
It's an honor to join you and Seema, of course, Tyler, but being on with Bill Browder, is I don't know anybody more courageous that we ever have on CNBC's air, and it is I won't say it's a joy to be with him, but it's an honor to be with him on this topic. If I would add to his point, is he knows as well, if not better than almost anyone, just who Vladimir Putin is too. That this is just not another hostile person. This is, it is not overstated to say it is, he truly is the Adolf Hitler of the modern world. Just this week alone, we saw the amazing culmination of him at the hub of what George Bush called in 1992, the axis of evil, is there he was sitting with all these hostile parties.
Remember, that's the same George Bush, okay, that worked on the arms treaty, or his father.
Is supporting the aviation support that he's getting, control equipment, that he's at the center bringing that in, that he has been, Putin has asked Musk to do favors for China to not let Taiwan connect to Starlink. That's really troubling. And as you mentioned, the business angle on this, and of course he has 10,000 North Korean.
They can ask, but that doesn't mean that Elon has done it. That's what he's also leaving out. This is where the media is so ignorant.
Is that the late Ash Carter, Secretary of Defense, had warned us about, is that there is a conspiracy here. President Bush was right. And now for Musk to be dallying with that is alarming. He has a history of 22 years of working with Putin, as we know from Walter Isaacson's great book. But
don't forget, George Bush worked with him. As he was leaving, they were coming to an agreement for an arms treaty between us and Russia. That was the George Bush. Like, I don't understand. I don't get it. Do you see why the politicians here are, or at least the way he is speaking, is he's not telling the whole truth?
Well, I find the whole thing scary and distasteful. It used to be that Republicans were tough on Russia, and all of a sudden we have this sort of version of the Republican Party that is friendly with Russia. And Donald Trump has made all sorts of overtures towards Putin, and now apparently one of his biggest supporters, who's out on the campaign trail offering people money to register to vote.
So tough, we were going to come to an agreement on an arms treaty as a Republican. So tough. I just have to make those points, okay? Because they're not telling you the whole truth.
Power and the fact that
can you trust Putin? I'm not saying that at all whatsoever. That's the point. It's not about whether you can or cannot trust him. No, you should not assume to trust him. You let him show you who he really is, or this thing that they like to like. He is attacking Russia and taking part of Russia land because United States and the rest of the NATO nations are trying to take Ukraine when the both of them were both trade partners. That's it. Of course they would be upset. Nothing more, nothing less. Anything outside of that, you take the U.S., EU, European Union politics out of it, okay? You take them out of it, or you keep them in it, okay? We keep them in it, sorry to yell. And you give Russia a pathway to be able to either be in the European Union or have... So you have to, and again, it's a roadmap, right? This is why Russia has been, or Vladimir, I should say, has acted or taken Russia in this direction. Because Obama and Biden have shot him down, but George Bush and Bill Clinton were working on a pathway for the world to work together, as in Russia, and to say, hey, Russia, here you go. It's up to you to complete it, or, you know, to abide by the law, stop what you're doing, advance in the 21st century, and, you know, we all work together here. Or you're going to screw it up. And we offered it, you screwed it up, it is what it is. That offer was taken away after Obama came in office. So this is the real, this is the real truth to the situation. Okay, Obama and Biden asserted themselves into Ukraine, taking Ukraine from Russia. Of course they're going to feel some type of way. Of course Vladimir is going to feel some type of way. Of course the oligarchs are going to feel some type of way, because Ukraine and Vladimir or Zelensky also took in money and had they had deals together, right? And then, the U.S., he gets reelected. Goes back to the old ways. We can't, you know, I got to watch what I do, right? Zelensky has to watch what he does now. They're trying to come after me and take my country with them. So, you know, it's kind of like Ukraine is being pushed between the U.S. and NATO and Russia. That's what's going on. And that's the truth here. And if the United States is going to make Ukraine their business, or, you know, go out of their way to take Ukraine from what has been the history and just, you know, assert themselves and stuff, you just can't think that, like, this isn't for nothing, or you can't be surprised by it, is my point here.
They're involved in this geopolitical tiff right now with Ukraine. You know, why would Elon Musk continue to maintain a relationship with Russia? What are the business interests if you look across Tesla, Starlink, Neuralink, and space?
How do we know it's a relationship? and not just, hey, what is it that we got to do to become, what do we need to do to come to an agreement to stop this war?
A scary person at times. He's obviously brilliant, but that mercurial side, whether or not it's going to be leaf blowers or flamethrowers, he's developing one day. Next day, he's doing amazing things. But that mercurial, grandiose side is he gets the flattery from Putin that he likes. But certainly, of all the companies that pulled out, virtually no company other than perhaps McDonald's had as much as 10% of their revenues coming from from Russia. They're mainly about 2%. Is that this is a company which is, as I just had a call with a number of economists that were Russian refugees this morning. Russia won't make it by the spring of the second. Like President Trump, sadly, are being pulled into that fold.
Jeff uses a very courtly word, mercurial. I wonder if mercurial is a synonym for reckless on the part of Elon Musk. Is what he's doing really reckless and potentially damaging? And I acknowledge Jeff's point that the sanctions have had a crippling effect on the Russian economy. But the optics of this gathering in Russia earlier this week is sort of beyond the reach of sanctions. He
wins on the propaganda. That's the only thing he's really good at. He's losing militarily. He's stalemated. He was losing diplomatically. But on the propaganda, he's exceptional. And frankly, to walk out on a limb here, it's no coincidence that October 7th happened the way it did with his involvement with Iran, the Houthis, Hamas, and Hezbollah. This is a lever that he helped to.
Bill, tie it all off there. We'll react to what my last question.
Oh, now he helped build the tunnels to go after whatchamacallit. Holy shit.
Ways of, as Jeff said, the economy's not doing well, but he can do these things like gather all these individuals in Russia, even though he's a indicted war criminal, even though he's totally ostracized in the West. He can find ways of using leverage, either in some cases, people who are equally horrendous, like the Iranians or the North Koreans, or he can use some basic bribery for smaller African countries, and he gets enough of these people together, and then it creates this impression that he's got something to offer to the rest of the world, and he's doing fine, and we don't need to think that he's doing so badly when the whole purpose of this is to create an impression that everything is going fine, that he's an accepted leader, the economy is fine. None of it's true, but it sure that imagery sure works well.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not if you can create the image that everything is fine and make people believe the sorcery behind the image that you're trying to create. Gentlemen, we got to leave it there. Fascinating conversation. Bill Browder, Jeff Sonnenfeld, appreciate your time today.
We do have some breaking news on cryptocurrency company Tether. Eamon Jabbers in Washington with those details. Eamon.
Seema, the Wall Street Journal just popped a story over the past couple of minutes saying that federal prosecutors in Manhattan are investigating the cryptocurrency company Tether for potential violations of anti-money laundering and U.S. sanctions rules. The Wall Street Journal in the past few minutes also reporting that the Treasury Department is considering sanctions against Tether because of its the widespread use of Tether by criminals on the internet. Obviously, sanctions against Tether would prevent U.S. persons from doing business with the company, so that is a concern, particularly a concern potentially here for Cantor Fitzgerald, which has an extensive business relationship with the cryptocurrency company. We do have a statement here from the company in the Wall Street Journal reporting Tether saying to suggest that Tether is somehow involved in aiding criminal actors or sidestepping sanctions is outrageous. We work actively with U.S. and international law enforcement to combat illicit activity, as we've publicly demonstrated many times. And guys, the Wall Street Journal offering some context here, which is that this investigation in the Manhattan U.S. Attorney's Office, Prosecutor's Office, has been going on for some time now, possibly several years. So not clear how soon they might get to a resolution of that investigation, but that story popping within about the past 15 minutes, guys.
Okay.
Back over to you.
Eamon, thank you so much. Eamon Javers. Coming up, the Dow on pace for 5 straight down days. The Nasdaq, however, is on a tear.
Isn't that crazy how we never were able to hold 496 on the Qs, and even the SPY. Like, notice how we shot all the way up there to that resistance zone and then just sold it all the way off. You know, that's got to be the craziest, just. Like, let's see here. Let's go to.
Since we had that news drop on MSTR. But overall, like, remember MSTR has been on an absolute heater. Let me just zoom in so you can, there we go. Absolute heater for MSTR. Higher highs, higher lows. This doesn't look like, if it holds up, this doesn't look like the best candle in the world if we end up red, because then you got a huge rejection above 240.
Guys, I might go for this, guys, on this MSTR. Shit. The market might bounce. I might go for this, guys. The resistance zone is up there. No, you needed to break this level here. I feel like 230 was the level you needed to break. You know what? 235. I'm going to go for an MSTR, guys. This is crazy, but come on, market. The market's going to try to bounce. Where's Bitcoin? Make sure that the stream is live. Okay, if you are watching, make sure the stream is live. Let me see here. So what I'm doing is, shoot. Oh my gosh, it's already going up. Damn it. I was wanting to go to the SPY real quick, and I was looking for a pullback here to see if we could break to a new low a day. What time is it? It's 221. I'm doing it, guys. I'm going to take this. I'm going to take this and see. They're already 18 cents. Dude, they were 10 cent by 12 cent bids on these. Oh my God, bro. I can't do, I'm struggling this week. Holy cow. And you see why that didn't give you the continuation? Because the spreads just went crazy right there. They went from 9, 10 cents all the way up to an 18-cent ask. The spread was 100%. That's crazy. Unbelievable. See if the SPY can bounce here. Do you guys want me to put like Trader TV on or anything? And if you guys have tickers, throw them in the chat. Let's go look at so MSTR NVIDIA. Let's go with this. I hate to have to do this. That is a sharp wedge right there. Let's pull this back. Like, this is a sharp wedge right there. Let me go right here. Let's do it from here. There we go. Boom. Look at that. That's a reversal pattern if I've ever seen one, you guys. I mean, that is, you know, that's something to pay attention to. And what's that do? That takes you right down into like that 220 zone within the next couple days, or, you know, or back to 235, depending on where you are when it opens up. Like, look at this. This thing could really start to sell off. Nope, it's going to bounce now. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait. I'm going to let this bounce. And if by chance we are able to get this back to 240, I will try to take a short up there. I think it is, in my opinion, the best decision possible. And what I'll do is I'm just going to stick to my stop loss. And it's as simple as that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm going to try not to overthink it or anything, but so that stop loss is going to be up there at like 240 to 242. I'll give it like a $2 range. All right.
Market share to AMD in both data center and client. They came out with what I would say, good enough volley of announcements to get them at least slightly more competitive. And they missed the data center GPU market. They made other investments. They invested in accelerators, and they invested in high-performance computing GPUs. And they're on track in 25 to come out with their first AI GPU.
Yeah, so we'll look for this 238. Give me 240. 238, 240. We have some nice volume on the bounce back, which is not good if you're bearish. And again, I'm not necessarily bearish. I just think it's setting up for a nice pullback. I'll look in 1 second. Hold on 1 second here. I just gotta save this. I think DJT wasn't doing anything. I think it was just consolidating, I thought. Yeah, it's not doing anything. It's just sitting there at $38. It's not moving. NFLX. So we did mention this trade here at you know, that Never mind. But we got there. We're back down to 255. It was like there was like a nice 5-point range, either both ways, to the upside or the downside. There was a nice little trade to be had there. I wonder, so if for those that don't know, I'm sure many of you haven't been watching, but they were talking about coming to a possible deal for the Young Thug RICO case, or YSL RICO case.
We empower those who act. Those who see the correlation between things above and things below the surface. Those who navigate risk by meeting every turn with a heightened awareness of what's possible. Constant assessment. Determine the best position. Catch the perfect wave. CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. Neuropathic corneal pain is caused by damage to ocular nerves. The pain can be excruciating, and there is no FDA-approved treatment for this disease. Now, Okio Pharma is the first biotech to have an investigational new drug application approved for
It's not there. I was looking. Oh.
initiate a phase 2 clinical trial for this disease. Lead clinical site is Tufts Medical Center. Okio Pharma's drug, if approved by the FDA, would be the first ever.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. What? I guess there's no court today.
Welcome to the internet, a magical place where anyone can be anything they want to be.
I'm pretending to be an elderly man's bank.
Yeah, you are. I'm a doctor who has what you need to see.
Just give me 1 second, guys. I'm going back.
OpenAI says it won't release a model called Orion this year. That from TechCrunch.
You can't? On the internet, I can.
Don't leave your job.
Sorry, I did not mean. Right, bunch of.
The stock is up more than 35% in just over the last 6 months or so, over the last year. But our next guest has some thoughts on how to protect some of those gains if you are long that stock and worried. So joining us now is Mike, Chief Strategist over at
Howdy.
This is a very pivotal stock. Some would argue one of
I'll finish them out. There's just not 10 in here, though. One word. All right.
3, 2, 1.
Bang bang.
Bang bang.
Nice. 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 Nice.
Tua. Actua.
Dessert.
Banana split.
Narrows it down to 8.
Come on, Steven. Say something.
Remember those fast reading skills.
College.
What was the voice he was doing?
Wow, look at the Dow making new lows, guys.
College. College class.
I want to get this.
College.
I knew it. I said it yesterday. If the Dow starts breaking down, we want to look for
School.
we want to look for financials to start putting in lower lows.
No,
JP
well,
Morgan,
yeah,
nice
it's
breaking
left.
retest
Oh,
right
it's the
here.
last one.
It's the last one.
Oh,
that
it was
hurt even.
Blutman. College? Why didn't you?
I didn't want to say Liam because that's like technically his name.
Redhead.
You
could have just said Liam.
Yeah, you could have said Liam.
Redhead. I thought I couldn't say Liam.
He did
college,
but he didn't go to college, did he?
What is
college football is what you were
College
thinking.
football.
Yeah. But as good of an impression of Blutman was of
that Mark did as bad as what you did.
College?
That was like Scooby Doo.
That is bad.
Oh man, that was fun.
It was fun. I like. Who won?
Other team.
It was tie.
Hard to
Dead
tell.
tie.
Yeah,
winning doesn't
guys
matter.
are fucking ass.
5.
We
got a slow reader and a
fucking blowout.
Fucking Danny.
Yeah.
Kicked your ass.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Fuck. I don't know how it slipped away, but it sure did.
Max, can we see your underwear again?
You'll get a treat before I leave.
Okay.
Which should be now, but.
Oh, okay.
What's the treat?
We'll get
I don't
one
know,
more shot.
Show you again.
Okay.
Are you doing anything else? Should I stay for the wheel?
Well, you're going to be on the wheel.
No, that's what I'm saying. I was like, I'll have to be back.
You're gonna be on the wheel.
Yeah. I mean, you're not going to like Italy right now or anything. You can
No,
probably
no,
be
I can.
found.
I never
Why
want
don't
to
you
overstay
stay?
my
Why don't you
welcome.
stay?
All right, I'm just gonna.
Wait, are you going to Italy?
One day.
Yeah, you better get going then. Yeah, Max had to leave. He's going to Italy one day.
I forgot. I went out to an Italian restaurant and I got some pasta and I don't remember what it's called. What's he doing?
Wait, what? What had just happened?
Are you meaning to think
Are
that?
you gonna show it to Max?
No.
You know you're talking right. You're talking right now.
What is what's this kind of pasta called? The thick spaghetti, the
bucatini.
Bucatini. Yes. I want to tweet. That's a carbonara right
Hey,
there.
what is that?
Like hollow in the middle.
What does that have to do with anything, though?
They're like draft
Well,
thoughts.
Italy. So I just thought of it.
Oh, we're not playing the game anymore.
I know, but I went out to
Max
dinner the
said
other night.
Italy, and Steve was like Bucatini.
Let me
What's
see
that pasta?
I went out to dinner the other night and I got this pasta. That's a carbonara. This is the pasta that I like. But I took a photo of it to tweet myself after, and I forgot.
To tweet yourself?
What?
So then when I forget
What's happening right now?
when I go to an Italian restaurant, I'll search my tweets and be like, what is the pasta? Are you having a stroke right now?
Do you
Just remember the
do you
word.
Just be like at
I'm not
Stephen
going
Shea.
to.
Remember this
You also
pasta?
Also take notes. You want to just put it out publicly?
Wait, also you ordered
That's
it.
You have the picture
on
on
your
your
phone.
phone. But if you go to an Italian restaurant, there's all different types of pasta.
But you
so you're gonna forget it.
But like, why would you tweet it instead of putting it in your notes?
Time out.
And you're
Time
gonna-
out.
The picture's
time
right
out.
there.
Time out. Can we go back for a second?
But it doesn't have a
How
word
did
on
you,
it.
no time out? Respect the time out. How did you say to the waiter that was what you wanted to eat?
I
At
guess.
a menu. Did you say the word bucatini?
I probably pointed to it.
Is everyone seeing what I'm saying right now?
Yeah.
He ordered a pasta.
It's
and
like
then he's
calling
what
somebody
is
and
it
asking their
called?
phone number.
Right.
Yeah. I forgot it. It was a couple days ago.
Did you say it out
was
loud?
last-
Order it?
was last Wednesday.
But you remembered to take the picture.
And you also
Yeah.
said it, but while you were at the restaurant, you could have said to the waiter, "What's this called again?" or looked at the menu.
I've forgotten since then.
What were you
But-
going?
And I know next time I go to an Italian restaurant.
why'd you take the
and
picture?
I see all the. So I would tweet it and remind myself.
But what are you going to tweet?
But you,
So I would be like,
What-
reminder, this is the pasta.
no, but again, you.
But why would you need to share that? Why would
But you took the picture.
I just thought of it.
Hold on.
What is that?
I'm so confused. You took the picture while you were still at the restaurant. You could have looked at the menu.
Are you going to be?
I ordered it, so I liked it that time. But I
But you
decided I liked
But why did you take the picture?
it. So I could remind myself.
Wait.
But if you're taking the picture, sitting at the restaurant, the waiter's still serving you. You could have just said, "What's this called?"
Yeah, there were 20
Yeah, I
better
know,
options.
but as soon as I don't think about pasta that much. Fair. So next,
like this
Big Cat, that's fair. Next
That
time,
is fair.
Next time I go
And
to an
Max
Italian
saying he's
restaurant,
You're just gonna
Italy.
point to the picture?
I'm gonna search my tweets and be like, "This
But what text are you putting in the tweet?
reminder."
Are you
going to
treat this like a haircut and like
Yeah,
go
are
to
you
the
gonna-
waiter
are you
and
gonna
be
say
like,
to the
"I
waiter-
want this"?
No.
Are you going Why to would you remember?
I'm gonna
what-
write the word in
Are
it.
you going to remember what terms to search though?
Yes.
What happens when you get to the restaurant?
Can we
You don't
search his?
remember-
Have you ever tweeted a reminder before?
I need you to know something.
I don't think so.
I need to talk to you right now.
Literally an app called
The
Reminders.
pasta is called bucatini. That dish is called carbonara.
Yeah, it wasn't the dish. It was the pasta. It was the type.
You just
of
want to know
pasta.
the pasta.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Again, I'm still so confused. So you're tweeting it now? You were sitting
Yeah.
at the restaurant taking a picture of it, being like, "I don't know what this is called."
It's.
I feel like
no,
he
I
was
knew it was
saying-
called bucatini.
You
was saying he was
forgot it
gonna forget
after,
it.
but you
Instantly.
knew to take a picture of it because you knew you were going to forget it.
I knew what the
But
next
then you
time I'm at an
forgot
Italian
when you
restaurant,
took the
I'm not gonna know what type of pasta I like. That's fair.
I feel like there were.
So why didn't you just ask and then put the name of the pasta in your notes? That's what I'm saying.
Also,
And now you're
will you
about to
dictate
tweet,
your whole
repeat it
meal
out.
on the shape of the pasta. Like, that's the least important thing of the dish.
Well,
But it's important.
But like, what if there's like the rest of it is bad? Will you be like, I still like that shape of pasta?
Yeah.
It'll be.
What if it was bucatini with diarrhea?
I was about to hit post.
Would you still eat it?
You just hit post.
Well, the second
I
layer
just
of this,
tweeted it.
why do you need
This was the whole purpose of it. I meant to do it last week. I forgot. We just talked about Italy, so I thought about Italian food.
Yeah.
Thank God
So
you're going
why
to Italy
not?
one
Why
day.
not your notes app, your voice memos,
the reminders
your like?
Why? It's like tweeting a grocery list. Why you could just write it down.
Yeah, you're clogging the feed.
I'm retweeting it. I got you.
That's all I wanted.
It looks good. I'll give you that.
It does. That's what I want. Next time I go to an Italian restaurant, I'm gonna get a menu with no pictures, and I'm
That
gonna
might not be
completely
fun.
forget, and then I'm gonna search this tweet.
I like how you were like, I don't just randomly think about pasta after randomly bringing up pasta just now.
Italy. Right.
Italy.
Duh.
I might go to Mexico one day.
You better leave.
Pretty
then.
awesome.
You better get out of here.
I usually forget if I like corn or flour tortillas.
There we go.
I like
Okay.
flour.
Guys.
These children were sent to federally backed boarding schools for more than 150 years for forced assimilation. Biden called the apology long overdue.
Pretty funny. He wants to make it a scene right when there's a vote. If it was long overdue, then why did you do it in the first place? Gonna look back at the same Ukraine-Russia invasion as an apology. I'm sorry that I put myself between the two countries and made them, the two of them, you know,
Anybody else
he's
traveling?
proving my point.
Yeah. I'm going to China.
Oh yeah.
He knows all the Chinese food.
Yeah. Okay.
Jay, you've tweeted
what if
reminder a
you-
lot.
India?
Isn't Twitter banned in Brazil? What if you go to Brazil?
Oh,
To an Italian restaurant.
Italian restaurant in Brazil.
Yeah. What if?
Oh, you go to an Italian restaurant in
slamming
America.
doors.
Crazy
Yeah.
concept.
There.
We're not the only country with Italian restaurant.
What if your Wi-Fi sucks? What if there's no Wi-Fi?
No
And no
Wi-Fi.
cell service. It's a basement restaurant.
You got to get a tattoo that just says Bucatini.
go full memento with all your past orders.
Do you know how to say
That's the
Wi-Fi in
only
French?
foolproof way.
How do you say Wi-Fi in French?
Wi-Fi.
It's crazy. You can hear Lazza through.
Zah's banging his head against the wall.
He knows. What's the difference between a regular steakhouse and a Brazilian steakhouse?
I'm pretty sure Brazilian is like the all-you-can eat one.
Yeah. They come around and they
With,
cut
like,
it off for you, and you have the little.
The asses on the waitresses.
Yeah.
no pubes.
That too.
They have no internet inside.
I've also only been to
No
Fogo
Twitter.
de Chao, so I just assume that they're all that,
Yeah, me
that
too.
way.
Oh, that's what Fogo de Chao is?
Yeah,
that sounds Asian.
You get like a button,
does.
and it's like, I want more food is green button, and then red
Max
button.
doesn't know what the
Max
other
is always
side
looks like.
Nobody knows what the other side looks like.
Max is
It
like-
could
It's a
be
one-sided
And
button.
then the other side is also green, so I assume you just keep getting food.
Yeah, you bring in a double-sided
Yep.
coin.
Yep.
A counterfeit.
The waiter comes over to me and be like, "Sir, you've had enough," and then I'm like, "Gotcha." Also green.
It's greener.
This is Che when he comes out into the wild. We're getting Che not behind the glass anymore.
Yeah, his thoughts just
That's what I thought.
vomit out.
That was crazy. No, it was
We're
crazy
different
how it
human
all
beings.
went down.
Lucas,
I'm
search-
always confused by your.
Search his Twitter. Find another reminder. You
I
had
looked
to have
through.
done
It's a
this
lot of
before.
Bucks reminders.
If you haven't done this before, then what made you think to do it now? Surely
Because I know I would be like, oh fuck, I forgot the pasta I like.
Can we focus on how is tweeting it the best form of
I just-
reminder?
Yeah.
Do you not use your notes app?
I just love his tweet too. Reminder to yourself: this is pasta I like. It's called bucatini. That's what he posted.
At Stephen Che, pasta I like.
If autism speaks, Che is screaming right
Yeah. This reading this in text, these words should be written in crayon. This looks like this is bad.
This is so funny. Oh man.
I'll be set up next time I go to Francesca's or Passero or an Italian restaurant.
Not all menus have bucatini. What are you gonna do in that situation?
Oh God, Max, come on.
Yeah, do you have a backup?
I don't know all the different kinds of pasta.
We know.
Reply to your tweet with like your backup plan so you don't
Yeah.
forget.
You do need a backup.
Yeah.
I don't know them.
So I was trying to find another reminder tweet. Che tweets out the word reminder a lot.
A lot.
Mm-hmm.
I was scrolling through.
Do I?
This is like the movie Memento.
Mm-hmm. But it's all his orders on his skin.
Whoa, what is that show?
Oh, you
That must be about my favorite beef and seafood. What a stupid name that was. Jay, Titus, do you know about his old football show?
Oh, Surf and Turf? Yeah, I subscribed.
Oh man.
Oh? Just a visual reminder.
I want this bread.
Yeah, I did. I
Yep.
did.
There's the proof.
A reminder that love is not blind, but I couldn't get over the uncomfortable feeling I felt with him physically. Okay. A reminder the Chiefs drafted Clyde Edwards-Helaire over Jonathan Taylor. Okay.
Wait, go back to that Wordle one.
Not a Wordle.
That's not Wordle.
Just
spelling
a
out
reminder that
LV.
The Bucks won Super Bowl LV last year.
It's clearly
Oh,
not.
Hell yeah.
I'm slow.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten that, so that's good.
Reminder: Kevin Dyson was picked over Randy Moss.
Got a lot of draft reminders, huh?
Yeah, I didn't realize I tweet out reminders this much.
Yeah, so now it's going to get bogged down. Now,
No, I'll search
No.
pasta. I'll search pasta.
Reminders.
Search pasta.
Wait,
Reminders.
can you just search the word pasta?
I had 3 first baskets in a row last year, or 2 years ago. Hell yeah.
Reminder.
Okay, so there's maybe you should just search pasta. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
That ain't it.
Spaghetti squash with pulled chicken.
What if you accidentally pull that one up? You get confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
gotta
tweet
think
pasta
about
that
this
much.
shit.
So perfect.
Weird.
Yeah.
I'm set.
Well, sounds like you've got this life thing figured out, Steven.
Yeah, you really do. Nick, you want to do the high noon ad?
Sure do. High noon, it's time to load up on the ice and break out the oversized lawn games because the High Noon End Zone Pack is here. It includes limited edition fan faves, pear and cranberry, along with black cherry and grapefruit. The High Noon End Zone Pack is a fall exclusive, which means it's here for a good time, not a long time. Visit highnoonspirits.com before your next tailgate to find a pack near you. highnoonspirits.com. Refreshing, delicious, scrumptious.
That was a fun Friday.
Yeah, I like doing that.
I'm now above average.
I'm right above.
Yeah. Started at above average, now I'm double above.
Do all of you, all of the men
Owned.
here, sit the same way for a reason? I was just looking over, and everyone was
Whoa.
sitting this way.
Well, goddamn.
That's why I started to do
No,
it.
Brandon's sitting like a
Yeah,
girl.
Brandon
Well,
has
he
the
was sitting
balls.
like a man before, and then he started
Sitting
to
like
sit.
a girl.
Yeah.
Yours is a low ball issue, right?
Is this like talked about, or is this
No.
We've never discussed our sitting.
Crossing your legs?
No,
It's a comfortable way to
but I was just
Sitting
looking
for a
around.
while.
I don't know, because I don't really know how to sit in this chair, to be honest.
They're not flattering chairs.
Yeah, so I've been trying to figure out the best way to do it, and I was looking around, and I was like, oh, maybe
Just a
they've
goddamn
come to
chair,
Crossing
man.
your
they've come to a conclusion that this is the best way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
By the end
No,
of the
it-
shows, I'm typically like laying down. Just it's
Oh, fuck, watch
not
this.
good chairs.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Switch it up. Go left on him.
That was crazy.
Shit.
Look at us.
I can't.
Look it up.
This is
Are both of
so
your
smart.
shoes untied?
You never know.
I feel like
Can't
you
see
do.
them. You never know. Who's to fucking say, Mark?
You ask me so many tough questions.
It's probably hard for you to get comfortable because you got a casual atomic wedgie going right now.
No, I feel great. My underpants feel secure right now. I was thinking about that a little bit
So does your
earlier.
whole spine.
I should just like always wear my underwear like this.
It's like a girdle.
Are you comfortable?
Enough. I'm comfortable enough,
Enough
to know
is
that
all that matters.
my ass isn't going to be on camera. As soon as I heard charades, it was the first thing that went to my mind, to be honest.
You doubled up on underwear.
Jay came over to me. He's like, I need you to play charades. And I'm like, my ass is getting on that camera. I know it.
Were you a shy guy before PMT?
No, never been.
No. Okay.
Never been a shy
He and
guy.
Hank had a rivalry that predates PMT.
What?
Yep.
Yeah.
Was it over sports?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Big time rivalry.
It's okay.
Should we spin the wheel?
Yeah.
So Lucas, who is anyone doing the murder mystery? I can't now.
How many more people
Don't believe
do you
I can't
lose?
either.
I need 8 people, or no, I need
You should just
7 people total.
Do you have like 2 right now? One person's getting murdered. And then I guess it was me.
Well, I can talk with you guys after. Whoever's free. Like, if you guys can't get there at 7, I could see if I can talk with the people and see.
I'm in.
I haven't
Move it a little bit, I can do
Boston.
it.
Yeah, I mean, I have an interview at 7. If I can do it after, I'm happy to do it.
All right, cool. I'm sure we can make that work.
Okay.
Wonderful.
All right, spin the wheel, Lucas.
You're going up to Madison?
Yep, tomorrow.
I hope to see some videos of you.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not.
No chance.
There won't be any videos of me. Penn State fans are gonna hate me by the end of this weekend.
If you lose.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you lose. Oh, if you lose.
Yeah. No. If I lose, it's gonna be bad.
But you're not going to the game with anyone from our social team, right?
No, I'm going with the worst troll. got like #1 worst guy we got. It's like Big Cat, then Jack McCarthy.
Oh, no.
And he's just, I'm going to tell him to just text me everything if we win. Text me everything.
Just a live feed on it. We need a police body cam on Jack McCarthy.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Please subscribe. We'll see everyone on Monday.
Talk shop or do a Yankees pop is the act. It's the act.
Have a good weekend, everybody.
Howdy, I hear there's a lot of work.
My stuff is just acting up here, guys. Damn it. Everything's just acting really slow. I'm just thinking about what the best decision would be here to, what is... Like, look at that. Like, I didn't even touch it, and... Hold on. Excuse me. Sorry. I guess it's safe to say we should be expecting some downside after this week, or... I mean, we've sat here and held the level. We've held it. I guess we're going to waste some more time off the clock. Oh my god. Come on, look, I'm moving my arrow around and it's so jacked. It's just being so slow. I don't understand why. Come on.
They drop over 10,000 new arrivals every day. Gucci, Rolex, Prada, Louis Vuitton, Hermes, Cartier, Tiffany. Up to 90% off retail. Endless luxury. The Real Real. Shop now and get 20% off at therealreal.com. Terms apply. After last month's massive solar flare added a 20%.
See, look, the slower I move, you can see the cross. Like if I go fast, it'll go faster. But if I go steady and slow, look at it lagging. Bottom left, right? See how like, look, top right, it's just fucking lagging. So ridiculous. I don't know what's going on here. I might have to end the stream here in a little bit, guys. We only have, well, we do have an hour left. I mean, what do you guys think? Can we, should we do a poll? We are already trying to work ourselves back to the upside. So I'm on a 4-hour chart right now. Let's go to an hourly and then a 30-minute. Look, it's gonna go crazy. Is it good? Can I start do? What happened to my arrow? Or my hand? There's our support, and there's that pivot low.
Create a backyard that's out of this world. Right now, save $50 on the MS250 gas-powered chainsaw. Real steel. Find yours.
Alrighty, time for 3 stock lunch. We are trading some names with earnings on
Come
deck.
on.
Here with our trades is Anthony Forcione, excuse me. He is
I should use the restroom.
All
Alright, so boom, boom.
First up is Merck, the pharma giant, reports third quarter earnings before the bell on Halloween. Shares are down about 4% on the year, but Anthony, you say the stock looks cheap here and anything but spooky.
This is sad.
It does, Tyler. Thanks for having me. So hopefully it's not a trick and more of a treat next week. But yeah, the call on Merck is pretty straightforward. It's a valuation call. The stock is trading at 11 times forward earnings, 8% free cash flow yield, and there's a lot more free cash flow to come. So the stock is just too cheap.
All right, so decent start to the week. Not so much yesterday and today. Things weren't all that bad. McDonald's 300%. In just a few minutes at lunchtime, getting short. A few trades in and out of the indexes. Tesla long. You know, we called that one out early in the morning. I just, you know, talking about some other things. So, I'm not going to press my luck here, but chances are we kind of probably just hang out here. I'm trying to look to see if there's a long entry to go into Monday. I'm not going to force it. I mean, that would be technically trading just to trade. But with the way we've sold off here, we're back below this level. I'm really unsure. You know, it's hard to say if you're going to open back up above this level because you just ran all the way up for another test back to the upside. You failed to hold any of these levels. And I'm actually surprised. Early morning game plan, we said let's look for a bounce. You know, right around 9:30 or a little bit, you know, whether it's when the bell rings, a little before, a little after the bell, whatever. Upside, let's get downside, and then let's look for an insurance type of move. Like pretty much, this was a lot bigger than I expected here. But we were looking for, you know, like this level here to pull back and then go long, right? When we open up today at 9:30, we're looking for like, you know, let's just call it what it is. Okay, so that's why, right? Futures were above that level. Okay, futures were above that level. Perfect example is NVIDIA, Netflix, or NVIDIA, Netflix, and there were a few other names. But we were looking to catch a pullback and then, you know, early in the morning and then take the long later on in the day. But they had other plans, right? Like NVIDIA didn't. Like, look how overbought. Look at how extended the MACD is. Just here, when you get to this level, this prior resistant level, and it broke through it. So we were looking for a long pullback, extend higher. It just went higher and extended lower than we thought. That's the way the market is. we did recover back above this 142 zone on NVIDIA. Sorry, Abby was yelling at me. She wasn't yelling at me, but she kind of was. For those that are new here, welcome. If you could hit the like button, subscribe. I'm only human. I wish I was perfect. Stream donation contribution links in the description. We did not get a single donation or contribution to the stream today, so if anybody wants to make that happen, that would be awesome. That link's in the description. Those are used for the stream and the stream only. We have some cool things that we'd like to start doing here. Again, a lot of that stuff can go, so the squawk box and a lot of the stuff that you guys hear in real time that you guys don't have to pay for. My trade ideas, my trade insights, things like that. So giving back literally just shows or lets me know that, you know, that it is appreciated. Again, you have to understand that, you know, I'm not asking for your data. I'm not asking for your email, your phone number, your address, your IP address. So I can find out all the things you like to do, at what time you do it, how long you do it, and what it is that you're doing, and how long you do what you're doing. All right. A lot of the people that are in the capital markets now want your data. They want to know about you, and they use the markets to side curve what the business is really about. All right. And that is data analysis. Right. Data analysis. What is that? That is what products you use, how long do you use them, where you're located, all that fun stuff. So again, we make this free. You might have to worry about that a little bit with YouTube, but again. So again, that link is in the description. We appreciate it. Hit the like button, subscribe. I'm kind of just relaxing here going into the end of the day. I wouldn't say relaxing. I'm kind of like looking and I'm kind of contemplating, where do we go from here? You know, I don't have... We are coming into... When is the end of the month here? It's only 3 o'clock. Why does it feel later than 3 o'clock? I'm not sure why. But I guess Abby's going to be going to the vet later on today because she is just non-stop with the dry skin itching and stuff. And I just feel so terrible. I gave her some... I've been giving her medicine. She's still irritable. She's not crying. I know, sweetie. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry, boo-boo. Daddy's gonna take you. I know. You're just tearing your skin up, love. Just tearing your skin up, boo-boo. I know. So if you guys have any stocks you guys want to go over, you guys can throw them in the description. What's up, bro?
It looks strong to me.
Oh, we have
I don't see any really drop in the momentum. I mean,
hold on one second. We have.
it certainly surprised me. It surprised the Fed.
That's awesome, man. That's what's up.
GDP is going to be reported next week, and
Oh, we have.
over 3%.
Yeah.
We're moving into the fourth quarter, I think, at 2.5 to 3%.
Thank you, Scott. Happy to be here.
How does this market look to you?
Happy baby. I know.
It
Hold on
looks
one
strong.
second.
To me, I mean, I don't see any really drop in the momentum. I mean, I think it surprised everyone. It certainly surprised me. It surprised the Fed. GDP is going to be reported next to be over 3%. We're moving into the fourth quarter, I think, at 2.5 to 3% rate. And by the way, what that means, I think long-term interest rates are going to continue their uptrend. I still think the Fed is going to lower them, but certainly not as much as they said or as many of us felt. But you know, it could be a quarter point, or it might even be a pause if we get a strong labor market report a week from today.
Okay, so there's a lot in there, and I want to take it sort of step by step. The backup in yields has obviously made the market a bit uneasy. How much more do you think they could back up? And as long as yields are going up for quote unquote the right reason of the strong economy that you mentioned, is that okay for stocks?
Yeah, that's okay for stocks. It's actually better okay for the tech stocks and the big cap stocks than it is for the value stocks and the small stocks, which rely more on the short-term borrowing. So the realization that the Fed is not probably going to go certainly as low as we thought a month ago, I think is one thing that has been keeping a lid on those stocks over the last month.
Okay, so you expect 2 to 3 pauses and 3 to 4 rate cuts over the next 6 meetings.
Correct.
Are you suggesting in any way that we could get a pause before this calendar year is over because how strong the economy is?
Yes, I definitely do think so. And you know, Bowman, well, you know, finally, you know, objected in the last meeting to the 50 basis points. So, you know, Powell had a record of no dissents, and now people might dissent. It could, if we get a strong labor market report for the month of October, there's going to be a lot of people, a lot of those FOMC members that are going to say, you know, maybe we should pause at this particular juncture. So it's between a pause and 25. If I had to go, I would say 25, but I'm looking at next Friday. And of course, probably even more important, looking at the following Tuesday. We haven't yet talked about the biggest event in November, and that would be the election, of course.
What do you make of the positioning that's been around the election? I mean, some would also suggest that the reason why yields are rising is because of a more inflationary agenda, maybe from both parties, but particularly if you're talking about a whole slew of tariffs and the attempt, let's put the attempt to re-up a bunch of tax cuts, if not institute new ones, obviously depending on what Congress looks like after November 5th.
Well, you know, long rates can rise because of inflation, but they also will rise if there's strong economic growth. There's also will rise if there's fear of a big bump in the deficit. So what really, you know, as important as the president selection is going to be a week from Tuesday, what's going to happen in the House of Representatives? We pretty well know the Senate is going to turn Republican. The House looks very, very close. If there's a sweep by, let's say, the Republicans, I think there could be a spike in long-term yields, because then they'll say, hey, the Christmas tree is open. Whatever tax cuts the Republicans want, they could get. If the House flips to Democratic, and by the way, we may not know that for 2, 3, 4 days, but if it does, that's a check and balance. And I think the bond market would take that more calmly than they would be a sweep by any party.
I mean, do we make too much of a outcome of a presidential race for what stock market performance is going to be? Because if you look historically, it's not like you can make a definitive case, oh, this party is better for the stock market than that. In fact, in most cases, it's almost even, if not breaking in one of what some would consider to be the unexpected way of the Democrats.
Yeah, I mean, actually, you know, my historical data, they do better on it, but it's not cause and effect. It often is the economy is doing really well, stock market gets ahead of itself, and then stock market goes down and people say, oh, I'm going to shift to the Dems take over at a low stock market, and then it goes up. You can't say that correlation is causation when you take a look back at the history. But I think it matters if there's going to be a sweep, and you know, the betting markets are now between 40 and 50% of a Republican sweep. And certainly for taxes, don't forget, all of Trump's taxes expire on December 31st of next year. The only way he could be assured of extending them is to keep the House, to get the House of Representatives, the Republicans keep the House as well as the Senate, and that. Otherwise, they revert automatically on January 1st, 2026 to the Obama rates, which are something that certainly the Republicans nor the capital markets want to happen. So yes, the presidency and the Congress are very important. And what else is important is that Congress, in my lights at least, stupidly gave up their rights to set tariffs in 1962 by a tariff act, which actually gave the president unilateral rights to set tariffs. So in a way, if Trump wants to, he could set the 60%, 20%. Now, I don't think he will. I think that's a threat. But a 20% across the board tariff is a huge economic event if it were to happen. And I mean, I think everyone in the market,
There's your fail right there.
and the stock market will take note of it. So this election, perhaps more than many, if not all, is really going to be impacted by
I mean, it's not
a week
completely
from
a fail
Tuesday's
just
election.
yet.
Yeah, it's good to have your insight on that. If you look at what's taking place within the market, of course, we set up our show today with looking ahead not only to the election, but these mega cap tech earnings, Professor, which come next week. This trade has been revived, if you will. I think that's a fair word. It didn't do that well in the third quarter, and now it's come to life. Tech is up 3.5% in month to date. How do you view the events of next week, these all-important earnings, and that positioning itself in that area?
Well, certainly, when you sell in the 30s times earnings, things got to go right. You have no margin for error. In fact, in today's world, you've got to beat, and sometimes you've got to beat by a significant amount to keep your stock moving. If we review the year, we had this huge takeoff in January and February. And remember, everyone was talking about, oh my God, this looks like the dot-com boom. And that was a blow-off. Remember, we had NVIDIA go down, 40, 50 points, and everyone settled down. But it never broke the long-run trend. Growth versus value, and it has been outperforming for 10, 15 years, that long-run trend is still intact. We all talked about the rotation. It happened really for about 2 months after that blow-off from about February 15th to maybe the middle of April. But since then, tech and large cap have righted themselves, and we see the NASDAQ and again hitting new highs. So that long-run trend is not broken. The only thing people should remember is when you're selling at 30 times earnings, everything has to go right. When you're selling at 12 times earnings, not much has to go right in order to make money. But for tech, look at Tesla. Tesla came through at the first one. We'll see whether NVIDIA and the others come through next week.
So what he's saying there is exactly what I told you, or what was talking to you guys about, which is these companies have already lowered expectations for the past 2 years. So the expectations are already dwindled to such a level that they haven't priced in any downside then. They're not going to do it now. All right? So that's why you're seeing such a pop off of, and you've really been seeing that turn on Tesla the past 3 earnings releases. One of them they went one. Take out this past one. Though out of those 3, 2 out of the 3 went higher and gapped up. So if you want to count this one, that's 3 out of the past 4 have went higher because Tesla's expectations have already been lowered 2 years ago, and now those expectations are, have been brought down. Now they're going to start raising them back up. It's the capital markets for you.
Even handle on Fed funds at the end
and that's what
of
he was
next
talking
year, and
about,
that would greatly help small caps and mid caps that borrow so much more at short term than certainly the big cap tech stocks, which are, really insensitive to the short term borrowings and only partially sensitive to long term having such high equity values.
Let's expand the conversation, if we could, Professor, and bring in CNBC contributor Shannon Sakosha of NB Private Wealth, Mona Mahajan of Edward Jones. It's great to have you both with us. Shannon, I'll go to you first. Just expanding on what the professor said, I think people are a little conflicted on how to position within this market. And we asked Dubravko Lekos of JP Morgan, their top strategist, today on where he thinks you really need to be. It plays right into the conversation we're having now. I want you to listen to Dubravko on where you want to be and maybe where you don't, and then we can kick it on the other side of that.
To me, I'm not sure I would want to be in defensives and higher for longer. I'm not even sure I would want to be in some of the higher beta, smaller cap, cyclical stocks. I would sort of be revisiting sort of the quality growth trade that has been, I don't want to say entirely dormant, but sort of dormant for much of the last 4, 5, 6, 7 months.
It's an interesting thought. Shan, I ask you because you like small caps, you like cyclicals. What about what Dubravko had to say?
Well, it was a good quarter for small caps, for cyclical, Scott. And so, I think the revisiting of the quality growth trade is coincident with some continued concerns about uncertainty. So clearly, the Fed has remained incredibly data dependent. To the professor's comment, we get a strong jobs report that starts to put certainly that cut in December, perhaps creates some vulnerability around that. In September and October, Scott, we were anticipating that we would see some of this volatility and uncertainty. And if you think about where investors have found safety or relative safety, it's been in the free cash flow, the fortress balance sheets of these Magnificent Seven stocks. You also talked about the potential for rates not being quite as accommodative. Think about how rate insensitive these names were in 2023, and think about also the fact that when you look at the potential for this Republican impulse that we're seeing, think about regulation, think about the potential for buybacks to remain fairly economical for these companies to do. So I think that's why you're seeing the rotation. I think it's about the rate story, but it's also about this volatility from the bond market and the election finally manifesting in the equity market, perhaps a little late in the game when compared with historical precedent.
Mona, the backup in yields, a problem or not?
Yeah, thanks, Scott. And look, I think the backup in yields is certainly weighed on some of those cyclical and value parts of the market, no doubt. And I think for that story to work, that broadening of market leadership, cyclical values really having legs from here, there were 2 components. One was, of course, the earnings growth had to expand. And we're still seeing that. We still think Q4 earnings will be driven both by value and tech parts of the market, cyclical and non-cyclical parts of the market. The other part of the story had to be Fed cutting rates so they can really realize that valuation expansion. Now, the Fed will likely still cut rates, but to everyone's point, we do think that maybe not as much as initially anticipated. Certainly what we've been seeing is not only strong jobs numbers, but inflation that has not moderated yet to that 2% level. And so if that gives them any sort of problem in the future, We think there could be a couple of pauses in the Fed funds rate going forward as they get through their rate cutting cycle. And that will create a problem, not only for rates moving higher, but for that value cyclical trade to really work.
Professor, you look at the sectors that are down the most this week, and it really is squarely in the heart of, you know, a good portion of the cyclical trade. Materials are down almost 4%. Financials, which have done quite well, are down 2%. Industrials, which have been near record high, are down about 2.75%. So, I mean, is that where you would see, obviously, aside from the Russell, most acutely where the backup in yields would hurt the most?
Yeah. And I think that is the backup in yields. I mean, and it even ripples through the big tech. If you know, and we're at 423. I mean, if it goes up to 430, 440, I mean, if there's a Republican sweep and all the goodies are there, I mean, I could see a spike, maybe 450, 460 temporarily. I mean, listen, no one wants it to go so high. But think of the home builders. They always thought, oh, my goodness, Fed is cutting. Mortgage rates are going to go down. We're going to have a big boom. Well, as we know, mortgage rates have gone up. They're not going, not the 30 years are going up. They're up actually almost 50 basis points from that September date when the Fed did that whopping 50 basis point cut. So, you know, a lot of sectors have to be rethought in terms of especially those that are dependent on those long-term rates and the Fed dropping the short-term rates about what the profits will actually be.
Shannon, what's really at stake next week with 5 of the Mag 7 reporting? We obviously got Tesla out of the way. We're not going to get NVIDIA until November 20th, so we have a minute to wait for that. But next week's going to be real.
Absolutely, and I think, Scott, you know, the challenge is that some of those names are obviously trading at more vulnerable multiples than others. And so if you look at, for instance, Alphabet, Meta, maybe not quite as quote unquote expensive as the other names there. You know, we've seen some fits and starts in terms of that leadership coming back into the market on any given day. One of those five or six names is sort of picking up the slack. I guess, you know, the question really has become, you know, when will investors start to question the amount of CapEx that these companies are putting into the AI megatrend and being able to keep up, if you will, in this AI arms race? I don't think we're there yet. I really think that these companies have, you know, justified their position that they still remain very active in terms of spending, becoming, you know, more asset heavy, if you will, in order to keep up with this trade. So I don't think we necessarily get a lot of pressure there. But to the professor's earlier point, as we look into 2025, I think that's where you see more vulnerability in terms of the ask from investors relative to the CapEx that's being put into this trade. But I don't think that necessarily comes home to roost in this environment, particularly given the fact that there's some perceived safety in these names in this type of uncertainty.
Mona, you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, you know, look, absolutely. I think next week will be important for the markets. Not only the Mag 7 names that are reporting, we'll get that jobs report at the end of the week as well. So next Friday is going to be huge. Last jobs report before not only the election, but the Fed meeting that comes next Thursday as well. And look, the earnings growth, average hourly earnings is expected to be still somewhere close to 4%. So that does weigh on services inflation as well. So we're keeping an eye on that. On the earnings front, what we've seen thus far is we were expecting a modest 4% earnings growth this quarter. We're actually seeing a little bit softer than that. So we're not getting the beats that we've seen in the first couple of quarters of the year. So certainly if the Mag 7 names next week follow that trend, we could see a little bit of volatility in that sector.
They are green today, but I think I'm gonna go after. I think I might go after Exxon, you guys. Let's go look at USO real quick.
Part of 2025. Is that a potential problem or not?
Yeah, you know, the good news is that the markets are starting to get wind of this. We've already seen, you know, there was a terminal rate of 3% at one point priced in. We're now at 3.5%, and even that, there's a bumpy path to get there. So I think markets are looking at hopefully that 3.5% to 4% as a terminal rate, which really means 4 to 6 rate cuts from here. And we think that is still a feasible case, even with a couple of pauses baked in. Really, the concern would be, as the professor alluded to, is if we get, you know, perhaps an election sweep and a full-on, you know, fiscal stimulus policy that reignites or reaccelerates inflation. And that we haven't seen yet. Although inflation has been bumpy, it hasn't necessarily been re-accelerated in a meaningful way. So if that occurs, that's a tail risk for now. That would be a problem for the markets. But for now, the basic thesis seems to be intact. A Fed cutting rates, inflation that's mainly cooperating, and earnings growth that looks to be growing double-digit next year.
Professor, I'm going to leave it with you. You get the last point here because the top targets on the street are about 6,100. You see where we are. We're at 58 and change. Does that seem realistic that we could have a move to 6,000, if not beyond, between now and the end of the year? I mean, just given the election and some of the uncertainty that's going to be around that and in the aftermath?
I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty. I mean, if it's a clean election, it looks like one side or the other is definitely beat and there's no violence. I think that's just a relief on the market. The market doesn't like any uncertainty, even if a likely outcome is good. It likes resolution, and we know let's certainly hope that it's a quiet
Something
and
that Ukraine and Russia don't have.
uneventful. It's going to be an eventful election, but not any violence. I think, however,
why would you say
again,
something
a sweep
dumb
by
like
either
that?
party is going to. I think it's a reincarnation of what Yardini called is the bond vigilantes. Is they're going to say, hey guys, don't think you can do anything you want. We're there to say that if you're fiscally totally irresponsible, you're going to suffer. And that's what they're for. And we might see a reincarnation. They've been kind of quiet for quite a long time. But that concern might come up a week from Tuesday. In the meantime, again, we're all talking, even if the Fed goes slower, a 3 handle on Fed funds means, money market funds in the low 3s. We've got a lot of good dividends paying stocks that are higher than that. They couldn't compete with 5, 5.5, but they certainly can compete with 3. And I think they're going to hold their own no matter what happens to yields.
Thanks, everybody. Good weekend. We'll talk to everybody soon. Professor, thank you. Mona and Shen, we'll see you again shortly. We're getting some news on Lyft. Pippa Stevens has that for us. What do we know here, Pip?
Hey, Scott. Well, Lyft is under pressure here after the U.S. filed a lawsuit against the company, accusing it of violations concerning unfair and deceptive acts or practices in commerce. Now, the suit specifically says that Lyft disseminated advertisements to prospective drivers that were deceptive about how much money they could earn. Now, this case has been filed with a federal court in San Francisco. We did reach out to Lyft, have yet to hear back, but shares are down now 2.5%. Scott?
All right, Pippa Stevens, thank you very much for that. To Steve Kovac now for a look at the biggest names moving into this Friday close. Steve?
Hi there, Scott. Look at shares of HCA Healthcare falling about 10% as hurricane damages drag on revenues for the quarter. The hospital operator warning it faces $200 to $300 million in hurricane-related costs and expecting results to be on the lower half of guidance for the rest of the year. On the other hand, shares of Digital Realty Trust jumping over 9% as the real estate investment trust reported record lease bookings for the current quarter and raised the upper end of its full-year revenue forecast. Shares off earlier highs, but on pace for its best day since November of 2022. Scott.
All right, Steve.
I may be getting out of here, guys. It's just not much going on. It just doesn't look like there's going to be really anything here to take. It is a Friday. I feel like we're going to be stuck here, right where we pretty much right where we are. We don't have any really major major earnings or anything. We don't have any small caps going crazy right now. If DJT probably pulls back and holds around 38, 37, 95, or it decides to pop. But I don't think upside is there. It's literally doing exactly what I said. You have way too many people, like you have orders that are stacked all in here to take profits in front of 40, blah 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 blah. And anytime anybody that was a dip buy was a buyer, anytime they either see a little bit of profit or get their money back from being red, then they are going to take it. And think about all the people that are still in this thing, or think about the people that are still in this from $100. $100. So it's going to be real tough. That's why I think this is it, guys. Look, I mean, look at the chart, you know? Look at that.
YFT lift to pay $2.1 million civil penalty to resolve U.S. charges of deceptive
38.82.
to prospective drivers.
Look, I'm going to extend this left. Okay.
YFT.
Extendo clip. Bow. Right? Damn, we just wicked off of it. That's not a good look. That's a major level. Take your money. Even if DJT gaps up above it, I wouldn't care. If I was anybody, I mean, thinking it's a good idea buying right in front of 40, it's foolish. I mean, who knows? It could break. I will say, if DJT breaks above 40, this thing's going crazy. I'm telling you right now. You're going to see this thing up 18-20% if you get above and hold $40. And I also mean more than just this, right? Not come in with a huge gap up and that gap up gets sold. I'm talking whether you gap up above it or you come in with a gap down and you break through 40 and you hold it. You just need to be able to hold this level and bring buyers here. You start having buyers around this low 40, high 30 zone. It's on. You're going to see this thing, whoop, it'll be back to $60, $55, $60. It could be. I'm not saying it's going to be, but you're just, this is a serious level here at $40. And look, they got it over with pretty quickly back here earlier on. It was resistance. We pulled back. It tried to hold. They said, just to hell with it. Gap it up. Sell it off. Let all the people take their money. And then they just got on short. So you know what's about to come. Be careful. A lot of short selling. A lot of taking profit. Just be careful up above that zone.
Expected to expand, and the margin expansion that you see out of these secular growers, those tend to push up multiples. So when you add all that together, our view is that it's kind of a fallacy to think that just take that straight up PE ratio and conclude that the market is overvalued. Put all that together, I think we're about fairly valued, and if we get the analyst estimates, which is like 26% from the end of 24 out to 26 of earnings growth, I think this market's set to go up above 7,000 by, let's call it 2026.
But I mean, at some point, I mean, you say not you, but there's been this thought that you can tolerate higher multiples much, much easier in a lower rate environment. And the thought was that rates were going to be coming in and that earnings were going to be able to sustain the multiple that the market was trading at. But if we're thinking now that maybe rates are going to be higher for longer, doesn't that pressure the multiple at all? And that doesn't even begin to address the earnings question, as estimates have come down. They're still good, but they have come in.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the two big risks when we look out the next year are valuations and rates. And like you said, they're kind of mixed together a little bit. And we've done a lot of work, and I just went through our really high level thoughts on valuations. But when I look at 2025, I'm starting to think of themes for 2025. And one of them is, can the U.S. economy deal with 7% mortgage rates? Because it's going to be difficult for for I think the Fed to move rates much lower. So it's a real risk. At the end of the day, though, growth cures all of these things. And so one of the things we did is we looked at what are analysts baking into the top line growth estimates for this market. It's like 12.5% out through 2026. You can basically run that against nominal GDP, and it equates to 5% nominal GDP environment. So if we can hit those growth targets on the economy and on the top line, ultimately that's going to power this market. Even if multiples compress a little bit, we should have very solid returns out through 26.
What about next week? How are you looking at these reports?
I mean, I think that the market's going to do whatever it does here in the short term. I'm sure that there's I think we're going to be just fine, to be honest. I think that these mega caps tech stocks are going to be just fine with their earnings. I think that the big real risk hanging out there in front of us is the election. So, I think that you're starting to see the bond market position ahead of the election. You're seeing Trump kind of take over in the odds. And so yields are backing up, and that's where you're seeing some jitters in the stock market. So my playbook is I think it's very likely we get
the jitters would be the dollar and the foreign exchange rate.
Following the election as well. But I think that the ultimate dynamic underneath this market is a chase. We talked about this. You and I had this conversation last December, is that everyone was way too bearish on this market heading into the year, and that when the market took off heading in the beginning of this year, it's created this chase dynamic, and everyone's behind. All those people that have been behind this year have to chase the market into year end, in my opinion, after year.
What happens? I mean, the market seems to be drawing. It's like almost a foregone conclusion. But if Harris wins, what kind of unwind do we see in certain trades that have been put on because people are believing what the betting markets are suggesting? Although, those may not be the most accurate places to look either.
Yeah, I mean, I try my best to stay as objective as possible. And when I have conversations with institutional money managers, which is our clientele, I can tell you the big concern out there is a blue sweep. So I think if Harris wins, but we have a Republican-controlled Senate, which I think is highly likely, then the market is going to, I think cyclicals come off, small caps come off, rates probably come down a bit, and the playbook's going to be to buy high-quality tech. I think Trump is the nominal GDP candidate. So if we do get Trump in a red sweep, you're going to have this kind of cyclical pile-on. Again, if you play a little 4D chess and you think about what could happen with rates, I think you could have indigestion at the first part of that, realization that Trump's going to win, and then all of a sudden everyone realizes, yeah, but nominal is going to be really strong, so let's buy this market. So that's how I see it. With Harris in a Republican Congress, or at least divided in some way, I think it's more or less status quo going forward.
All right, good perspective there.
What the hell did he even just say right there? I mean, I get he said, a nice, strong GDP with, with my guy, but he didn't have, I don't know. That he'd be good for a sports team. That's for sure. I think I'm going to get up out of here, you guys. I think I'm Audi 5000, just like Stepbrother this weekend. Got to work on getting some not copyrighted music here, where we can end the day off on a high note, and some other things to get this thing going. It's just too quiet, and it's just I'm just not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. All right, listen, have a great weekend. If you guys want to get a hold of me in any way, shape, or form, if you guys please listen, we're still waiting. All right. Yeah, stream donation contribution link is in the description. Not one person has yet to give back and say, hey, thank you for the work that you put in. Thank you for what you do for us. Here's a tip of the hat. Hit the like button, subscribe. Stream contribution donation link is in the description if you guys want to continue to help make this stream free for everyone. If you guys want to sign up for a one-on-one, how about this? If you guys want to donate any contribution and you would like to say, hey, here's this, use it for the stream, and is there any way we could do a one-on-one? I want to get better at what it is that we're doing here. We can do that. You guys can get a hold of me. That link's in the description. Excuse me. But I want you guys to have a great weekend. Stop and smell the roses. Enjoy every moment that we have here. Enjoy the time with your family. If you had a good week, awesome. If you had a bad week, learn from it. Go over the tape. You know what I'm going to do this weekend? Outside of a few other things that I got to do? We're going to be in the war room. All right, I'm going to be going over footage from this week and some of the things that I did wrong. Some of the things I did right. All right, so go back, review your trades. If you don't already, have a game plan.
NASDAQ soaring to an all.
If you don't have a game plan that's recorded, right, whether you write it down before the market opens versus what happened, you got to be able to track your performance some way, somehow, not just through your P&L. Okay? You guys have a great weekend. I love you guys. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to the new subscribers. We're on our way. We'll get there eventually. I need to do better. I need to work harder. I need to be able to take this. I would like to be able to take the stream to that level, right? And make this accessible and free for everyone. And with your help, we'd be able to get there. You guys have a great weekend. I'll see you guys on the next one.
$1.52 at $71.70.